Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome to OWCS 2025 Stage 2, Week 3, Day 1. I am Zoe and I once again have the utmost pleasure of being your host and guiding you through the day. Of course, I'm bringing in the wrinkliest of brains to help me do that. Jake and Matt, also known as the Butter Boys.
The Butter Boys.
Butter Boys.
Artist formerly known. Yeah.
Oh, sure. And henceforth not known as Butter Boys or Fingers or like whatever buttery. Why? Where is this coming from? This was a formal request by the team to tell me.
Yeah, we did an event at TwitchCon, and there's just butter involved, and then we were just like, hey, we should just call ourselves the Butter Boys.
The name stuck ever since. I've been telling my friends, family, I say, don't call me Jake anymore.
Yeah, word on the street. Jake and Matt. Butter Boy number 2 and Butter Boy number 1 will be joining me for all the action in the EMEA region today, and we have quite a few things coming your way as we kickstart Week 3 of play. Stage 2 well on the way, right? We're halfway through. Here is our Stage 2 schedule for all of you. We once again have a regular season followed by the playoffs, but this time we also have a last chance qualifier, so we get to see more teams partaking in the mid-season championship in Riyadh.
Those LCQs are brutal. You do not want to play in that, Jake.
That is true. There's some serious hitters in the LCQ. You really do want to qualify out of the regions, especially with the surfeit of talent in Korea. You know, you got to expect there's going to be some very strong Korean rosters playing in the last chance qualifier. Not an enviable spot to compete for anyone, frankly.
Yeah, ideally you want to avoid that. Now, of course, we not just have the mid-season championship in Riyadh coming our way, we also have the Stage 3 wrapping up in the World Finals in November in Stockholm. So we run it back. We're going back to DreamHack in Sweden. Any word of advice and wisdom, Matt, from last year? Anything you learned from your travels?
Stay away from the kebab pizza. Just don't do it. You know, it looks enticing. It looks interesting. You know, don't go for it.
Ordering pizza at 2 a.m. from a place with like 2 stars on Yelp.
It had 1 star. I think it had 1 star.
I mean, look, my bad.
There's lots of blame to go around. You know, I feel like I would have some of that blame, but I feel like it's, you know, everything we do here, Jake, is a team effort. So I feel like
we're Butter Boys. We ride together, we die together, we eat kebab pizza at 2 a.m. together.
That's right. We also get our tickets together because Overwatch is best enjoyed with friends. So, you know, get your posse together, get those mid-season tickets which are on sale, and also, of course, the World Finals tickets if you want to plan ahead a little bit for what's to come in November. We have the 3-day VIP exclusive merch packages as well. So just head on over to the URL you're seeing on your screens right now for more information on all things you need to know about the World Finals at DreamHack in Stockholm, Sweden. We once again, without his knowledge, will be raffling out a tour of Stockholm with Johnny. Again, he doesn't know that yet, and it might be a pretty bad tour, but we're still giving that away for free, maybe. I think
if you win the tour, you gotta rent the van, pull up, snatch Johnny, and then make him tell you where to go. That's part of the experience that we're offering.
Free might be too expensive for the Johnny tour.
That's true. We're gonna pay you to take Johnny on a tour of Stockholm. It's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a good time. All those live events in the past have always been an absolute pleasure to be part of. So we're looking forward for 2 more to come this year. And of course, we have one happening right now as we speak. DreamHack Dallas is in full full swing, and there will be an Overwatch 2 Stadium show match happening as well, with some of the well-known and well-loved faces from the Overwatch community. And we will be tuning in live for all the action. We also, of course, have co-streamers who will be covering it. And on site, we do have Rich Rat and Kenobi who will be casting everything. So if you are in Dallas, make sure to come on by, drop by, send them our love. And if not, then just watch from the comfort of your own homes right now. We, of course, want you to be decked out and ready. You gotta look the part if you wanna, watch it. So why don't you head on over to the Blizzard Gear store and grab some Stadium merch. That's right, it's available right now for purchase, so just visit gear.blizzard.com for more information. There's also an insane Hammond onesie on sale right now.
You got to say dripping the Hammond onesie. We've been talking about that. How can we get the group? We're all going to hit the club. We're all going to be in the Hammond onesies, so we don't lose track of each other in the crowd.
Yeah,
that's right.
It's got a nice little pouch in front as well. So if you want to go grab coffee in it, you can put your wallet in there. You can put your keys, your phone.
Little utility frocket.
That's right.
Yeah.
And imagine you're taking that onesie off, and underneath you got your Stadium merch on. Sheesh. So much drip.
That would be dripped.
That's what they call it. Yeah, okay. Is it dripped? Is that what we call it? Sure.
Yeah,
and if you don't want to leave the house to look drippy, as the kids say,
you're on it, so just go with confidence. Go with confidence.
Okay, I should just say it more confidently. Thank you so much. Why don't you just rock some in-game goodies by earning an epic loot box? All you have to do is play Overwatch 2 Stadium mode, grab a friend, win a match. If you win one, it counts as 2 games as well, and you just need to win 2 to get the box. So it's
I got some nasty Stadium builds. Hit me up, guys, if you want some OP builds.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for me to keep declining all these.
Are they behind a paywall
to get the wins?
Is this a side hustle thing?
No. It's for Matt. Matt needs them. Matt needs a crazy OP build.
That's true. I get all my builds from Jake. His little masterclass there. So I'm dominating.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Jake's here to help out the masses. He's educating, he's guiding us. We also have a new patch that dropped this very week, so we do need the extra help, right? So let's take a few minutes to discuss and highlight some of the changes that we think might impact what we are seeing this weekend. And when I say we, I really just mean Jake. So please, what do we need to know?
I mean, I do think the nerfs might be the most impactful that we see this weekend, with Farah getting both of her meta perks nerfs. So the barrage is going to move a little bit slower with the minor perk, and the concussive pull is going to be a little bit weaker. Kind of wondering, I still think you'll probably take the moving barrage. It's so insanely useful. However, the concussive blast, I wonder if maybe there's room to change it up with the perk meta. Freya and Sombra both getting some small nerfs. I don't expect to take them out of the game, but it could open things up for other possibilities. And on the other side of the board with buffs, I feel Hazard got some nice QL changes. Expect to see maybe more Hazard this week. I think he was already fine before, and just a little bit better lifesteal, a little bit better ledge mantling. These are kind of nice buffs for him. Soldier got a change to the major perk stim pack, which means to me, I think that stim pack actually starts to look pretty good, especially if you're getting healed, you're getting pocketed. It's only damaging you. It's not putting an anti-heal on you, so you can still get healed by your supports. Gen.G is interesting with the up and down, of course, with 2 less shots, so 24 instead of 30 shots in the mag. However, your projectiles are going to be a little bit faster. I'm not convinced the projectile speed matters all that much. Most of the time on Gen.G, you're pretty close range, but I think having 2 less shots is a big deal. So I actually think this is a pretty significant nerf to Gen.G, even though it is up and down.
This does, I think, though, in my opinion, right? Hazard, we were already seeing start to creep up in play last week. I think this definitely makes him even better, in kind of that no dive category, and then also even into Maga compositions. And then I think with the Freya nerf, it kind of opens the door for Sojourn to come back in, right? I think Freya was definitely taking Sojourn's slot, but with Freya getting some nerfs, I definitely think it opens things up for some Sojourn. Sojourn's pretty good with Hazard. It all starts to make a little bit of sense.
Right. So do you feel like there's a particular player or team that will be heavily impacted by these small changes?
I mean, EMEA just wants to play Maga, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's such small tweaks across the board. don't honestly expect this to be very game-changing. I think this is more like a little subtle tweak, and we might see just a shift in popularity. But with, of course, hero bans being in, you know, you can already see so much variance. Teams are already practicing such a diversity of strategies. I don't expect this to be, you know, a big winner, big loser. These small patches now are going to be a little bit less impactful when the existence of variance with hero bans already there.
Right on. Yeah, Freya, which you touched on, having a little nerf here. Actually, the most banned DPS here overall and most banned DPS in the EMEA region. So we decided to talk a little bit more about Freya after seeing her in play and in action for just 2 weeks. We're going to show our lovely casters here, the Butter Bros or whatever, some clips.
Butter Bros, I like
pros.
that. I like
that.
that.
Yeah, that's also
Butter Bros.
viable.
We're gonna show them some pros playing Freya from last week, and they'll have to determine if it was a Freya or a Frey kind of situation. It's a wordplay here. We're trying to implement a Danish, which if I would pronounce it more Danish, then it wouldn't be as funny though. It would be Freya or Frey, I believe, in Danish. So it doesn't work. It works in the written version. Anyway, it was very smart and very funny. And
Yeah,
it was
I
our
believe
first
you.
clip. Thank you, Matt.
Renowned world
really
expert
just-
on languages, Matt Mr. X.
Yeah,
That's right. That's
you know,
right.
I
Okay, here's our
translated
first
it.
clip. Here is Quartz on Freya. Is that a Freya or a Frey?
Let's see. He's doing good so far. That first kill was pretty clean. Strong opener. Now it's just clean up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Freya, right?
I mean, this
he's
guy's been
kinda-
crushing.
Yeah, this is the type of hero though that like fits Quartz's type of style perfectly. Like it feels like this is a hero he should be awesome at, and I mean, I think you just see the strength of Freya here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a sort of individualistic carry hero in the flexibility, the mobility it offers, but you know, the pick threat as well. So it's been fun to see players like really sink their teeth in. And Quartz, I feel like we got to know him as a player really on the Sojourn, which has some similarities in terms of the style. It's like a little bit less static.
Okay, so we give Quartz the Freya.
This
Well
is
done.
a Freya. This is no doubt
Yeah.
Freya. This
Yeah,
guy's
yeah.
the standard
Freya.
bearer on Freya.
Okay, next clip. It should be coming up right here. Okay, can't know where
Kyo.
this is going. I have a faint memory of Kyo playing
See what we got here.
Freya.
Oh, that clip ended, bro. I didn't.
Okay.
Ooh. All right.
Is there like a middle ground, like a Frey meh?
Yeah.
Like a Frey meh? I mean,
reload his
we're
pain.
seeing some good, but I can't see it's all Freya.
You know, he did his job in this clip. He's not.
Yeah, he's fine. I'm like 60-40 Freya here.
Okay. So I think we can go for a Freyma.
Yeah, this is Frey, man.
Yeah, I just changed
But if
the
you're
rules of the game
if
on the fly.
you're Freyma, then you might as well just go Sojourn.
All right,
you know what I
Exodio.
mean?
Yeah. Oh,
Ulti. Was a little, oh wow,
wide
he did it
left.
dirty. He just the missed ulti is the first clip. Oh my god.
yeah, the miss ulti's first clip.
Could happen.
He does
Wait till
have
we get that
swag
back.
though.
Ooh,
The gun
wait, that was
skin
nasty.
is kind of swaggy, so
That kill on
gotta be
Shockwave
some
was
points
clean.
in there.
He's serving, yeah.
That kill on Shockwave was very clean.
Let's see this bola. This bola's got to make up for the last one.
Oh, over the top.
We're going high.
He doesn't see it coming. Ooh, big one.
Okay, that's
Nice.
good. Freya.
Damn, he's just really be taking down Shockwave in these clips. I'm gonna say Freya. He put that work on Shockwave. A couple, you know, the
Yeah,
this
look.
bola is a little bit of an L, but
Nah,
say
he
overall.
was lagging during the first bola. He had a little like,
Right, right.
Maybe a little screen tear there. You know, just lagged a little bit.
little screen tear. You're just saying words, dog. You're just saying words.
Like wide left. Like I'm trying to cover you, Cody. My bad.
All right, Tree been hitting some crazy clips on the Freya.
Yeah, I mean,
I saw an insane one on Twitter like a week ago. This is like the hero Tree was meant to play.
yeah, it's tough for him to even find people because his team is just killing everybody.
Clean up.
That's kind of nice.
Everybody
though.
do your share. Nice,
Honestly,
too.
like,
Oh my god, he hit that. That would have been crazy.
the movement and like the bolt shots of Freya, like even if the person was like mid at it, it just kind of looks awesome. So I
You're
feel
like bullet timing in the air. I'm gonna say Freya
Yeah.
with this. Tree's been the standard bearer for me on Freya.
Because like overall, we had more Freyas than Frey nice.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say so. We've seen better
Yeah.
performances, I think. we've seen some players just completely try and avoid playing Freya, like playing like Ashe and Sojourn, so we haven't, maybe they would be our Freyna players, but we haven't gotten the opportunity yet.
Yeah, I think a few teams just had to warm up to her. So like week 1, again, she's also banned very often, so you still need to make do without her. And then in week 2, we saw more teams picking her up. Labda was playing it last week as well, after we saw none of that in week 1. So yeah, very excited to see how much more she will be played and impact the bans here as well, and the strategies for all those teams. Now, before we get into today's matches, let's take a quick glance at the EMEA standings after just 2 weeks of play. What are our big surprises here, guys?
I mean, honestly, Gen.G being really down on the ropes right now is rough for them. Like post rebuild, this was supposed to be okay. Like this is our season. We're making the comeback in stage 2. Stage 1 wasn't it for us, and they're kind of in the same spot, maybe worse than they were before. I mean, I don't think they're going to be like eliminated 7th, 8th come the end of this. There's a lot more games to play. However, yeah, that's just like not, this is a team that wanted to be top 3, that felt like they should be top 3.
They didn't account for my man Willy's coming in with quick esports, started mopping it up here. I mean, they could easily be 2-0. I mean, they end up losing that game 5 to VP. So quick esports is really the thing that stands out to me the most, right? Obviously, really good performances thus far. We'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, they took VP to a 5th map as well, even though they lost the game. I think they just kind of went under the radar against most of the top teams. We just didn't quite have them picked as like this top tier mid-level team who can definitely take it to the big dogs. Now let's take a look at today's schedule to see who is up to play. We're starting with a banger. VP going up against OWCS. That ought to be a good one. And then Gen.G and PEPS, 2 teams who really are desperate to get those dubs on the board, because for both of them, the stage doesn't get any easier in terms of scheduling.
I think this VP OWCS game really is very likely to be the decider of the 1-2 seed in the region, right? Like these are the 2 teams kind of firmly on top. Twisted Minds has been really competitive, but you know, think about last stage, these were the 2 teams that we came to see, you know, from an international perspective to compete. And so for VP and Katsuya, I mean, they have to know that this is a very high stakes match for both of these squads.
This is also a must win, I think, for Gen.G. Like it's really early on, obviously, like to say this game
but
is
it's not that early on. It's actually not that early on.
They have Twisted Minds coming up. They have Katsuya coming up. I mean, they have very tough. This is like one of the more winnable matches that they're going to have, and that's a scary spot to be.
Absolutely. Yeah, and again, I don't think it's very early because we're literally in the halfway point through stage 2. So you need to get those dubs on the board, especially against teams where you're considered the favorite. So yeah, we will be talking more about that, of course, after this first match. So let's dig into that one though. Virtus.pro against OWCS. What have we seen and learned from those 2 teams already in the first 2 weeks? Let's start with, I believe OWCS is the first team we're going to take a close look at. Yeah, OWCS, they are coming off of yet another victory. Their new tank Ziad made a lot of had a lot of great performances thus far. Like his debut was pretty much like spotless. Like this squad just looks really, really good. Labda as of last week also on that Freya, which prompted the bans coming out from the opposition there as well, just to try and shut him down, because the whole team is just looking really good, very clinical.
For me, Jake, this has been the best team in EMEA thus far. Like, I think Ziad is proven, right? I know got playtime during stage 1, but now kind of like, you know, securing that starting spot here, right? I know as the main tank for OWCS, like can play the div at a high level. We're seeing him flex over some other stuff, and then I think just continue to be impressed with Labda's ability to go from a player we historically had already just kind of like written down as a Pharah one trick and play the Sojourn, play the Freya, play other things at a high level. I also think Kelix coming in just adds like a level of stability to this team that maybe they didn't have before.
I totally agree. I think Katsuya is a really tough opponent, even for a squad like VP. However, if there was a team to take them down, it would be Virtus.pro. This team had an immaculate stage 1. They brought back like the same thing, the running it back one more time. Jwoo and Shockwave have been an incredible dynamic duo. Shockwave looks great on the Freya and has the flexibility to go off it. And then Jwoo for me has been like one of the most impressive DPS in EMEA at all this stage.
Yeah, I also want to highlight here that we do have Ice Glom in the mix here too. So now now Vistola is sharing that tank duty, and they've subbed him in quite frequently as well. So there is a clear strategy to who is playing and when, and it's been working well for them.
Yeah, it has. Though I think, Jake, you can probably speak to it more, like where teams have started to try and go away from having the 2 tanks and like, okay, can we find a tank who has all of these in the pool? Because it's really difficult at times where your tank is like your shot caller, kind of your like, you know, stable force in the team. You're kind of moving it around all of the time. It seems like VP, it's obviously out of a sense of like necessity in terms of hero pool, but definitely seems like something that's going away more, it feels like, globally.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that they started picking it up here in Stage 2, and Vistola spoke to that actually, I think it was last week or week 1, where he said like it's difficult for him to sit out on those games and watch from the bench for when Ice Gnome is now getting the playtime, right? Whereas other tanks, they get all the playtime and all the rehearsal time is essentially with the team. Well, let's see how this is going to play out against Alcatia, whether or not we're going to see Ice Gnome in the mix here as well. We'll find out in just a second, so please, Butter Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. Well, this is going to be a big match for the stakes this entire stage, right? These are the 2 teams who really are vying for the top slot, want to get that direct qualifier at the best possible seed out of EMEA. Opening ban from Virtus.pro is going to be the Lucio, so putting some pressure on Kelix's hero pool, but Kelix looked good on the Juno previously, has the flexibility to compete, has a lot of experience, right? Been playing at the highest level for a long time, and the responsive Ash ban from Alcatia, knowing that that's an extreme comfort pick for Shockwave.
It's what Shockwave's been wanting to play, right? We've seen him go over towards the Ashe, even when Freya and Sojourn are kind of like the dominant forces in the mix, so to speak, in terms of the meta. And I think Zoe also kind of mentioned there towards the end, Jake, is something that Vistola mentioned a few weeks ago. Like, he goes from basically having 100% scrim time to, you know, you're trying to work Ice Gnome in, maybe he's got 20-30% of scrim time, right? Because they're trying to get that new player in the mix. So a huge change. We're actually going to see the legs in the mix.
This is a sick comp from VP, a ton of poke. However, Katsia, they have a lot of dive pressure. If they can come in from the flanks, hit the backline, you could be in real trouble here. Vistola going to be the first one to step up, take the point, but here's that flank pressure we talked about. Tracer, Kiri, they're going to be the ones to take action. For now, though, Lari holding the line well, but Labda finds Gala, and when you lose the support in this comp, things start to get really rough. Virtus.pro falling back, Fixa now in the sights for Tracer. No second healer to keep him up. And it seems like this is going to be a kite out from VP, just trying to cut their losses. Vistola, though, doesn't have the mobility to get back, is going to be cleaned up, and Tracer hunting for even more.
It's so built for VP around just poke damage, right? With the Alari and the Baptiste and that backline. I know Vistola trying to move up on the Sigma to kind of take space slowly, that when you lose a player and you start to lose that damage output, it definitely hurts. So we'll see VP actually just go completely away from it. They'll actually end up matching Alcatia in terms of comp outside of Fixa playing the Brig. So they will still have a Brig in the mix.
I'd like to bring into the D.Va matchup, but that's a really rough, I mean, that's a 5-man swap. That's a lot of tempo there. And so as they come in this retake, checkmate's close to the pulse bomb. Look at Lab to 85 to that bola shot. So powerful potentially to open this. I wonder if Vistola is going to be ready to deal with that early. Duel in the sky already going down. Lab to take some pressure. Both teams happy to trade here, but Katsia close to ultimates, able to heal up on point, and Checkmate finds Gala in the action. Flank now pushing in from Labda, potentially unscouted here, looking for that chance to connect the bola. Vistola incredibly low, and Katsia once again wipe the floor with Virtus.pro, and they're gonna further delay Vistola. This could be a long delay.
Dude, this is
not
brutal.
Close to the edge of the map.
If you were gonna lose this fight for VP, right, you needed to like drag it out a little bit longer, force maybe Alcatia to end up using some of those ults, because you make that 5-player roster change in terms of heroes for VP. You set, you know, all your ultimates basically down to like 15%, but then you don't even give yourself a chance to build up any here with that previous fight, right? The fight ends up going in Alcatia's way so fast. They don't need to invest anything, and then they also don't allow them to build up anything on their side. I mean, the points are already at like 75%, Jake. They may get like, you know, just one set of ultimates here, which would be wild.
This is grim. They might not get ultis at all, Matt. We're getting to the last fight. Here's the initiation coming in from Alcatia, diving in. Labda already finds Fixa with the help of the orbital ray. Shockwave here trying to get something done on the flank, but he's getting cut down. Landon hunts him on the Kiriko. And this map is over before it even really began. Katsia starting the series with a bang. I mean, this is worst case scenario for Virtus.pro. That has got to set you back mentally.
That is an ugly first round from VP. And they, like you mentioned, they never actually end up building up towards some of these ultimates. Like a bola shot from Shockwave comes in there at the very end, right? Just kind of in garbage time. But it's a complete round dominated start to finish by OWCS. VP with their comp at the beginning never really ended up with an opportunity to end up building up towards anything, any type of situation where they could end up winning the fight. So curious to see where they go from here.
Checkmate dying in the touch the spawn door challenge was the only death that round. I mean, so you just got absolutely nothing from that on VP. Maybe it was just a bad comp. Maybe, you know, like the wrong read, thinking they could get the Sigma. Just didn't work, got brutally punished by Katsia. So it's a reset on control, on to the next round, bringing out the Orisa for Vistola. The Brig as well, but Katsia has been firing on all cylinders. Really, I think, need Shockwave or Vistola to get some production early in this fight.
I mean, dude, this team has been so good here early on at EMEA, and I obviously think VP was the test we were waiting to see, at least after that first round. It seems like they're going to be able to give them a very good game. It's Jaewu goes into the backline here on the Gen.G, so Ziad trying to put some pressure down.
Oh, big connection here from Ziad. He's very low, getting aggroed. Too difficult to push into that Brig Juno. And losing the mech early is pretty painful. Still, Katsia gonna threaten the cap first. Virtus Pro have got to get and gotta stop this cap. Surely they will. Vistola wants to charge forward, pops the Fortify, diving in. Gen.G, oh, and the nice spear off the map. That's gonna take down Ziad. Should portend a winning fight here for VP. You see Katsia already backing out with the supports, trying to keep players alive. But Jaewu oversteps the mark there. Thought he was gonna get healed. A bit of off-sync play there, and Katsia gonna have a power play on the retake.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's a way you can actually kind of push into this now, right? Because you end up losing Jaewu, you'll be back in the fight rather quickly. But you know, with that TP from Checkmate, you can get back in the action pretty quick here for OWCS. As it looks like, at least to me here, Jake, they're trying to get control of this high ground here, trying to maybe isolate one of the players on VP.
Yeah, Ziad taking a lot of aggro, pressuring the Brig, but Virtus Pro fighting well, grouped up together, close on some of these key ultimates. Shockwave with the bullet shot. Is he going to look to get in here? So far, Symmetra's been quiet, but there she go, finding into the backline. One support down for each squad. Fixa with the rally should be able to overwhelm Ziad out of cooldowns and is going to be cut down. So Fixa looks to be cleaning this one up. Symmetra making a play, but it just wasn't enough. The ulti advantage, winning the fight for VP. We're going to have a pause, but it's a nice start to the round for VP. Call the timeout.
It's a timeout here for OWCS. It's kind of wild to say that, like, it looks like OWCS has an advantage when, like, Ziad is able to play some of that Diva, at least here early on, because, like, Diva, you would say is like Vistola, one of his best heroes, right up there with, like, the Sigma as well. But in this Orisa head-to-head, it definitely seems like VP has a better sense of how to kind of play around the Orisa and just when to take these fights.
I do think the Symmetra feels awkward in that map in the Orisa mirror, and VP are really playing well around it. Like, they're falling back constantly. They're not letting Symmetra get that left click charged up, not making it about a duel of Orisas at close range where Sim can be effective. And even though Checkmate's like making plays with the TP, I would say that's like an over performance from what you can expect, whereas the Gen.G really does add a level to the front line, especially being able to deflect Orisa's spear and block all her damage. You know, I think it really makes that frontline battle so much more difficult for Katsia. So we'll see. Maybe that Sim wall, I mean, it is going to be super potent. Maybe that gets them the flip, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Checkmate swap over and take that Gen.G mirror. Despite the nerfs, I think the character does just fit really well in the comp.
Because if Sim doesn't start to ramp with her, you know, primary fire, she's like a glass cannon in terms of like a DPS hero, right? Like, not a lot of survivability. So like, if, you know, Checkmate uses the TP, goes in, like, if you can just get away, like Kite, and put down damage as he's trying to move forward, it's going to be very difficult for them to get him out, right? They don't have like a defense matrix or anything to kind of like eat up some of the damage, so you should be able to find those kills on the Sim. The bad parts is when the Sim lives, you're fighting in this like neutral battle, you allow her to ramp to like 100, and then you're just getting mowed down. But we'll jump back into this one. It'll be Vistola with a Terror Surge here, potentially trying to set up like at the door here, lock some of these players in. Terror Surge Bullet Shot has been like a really interesting combination that maybe we see come out.
Yeah, Checkmate needs to be sharp with the Sim wall. That's going to be your best defense here. Are they going to try and TP out? No, looks like they're just faking bottom right. Going to speed out top left. Looks like the move does get them into position. Landon going to open with the orbital ray. Big shots from above. Can you retrieve your VP? You're dropping very low. A couple more shots. They're trying to cut down Shockwave. They are able to get that kill. So +1, some value there. Terror Surge slams down. TP just out in the moment. Jaewu with the blade though, rallied, crushed by Kellex, and now Katsia cleaning the floor, getting their first retake of the round. Just stall now for VP, trying to get what they can. They are able to somehow burst down Labda. It's a nice pickoff, but VP falling a little bit later. Checkmate, of course, Landon could TP taxi that
It is a decent amount in use there, though, Jake, right? They end up using the Terror Surge, they end up using the Blade, right? So nothing there thrown in for VP, and OWCS, that's an absolute must-win fight, right? The game would have been probably over at this point, where Checkmate does a nice job using that TP to get out of the Terror Surge, and then a nice bash from Kelix on a J when he uses the Blade. So see if they can hold on any longer.
Big sim wall there. Splits apart the back line. Now the duel in the sky is so crucial for the round. Shockwave trying to find the bola shot, is backing off now. And that sim wall is starting to get very awkward here for the players into the fight. And Ziad went just a little bit too deep there, overextending, couldn't escape back to his squad. And that's a painful loss. Now VP going straight to the cap, forcing the issue. No one really to contest for Katsia, right? The lack of the Gen.G being felt. Katsia trying to fight this one out, but they're very low. Not that many players alive. Lambda finds one in the chaos, but the flip came early, and that could be the rounds already for Virtus Pro. These late deaths, these staggers, super painful, going to be very costly. And I mean, I don't know if there's even going to be a touch here. Maybe like a Wrecking Ball desperation play, but against Rally, good luck.
It's going to be Ziad trying to get there on the Orisa, and he is met with just about everything there from VPs. Yeah, without that Gen.G, right, you're not able to kind of juggle the point as well. We talk about how Sim lacks survivability. You can like kind of TP in and out, but without that, right, you don't have something as powerful as like a dash to get behind cover, get to a health pack, be able to kind of go back onto the point. So that is VP fighting back in a big way. This will be probably the point, though, Jake, where not having the Ashe will definitely be felt, right? This is a point that Shockwave would have definitely loved to play the Ashe here.
Yeah, I think, you know, our opening map and downtown Sanctuary and downtown, both strong Ashe maps. So I like the bans coming in from Katsia attacking Shockwave's hero pool. I do feel like Lab is getting just a little bit better of the Freya duel, but JWoo more than made up for it in the last round. Curious to see what Checkmate's decision making is coming into this next round. What is the hero? I mean, TP to start, of course, but will he actually keep the sim?
No, I think they're gonna go with the Gen.G.
He's rocking it. All right. I'm honestly a little bit worried about this, but I do think maybe with the D.Va, the mobility is like going to be a little bit easier for Ziad to navigate, and maybe won't be as needing of the help of the Gen.G. But already you feel like the space is being kind of dominated by VP. Gen.G holding this left flank. OWCS is like backed out of mid right now, basically on retake. This is the first fight.
It's also like, what synergy does like the sim have with this, right? I think you can make an argument with like the Orisa, right? Like, you know, using that mobility, like TPing in, like sim doesn't exactly like fit into like dive in with a D.Va or, you know, play at range and try and poke or anything. Like, it's a pretty odd setup.
Yeah, and Virtus Pro is just picking them to pieces. Vistola is this immovable object with the help of the Brig Juno. And the rest of Katsia is like trying to circle around, trying to hunt for value, but JWoo's blocking them at every turn. Shockwave pumping a lot of damage. I'm starting to get worried for Katsia. I mean, I'm not seeing the vision with the sim. I think, especially with the lineup VP have, it's like, who's vulnerable to this TP dive? Like, sure, you can TP into the backline, but are you going on a Brig or a Juno? I mean, arguably that's your best target, but those are not easy kills.
If you didn't want to play the Gen.G, couldn't you? I mean, you could in theory, like, you know, go back to like the Tracer that you ran in the first one. But yeah, like Checkmate can definitely play it, right? Like, there's not a reason they can't go to it.
He's getting torqued. He's getting torqued on the sim, but he's low and needs a lot of help. Okay, he is going to get traded out. Bola shot from Shockwave, but already takes his bola shot from Lambda. And now Lambda, the last Freya up on the map, going to have some pre-rain to clean up in the sky. Some opening pickups. Sim just playing a little bit more for the frontline pressure. Looks a bit better in that style. So maybe there's a way to play this where, okay, the flanks are going to be dominated by JWoo, by Shockwave. And maybe if Checkmate can make this, you know, a question like we talked about of just getting that energy, could be more effective.
And I wonder if now that you have control of the point, you can be a little bit more effective with the sim, right? In controlling the chokes and controlling the space, right? It's a little bit more awkward, like trying to push into the Orisa and kind of like find some of those angles. But now that they have to kind of set the pace,
shots
might be a little easier.
They barely saved Juno there. Big Terror Surge though by Vistola, damaging a lot into this frontline. Sim, Brig already going down, and without that frontline, there's not much hope for Katsia to make a clutch in this fight. Vistola still has some cooldowns, going to be chasing in, looking for cleanups on the point. Some stall coming in. Even Vixa baits his own life, does get picked off, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. The pressure comes in, the flip as well. And VP make a nice kind of, I mean, Landon, or rather, Gala almost went down at the start of that fight. It could have been a very different engagement. Katsia committed a lot for that kill and just barely couldn't get it.
Yeah, and OWCS takes a ton of damage from Vistola's Terror Surge, and they just don't have the rally at that time to be able to kind of try and keep players up. They end up using the orbital ray like pretty early. where the Terror Surge kind of comes in towards the end of it, so they don't really get the huge benefits of it, but still, it's a ton of damage put down there by Vestola. But I mean, this is Lap taking out Jabu from across the map. I mean, he's got Blade. That's a huge pick.
And I don't know if you even need to ult here. I mean, they're going to try and get it done. Okay, response to the orbital ray is going to be that immediate rally. Gala goes down in the chaos. This is a good fight now for Katsuya. Simwon getting a lot of value, too difficult to contest into. VP trying to back out of this one. I think Vestola is going to be caught. Jabu went in that start of that fight, tried to get a kill on one of the backline, but got punished, right? Dashing out, just didn't have the cooldowns to escape, especially with Checkmate on the field. Now you just have the DPS ults for VP, but could be kind of hard to open things up with just the Blade, right? Without much support, especially with the mobility from this Katsuya comp. This is where Sim is actually pretty potent. TP is kind of a problem for you on Gen.G, especially when you're trying to catch a target and blade them down.
Yeah, and if you're not able to get anything with this Blade or Bola, could be quite dangerous, as that is going to be some damage down on the Checkmate. It's going to be Landon actually using the orbital ray here in response to the Blade, so it doesn't seem like the Blade is going to get much of anything outside of getting that orbital ray out.
Landon, super low, getting packed, still trades out with Shockwave though, and the fight is good for Katsuya. Fighting tons of kills there. Despite forcing the TP with the Bola, Jabu just wasn't able to get in and do enough. The Ray was too threatening. The heroes on Katsuya, too much damage to be brought to bear, especially against Gen.G. Deflect, not that valuable. And Jabu, there's a question, can he even touch immediate forward hold here from Katsuya? They're trying to choke them out. The Sim turrets are there, denying the walk forward. It's going to be a rally, forcing the touch here. Maybe this rally can find a kill. Fixa fighting strong, and Kelix does go down. Maybe didn't expect that rally in time. Overtime here, grabbed by Jabu, and to keep the fight in contest. Fixa now being targeted down by Ziad, but he's got support behind him, and Ziad maybe forced into an early self-destruct. This on the other side of the full fight. Vestola struggling, falling low, and seems like just barely Katsuya might be getting this one over the line. Self-destruct here in a very difficult spot. Hard to contest into this. Jabu, Gala, the last one standing, and Katsuya get the cleanup. They should be winning map one.
Yeah, and Ziad playing so aggressive, knowing he has that self-destruct in his back pocket, right? That extra life, but gets into a good position to be able to use it towards the end. And ultimately, it is Katsuya taking that first map. And really, it's that fight where they end up having Jabu get picked early. You're not able to get a use of the Blade in that fight. And then it kind of goes into the next fight, right? Where you have both of your DPS ults, but they have the orbital ray on the other side. And you're forced to push into the orbital ray in the Sim. And then I believe it's also some kills there from Ziad and Lab that end up cleaning it up. So brutal scenario towards the end there from VP, but Katsuya pull it out.
I was doubting the Symmetra. Honestly, I was getting worried for them, especially after round 2. But I think with the D.Va being able to just play a little bit more defensively, let Checkmate have time to play the Sim almost as a poke hero. Sometimes getting, high energy, trying to kill like Briggs and Orissa's. Sometimes just spamming with the right clicks over time. And Jabu was the one who kind of felt forced to make a play. He's on Gen.G. He's got to make something happen. And against D.Va, it looked to be a lot less effective to actually force that kind of engagement.
Well, it's kind of funny because the Sim is almost like a bait in that type of scenario, right? Like, they want to focus the Sim because it's the squishiest target, but you have the packs, you end up having some defense matrix able to keep Checkmate up a little bit longer than with the Orisa in the mix, right? Not really a lot of defensive help offerings with the Orisa directly to Sim, but when you have that extra utility to keep Sim alive that allows Sim to ramp, then if she lives through the initial dive pressure, you're going to end up winning the fight, right? So that's a really nice adjustment there from Katsuya.
Yeah, I like the way that they played that. And honestly, the hero bands look solid. It's a great opening map, but VP still showed a lot of strength, a lot of life. I still think they have a lot of roads back into this series. We're gonna have to see how they go from here as far as map picks and the hero band draft. I do think taking away Shockwave's Ashe was pretty potent. I think Ashe probably one of the better DPS at answering the Freya, right? No problem shooting up at those flyers. Can be annoying. I don't think Freya really has the raw DPS to kill Bob compared to something like the Sojourn, who really doesn't mind railing Bob down. So, maybe Ashe could be something that you want to lean on a bit more deeper into the series for VP. Also good against the Sim.
It does feel like, though, there's more solutions for Katsuya than VP. Like VP, let's say you ban out Sojourn. Let's say you ban out Freya here. I mean, Lab is just going to play Sojourn, plays at an extremely high level, right? You've already banned Lucio, so that allows Kelix to kind of play that as the series goes. So Circuit, this tells me they want to play like a Orisa Sigma type of matchups potentially. If you're VP, what do you like? I mean, Sim's not really going to be an option here, right? In theory, I mean, you could play it here actually. I mean, we've seen teams play it with like Sigma in some really weird setups, but Like, do you get rid of the Freya, make it more of like a Sojourn long-range Ashe type of map? But it feels like OWCS kind of has responses to a lot of that stuff.
I think there's also a question here for Labda about the Widow duel, because Labda has shown some impressive performances on Hitscan, but from my perspective, the Widow duel is like kind of like the last frontier of playing Hitscan, where you really want like the pure hard expert in the matchup. And I wonder, Ziad, I feel like I haven't really, or not Ziad, rather Labda, I haven't really seen him play much Widow. I mean, he's looked insane on the other Hitscan, but I would think if I were Katsuya, I would probably want to ban Widow on this map just to simplify the matchup and allow Labda play in a little bit more of his comfort zone. And the same token, though, VP, if they want to prevent that, they could open with a DPS ban just to prevent it.
Well, I think if you're VP, I imagine you want to play like Sigma or Orisa. I imagine you maybe even think of banning one of the tanks to protect the fact that Sigma, like, you know, OWCS could just get rid of like Sigma, right? And then what? That's very true. You're playing like into the Diva, right? Which is exactly kind of what they want to do. So like there's a trade-off here, right? Because if you don't do that, then they could definitely get rid of one of the tanks. If you get rid of like a tank, then OWCS could get rid of Widow, right? If you wanted to play it. So really interesting predicament here.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see, you know, some of the support picks as we come into this. But of course, you guys, we do have drops on today, so make sure you've always got your BNet linked. Got to stay locked in. You got to be grinding these drops out.
Guys, we run. Just take a screenshot of this graphic, guys. We you know, I see everybody. It drops on. It drops on. They're always on. Look at that. You know, it goes from here all the way to 28th. 28th, we change it up. We give you new drops. But make sure you're connected. Make sure you get these. What's your favorite one out of these, Jake?
I'm kind of digging that name card, like the running through the open country
mountains. Yeah,
it's kind of a vibe, actually.
That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. It's a lot of running for me.
You're a big runner.
I mean, where am I running? It's like I don't know. Like
from the TV to the phone.
Yeah, I didn't go to the gym with some of my buddies here, because like they're like, man, you know, they have kids and they're like, yo, I need to do some type of physical activity. And the other day we were like, wouldn't it be awesome if we could just send like AI robots to the gym for us, and it would just make us feel like we went to the gym, and then just still be at home just doing nothing. But okay, that would kind of defeat the whole purpose. Oh, sweet, we see a Juno ban there.
A Juno ban. I didn't see the response ban, but it's interesting the Juno ban comes in. So it's sort of like, I think in a way this makes sense, because probably your biggest worry, like we talked about, is are you worried about the Sigma? Are you worried about the Widowmaker? But really, I think your biggest problem if you're VP is just the opportunity for Katsuya to play like a super high tempo style with, you know, Sim or Gen.G or Lucio or Juno, just like really fast, aggressive play that punishes the greed from Virtus Pro, whether it's the Widow, whether it's the Sigma. And so by taking out the Juno, you mitigate some of that threat.
Yeah, and for VP, they actually get rid of the Ram here early on, so that's their first ban. That's another one where, right, you get a tank out that potentially could play into the mix, and you also protect the Sigma and the Orisa. We'll actually get this changed up. It is actually OWCS on defense here. So we'll get that one.
I've been trolled by the bans. My whole logic was wrong, because it was in fact OWCS banning the Juno. But they're gonna roll out with a pretty heavy dive setup, and VP, I think this is just a scout from Bastola.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any intention of actually playing Wrecking Ball here. And VP going with the counter pick, and it looks like it is gonna be the Sigma. Checkmate still sticking with the Pharah despite some of the nerfs. I feel like on a map like this, you're not too worried about the perks. Maybe you're a little bit more focused on just the raw spam.
But Jake, with this VP comp, right, you kind of, obviously, it's another comp that's pretty similar to what they started out with, right?
Oh my.
On Busan, it's very poke heavy. Gala ends up getting picked off first. But like, the players on OWCS, there's so much mobility and the ability for them to escape and like mitigate damage. It's gonna be hard, I think, to find some of these picks.
Yeah, I'm also sort of questioning the Mei from Jwoo. He's gonna have to get a lot of work done just sniping and putting down big damage, because I don't think Katsuya really have any intention of fighting the cart. I think they are just gonna almost poke. And despite your comp from VP, I wonder, like, do you actually win an extended poke trade? Maybe you just need the Mei to get the Diva off the cart.
Yeah, we've seen teams actually run May, in EMEA here a few times now, and it's really been more about like trying to split a player off and then kind of run them down, but that's obviously not the comp that VP is going for, right? No ability to kind of like add speed to anybody on the team, and you lose Gala yet again, so 2 times in a row, it's the Alari getting picked first.
Yeah, Jwoo still trying to take this fight, though. The trade comes back in onto checkmate, so it's still a winnable scenario. Drone Force now. Fixa trying to make some kind of a play here with the Amp Matrix. Labda in the meanwhile does win the duel, looking for some more, taking a risk here, swinging wide with the help of the Diva. Missing a couple shots, though. The nice moves from Fixa are going to keep him alive and allow him to be that last man standing. Vistola, meanwhile, has been pushing this cart the whole time. Ult from Landon, has to be careful. Is shield blocked by Vistola. Ulti over the top from checkmate, does find the tank from Virtus Pro, and I wonder if this is going to stymie some of the progress. The odds low, but he's going to be able to get out of this.
Yeah, Ziad gets a mech back, so we'll see. It's actually Kellex up on the high ground, who's able to now drop low with a TP. Heal him up as it'll be Gala ending up using the Captive Sun, connects to the player there, but has to dip right. Kellex ends up using the Kitsune Rush. You have players coming back from Alcatia behind this checkmate TP, so although getting very close here for Virtus Pro, not able to take that first checkpoint just yet, and now it's Ziad going on the offensive.
And has bomb too. Fixa so low, so incredibly just dodges down and kills Ziad. That's a crucial outplay from
Flux
Fixa.
gets nothing.
Yeah, Flux gets no value, but without the tank here, frontline's gonna be very hard to hold. Jwoo even has the Blizzard if he wants to use that to zone the point. Freya under a lot of pressure and is gonna get cleaned up. So Ziad, I mean, that's such a difference maker play from Fixa. He lives on like 5 HP. I think if he goes down there, that's a very different engagement.
Yeah, okay, so the bans, I guess, were flipped as well, right? We were talking a little bit about what the bans potentially.
It was VP playing. Okay, my reasoning was right.
so your reasoning was right. There was reasoning, I think, for both teams potentially. Sometimes we get the bans here. In EMEA, we get topsy turvy here in the morning, Jake, and sometimes you can tell. Like, hey, not sure on that one. This one though, you could have actually made an argument either way.
Alcatia has decided to really up the tempo here, bringing out the Lucio into the backline. But oh, the Blizzard is not quite enough. It's still zoning away a lot of the backline. But meanwhile, Ziad finally catches his prey in Fixa. Is DMEC looking to continue on in this engagement? And Katsia fighting well despite a few players dropping low. Ziad 50% to that mech, needs a little bit of help, needs a little bit of outplay here, finds the melee. And that's going to get him back into the suit, back into the fight. And VP, that's an expensive fight. They really tried to clutch that one out, and it seems like they're going to be staggered and punished.
Dude, I mean, Ziad has been so good for Alcatia here. I mean, it's very early, in the EMEA stage, but I mean, he's definitely made a very strong case for potentially best tank in the region at the moment. I mean, looks absolutely phenomenal. I had him last week in fantasy. I know Apply is pretty consistent on the Ziad train. So see, nice bola. That's gonna get actually nobody ends up dying to it. It just ends up getting the pylon.
Yeah, wasn't able to finish up the kills, but still forced a lot of the VP squad back. Now Katsia's turn to kind of lick their wounds. Ant Matrix from Fixa may discourage some of this aggression. Ziad incredibly low, going to be too low to really participate into the fight, but Landon rips the Kitsune Rush anyway. They're trying to double down into this. The big heals coming out from Baptiste with that perk now. But the sim wall over the top, going to make it very awkward for Vistola to find a connection with his ulti. He does pick up one, but is the fall up there? It seems like just might be. Labda does fall. But Vistola is low, can't really take the pressure of this combined Diva and Symmetra, not without falling back to the support of his teammates. And finally, seems like VP are going to get some cart progress rolling.
Not a ton of time left though, right? For VP, a minute and 40, it seems like a lot, but when you get close to this door, it's so easy for the defense to potentially get holds, and then the run back is so long as Kellex will end up getting a beat in this fight, be going up against Shockwave with that bola shot. So we'll see if he's able to kind of keep everybody up. The TP is also going to be pretty nice here, Jake, to cross that gap.
Ziad, 99 to bomb, really needs to get that self-destruct to continue to stall. Here's the beat coming out and diving into the backline. Fixa droning himself incredibly low so far, staying alive, staying healed. The Blizzard is zoning away some of the participation from Katsia. And it seems like Virtus Pro may be getting this one over the line. It's down to the deathmatch. Shockwave with 2 though, surely that blows it open. Ziad drops the self-destruct in the backline, but who's there to contest the point? Checkmate for now. Checkmate with 2, somehow wins it out on low HP, and Ziad is back. No way.
Yeah, Checkmate's still there. Ziad able to get another remake. As, dude, how many times have we seen, whether it's like a self-destruct or just being able to get a mech back, even from Baby Diva form? I mean, just crazy stuff from Alcatia early on. And like I was talking about, this is such a difficult part of the map to push through. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush and this Sim Wall to work with here. Bola shot as well. Alcatia looking to get a 0.2 hold.
Bola shot could be massive here.
See if the connection comes in. Simwall as well. Immediate bullet shot finds Gala, and already opening both supports down. Virtus Pro need to get out of this fight and try to reset, try to get one last touch on the point, but Katsuya giving them no quarter, going to be hunting this down. He knows there's one more to find here. Immediate shot onto Jwoo is going to force the block. May has never been more dead to rights.
Yeah, there's never been a player I would be more comfortable saying that they are dead coming out of an ice block than
the whole team
Jwoo there.
You're trying to get the touch here. Vastola does get it, but seems like it's not going to be much of a difference maker. Ziad is low, though, so hold on. Okay, checkmate, cleaning up the backline on the Symmetra. Ziad looking healthy now with the help of the Kiriko. It is going to be that cleanup Katsuya we're looking for, and they are going to be able to get that hold on second point. So overall, a very solid round from Katsuya, and I think one consistent theme we've seen is that when they start playing these dynamic, aggressive comps centered around the Diva, allowing Lab to checkmate, and especially even the supports to really get active and get into the fights, Virtus Pro, that has been their Achilles heel with Vastola in the past, right? Is things that just run them over and they don't allow Vastola to get that value in the long fight he's looking for.
And I think after map 1, if you're LCATSI, you kind of see that like that is your path to victory, right? Playing fast around this Diva and putting pressure on VP. VP, like you mentioned, right? They see probably the most success when they're able to play a little bit more of like a methodical style of play, right? Poke, work, work their way up the map, force abilities out, right? Play that type of game. Their strength wouldn't necessarily be to play at this like blistering pace, right? So Alcatia here early on doing a nice job kind of forcing that onto VP.
And VP now need to make the hold. I will say the Sigma comp tends to be a little bit more comfortable on defense, and with the push they got into second, they're going to have a few strong opportunities through the map, but you feel like it's got to start pretty strong on first point, right? They've got to get a couple fight wins here, and I'm curious to see how they fight this. Often we see the Sigma comps kind of just poke a little, but more or less fall back until the archway.
Do you think though, with the May on defense, like could you go and play like the Pharah here instead of the Sim, like potentially? Like
you could look to. I'm a believer in the checkmate Sim so far. I mean, honestly, like the way he's opened up the map, TPing the Diva in for flanks, the fundamental concept of this Virtus Pro comp is keeping the enemy in front of you, and Symmetra just attacks that core idea. So here we can see Ziad immediately take the backline, start to put pressure on, and this just gets very awkward if you're fixed. However, the team put a lot of focus fire on Ziad. He's in a bit of trouble, has to just play this one slow.
You also think to when we saw them play, as Vastola takes a little bit of damage, they're gonna have to back up. When we saw them play the Sim into like the Orisa style comps, right? It could be very difficult to get that Sim in position. But if you get the Sim in position here, right? You have the Sigma shield to charge up against. You have the May, walls to charge up against. I mean, look at this, right? He's getting charged up from around the corner, right? So he's getting charged from a safe position and then able to just fly around the corner and just, weaponize the shield.
They're resetting cooldowns, looking for the TP into the backline. Diva into that, and everyone immediately nuked down. Drone as well, forced out. Gala and Vixen just trying to stay alive, trying to keep each other into the fight. Ziad got so low, but the support was there. Perfect timing from Landon to come through. And now Katsuya, with the player advantage, may look to get a little bit more done. You're down on resources here in the defense. Ant Matrix used, but they're being swarmed over with the help of the Kitsune rush from Landon. And Katsuya wiped the floor with VP. Clock burn, no chance.
They are just getting beat up. I mean, you see Alcatia, no fear, right? They use that Kitsune Rush, they use their bullet shot, they just push straight in. Even with that Ant Matrix there, you just push right into the BAP and crew, and Fixa now going to go over to the Brig Illari. It's a bit of an odd look here. I mean, I think you're just keeping the Illari because you're close to the Captive Sun, but the comp is just very bizarre now.
Captive Sun is just not a good ultimate here, right? Like, it can get eaten by the Diva, get cleansed by the Curie. I really disagree with this decision. We'll see if it pays off for Gala. He needs it to, right? They need to find some kind of opening. But they're up against the Sim wall from Checkmate, which is a huge problem. They get a big flux. Oh, Symmetra a little bit wide on it, is going to be able to get bursted down. So just a bit of an overconfident swing from Checkmate. Does he read where the bomb's going to be? Vastola blocks it with ease. And VP seem to be fighting well, but Jwoo drops. It's getting chaotic now. You don't have that strong save from the Baptiste.
And because Checkmate's going to get a TP and get back in the action here quick, Jake, you can actually use this. Yeah, they're going to use the sound barrier and push right on in. And even with that Captain Sun, it doesn't matter. They have the protection of that sound barrier. They're going to push straight through. Lab that gets 3.
Ziad mech, though. And they can't kill Freya. So a little bit of an overextension from Ziad. But is there a punish? Is there an opportunity to touch? Desperation may well, but yeah, there's no chance you're even going to make it to the card.
Yeah, they're not going to get there.
Katsuya. I mean, this just like bringing Kelix into this roster with Ziad is firing on all cylinders, and I'm really feeling Junkbuck's fingerprints all over this team. Like knowing that, okay, VP, you want to play slow, we're just going to absolutely murder you with the aggression, with the dynamism, and the players have followed through. I mean, to be in that 4v4 scenario and just full confidence, rip the beat and dive, it's like that. To have no delay on that decision is so crucial for Katsuya, and they look great on this style.
Well, we embraced the darkness here for a little bit when we came back. It was just us in a very dark setting. It's kind of
night mode.
Yeah. It was definitely you know, that's the vibes I had last night watching the games. It was tough. Just a very, very sad time. And that a huge glass of water you got.
That is, I gotta stay hydrated, bro. I gotta stay hydrated.
That is
I'm a gamer out here, you know.
But, dude, OWCS, I mean, they look so strong. Playing around the sim, playing around the diva. It would be like so bizarre to say, like, because VP, it's like obviously Vistola very good. Like, do you need to ban diva at some point? Dude, right? Do you
need to ban sim? I mean, Checkmate's putting that work in. Like, some of these TP dives into the backline. I'm thinking like the way they broke open first point with Checkmate TPing diva into the backline, and they've been like fearless with that level of aggression. You know, Ziad is TPing into the backline, but then everyone else is like running over Vistola while your enemy team is looking at diva, and the coordination of that aggression is really hard to deal with. I mean, that is a super fast pace of play that Katsuya are showing right now.
And you're getting diva in those positions while diva also holds on to her mobility as well, right?
Exactly.
So like even if they try to collapse on Ziad, he gets there without using any defense matrix or, you know, any of his flying. So he's able to just kind of get out with relative ease. As we take a look at the stats, pretty heavily dominated here for OWCS. So continuing to get off to a fantastic start here in EMEA, and really kind of building off of what we saw from them in Champions Clash, right? I know very good performance from them at Champions Clash in Hangzhou, so looking to continue that here in EMEA, and looking like the dominant force in the region at the moment.
And I mean, the Symmetra is one of those heroes that, like, you might be a really strong DPS player, but piloting the Symmetra and crucially as a team playing around it is really challenging to adapt to in this moment. Like, this looks like something that Katsuya came in looking solid, looking prepped on. VP are reeling, and this is a rough thing to be losing to, because you don't beat the Symmetra with like some simplistic adjustment. You really have to understand the way it plays and be able to react. Like, maybe it's a fake TP, maybe they're going to TP the whole team, maybe it's just the diva, right? There's so many scenarios, and you need to make those snap judgments. And right now, VP, that's been their Achilles heel, and it's being punished time and time again here.
We've seen Sim in the past, right? You think about like I know old London Spitfire, right? Being able to take comps that weren't exactly like meta or great, and you just add so much mobility to it with the TP that it just kind of throws teams for a loop if they're not really good at playing against it or know how to play against it. So can be really good in certain situations. VP goes Runasampi, so we'll see what they decide to kind of go with here. At least from what we know, no subs coming in, right? So Ice Gnome potentially not coming in here for VP. So yeah, will be no subs on both sides.
Yeah, it could be maybe like going over to a Maga look, but with how good the diva is looking, I'm sort of wondering if we're going to see much of that. On top of that, the nerfs to Gen.G maybe hurting the style overall.
Yeah, I'd also love to see, like, if they do bring out a Maga, like what does Hazard look like now into Maga in that type of world, right? We haven't seen that so far here in EMEA in this first match. But dude, VP, I don't even know what do you ban the sim here, right? It feels like an odd ban for Runasampi, but
I think the way Checkmate's been playing it, though, I do think it could be good here. It just feels like, you know, Katsuya, the DPS they're running are going to out damage in long fights, right? With the Symmetra being actually one of the greatier DPS that you can pick in terms of like damage output, and yet they're playing with a super high tempo, and it's going to be the Freya ban. Yeah, so Katsuya ban the diva. Okay.
Well, okay, so I think those are flipped. So VP gets first ban. Yeah, VP gets first ban, and they ban.
You're reading the signs here. I'm just watching.
You gotta look. This is a rite of passage here for you.
I know. I'm being hazed.
A lot of times, you know, we blame it on Mitch because, like, you know, he gets up early, doesn't have his coffee, right? You know, he's
Mitch,
like,
put the bans in, bro. Mitch is in the back.
Yeah, but like, no, VP, they get the first ban. They get rid of diva. So That's kind of what I was like, oh, maybe you do get rid of D.Va, do you get rid of Sim? Like, they get rid of the D.Va here. So I imagine we're going to see more Rush style here, Orisa, Ramatra, things along those lines. And then Alcatia decides to get rid of the Freya, where they haven't, I mean, look, Lavdis played it, but like, they'll happily play like him on Soj, right? He's probably looked the best on Soj, in terms of him as a player individually. So this also is a weird way it kind of like works out for Alcatia again, right? Like, you know, you're saving, even if you lose here for Alcatia, right? You still end up getting your map pick and first ban. Like, you have a lot of different flexibility to go with there. Series definitely breaking Alcatia's way thus far.
I mean, it's like you said, man. Like, did you ever think you'd see the day where Vistola, VP are banning D.Va? They're like not gonna take the D.Va match. I mean, that's where Vistola cut his teeth. I do think Sigma is like, I would say his best is where he really wants to shine, because it's so, you know, mechanically intensive individually. But the fact that they're straying away from the D.Va mirror is a bit scary to me. I think part of it is the checkmate sim, because I think D.Va has a very hard time against Symmetra in the mirror match. Just you can't reliably burst her, and if you fail the burst, you're like gonna get cooked to death. So
we've also seen Alcatia so far try and play the sim with like the Orisa, and it definitely did not look as effective as when they've comboed it with the D.Va, right? So maybe you feel like you get a little bit of a 2-for-1 here, where if you get rid of the D.Va, it eliminates some of the ability for them to play the sim. So we'll see though if that breaks to be true. Is that an alpaca, or what was that?
Looks like a llama.
What a llama? Oh, okay, I was like, wait, what? What's a llama? It's like look, I'm not well versed with animals, but I feel like I would have heard about that. So we just tried to say something to us, but I don't know what she said.
So he doesn't like my double L pronunciation.
Oh, okay. I was assuming it was a shot at me, because Zoe typically is always a shot at me. Yeah, no, we have confirmation. Yeah, that was. So
they're starting with the sim. Based on past performance, I feel like they're gonna run it. Lucio as well this time, though. I actually kind of like this adjustment, the Lucio Kiri, because I don't think the Brig Juno mirror, I think the Gen.G tends to get a bit more value, but Lucio Kiri has a bit more poke threat than the alternative matchup, and so maybe you could play this slow for Katsuya and just kind of poke and prod away. VP's got to get aggressive.
The Lucio was banned in map 1, right? So not an option to play this type of composition in map 1. So it's actually, this is what opens things up. Is a lot of damage going down here.
Checkmate 1 needs to be safe, is safe, and is going to turn it on to Jwoo. Now full energy sim needs to go down. If you can't kill the sim, you will die. And Checkmate getting back to full. Kelix now getting in the engagement. Vasola running low on cooldowns, has a last fortify, stabilizing for the moment, but here's Ziad dealing with the Brig. And that was a close fight. I mean, if Checkmate falls early there, that fight really does rest on the edge of a knife, but it goes his way. And that's the power of the full energy sim, especially with the kiting potential from Lucio. I actually like this matchup a lot more. Like you mentioned, the hero bans have shifted, and especially with Labda on the Sojourn right in his comfort zone, this is a scary matchup for Jwoo. Like, you've got to send it and kill the sim with your Orisa, but if you fail, you're gonna die first every fight and look like a fool. It's not his fault, it's just the way of this matchup.
Definitely more protection for the sim, right? It'll be a Kitsune rush here already.
You're full out of this if you're VP.
So yeah, they have to run here. So if you're VP, try and kite it. Can't exactly go in there though. So you have Checkmate all charged up inside that room. This is gonna be 3 count.
No way, Vistola coming in, trying to get this touch going. OC comes out, Shockwave has it charged up first, trying to full kite here. And look at this, Katsuya nowhere to be found. Completely escaping the Sojourn, no connections out of Shockwave. And the re-up is gonna be here. They have the sound barrier, however, VP wants to respond. Ziyu opens up first, gonna be Checkmate with the sim wall, challenging to fight into. Fixa has the rally, but it's really just you up in the front line. Damage being rained in from the back here. Katsuya dropped the beat to follow up Labda, looking for his own overclock, also a relatively quiet one. Ultimate's off the field, but Ziad close to that Terra Surge. Shockwave finds Landon, so you've got to strike quickly if you want to make this one winnable. For Katsuya, immediate commitment onto the flank here, spin into the backline, big connection, Terra Surge with 2!
And dude, you can see that VP didn't, even with double support ult there, Jake, they didn't want to push into that sim wall. I thought the sim wall was like in a really odd spot at the beginning, but when VP's trying to run down the street, like Alcatia kind of turns that corner and they're like, hey, if you're going to fight us, you need to run all the way up the street and turn the corner around the sim wall. and VP ultimately doesn't want to commit, and then Ziad is able to get into the mix for the Terror Surge. You're able to get a really nice sound barrier there from Kellex. It's actually a Terror Surge from Pistola, and he's like around the corner outside of it, but is able to get that beat onto everybody, and Alcatia is just rolling.
Yeah, they look great so far. Continue to make a bit more progress. Ziad is low, though. Forced into a fortify. Maybe has gone just a little bit too far. Here's the blade pulled. No connection on the Kellex. Wall rides away. The TP gets him out of dodge. Kiriko's gone. he's fighting his demons out here on Gen.G. That was a nice blade from Jay.
He's seeing ghosts. I mean, he's like, he sees a guy, they disappear. They see another one completely gone. Is almost impossible there for Jay to get anything with the blade. Another rush here.
Big connection. Landon is low, but they're still going to keep this aggression up. Checkmate diving in, but Jaywu and Shockwave find kills of their own. Ziad, Labda, and Kellex here, the last three standing. They need to find some more, but they do find the connection. 2 versus 3, though. Double support, Orisa. Surely it's going to be too much. Ziad just doesn't quite have the damage to get through this. Kellex goes down. Ziad at least is going to die on the cart, so denying some of that return progress. VP finally get the fight when they're looking for, and Jaywu's over to the Tracer. He's had enough of dealing with these TPs. I don't blame him.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're getting the benefit of the Gen.G ult. Really, also, it seems like very difficult for him to kind of stay in that backline and put that pressure onto the Sim constantly. So over to the Tracer, maybe making his life a little bit easier. But dude, that's a big lead for Alcatia off the rip. Already about halfway through here at Runasabi.
Fight's going well for VP, though. Pretty big advantages. Shockwave tries to slam his foot down. Jaywu finds Landon. Big connections from the rails onto Ziad. No way to really heal him up, get him back into the fight. And it looks like Alcatia just going to cut their losses, take the reset. And that's the fight you needed from VP, right? Winning with just the overclock, it kind of puts you back in contention for the game. However, you're facing down a stiff challenge in this next engagement.
Well, yeah, if you're Alcatia, you definitely get another fight here before checkpoint. You're going to have the TP to get players close. You're also going to end up with that sim wall. Could be kind of devastating here. The bot approaches checkpoint. It's getting very close here for VP, as it'll actually be contested now.
OC forcing out that orbital ray. Ziad for the moment trying to hold his ground with the Terra Surge. Simwall assisting in that effort. Fixa pushed off with the rally. Vesol is out on his own here, but has the Terra Surge, so now sending it into the backline. Beat force, response from Kitsia, keeping him into the fight. Vestola maybe bit off more than he could chew with the threat of that rally. Now it's Brig in the sights for Orisa, trying to get bailed out, trying to get pulled back in the engagement. But this is a Lucio comp you're dealing with. Kitsia wants to chase this down. There's no front line in Vestola. He's got the back spawn. Brig caught alone and should be getting cleaned up here. Trying to get saved by Juno, but Ziad is just relentless, hunting this down. Now Juno may have gone a little bit too deep. Gonna be falling with her comrade. That's a great fight overall for Kitsia, and it turns into a real stagger for Virtus Pro. Painful spot. Now you're gonna maybe lose a bit more lead.
And they don't even get checkpoint there for VP, so quite brutal, right? Because we go all the way, you're going to have that stoppage in time, right? So really the clock dwindling and is against Virtus Pro at the moment. And this is actually a pretty good spot, Jake, to use this Kitsune rush, right? Right around the corner.
Cleanse.
The stick, cleanse, yep, everybody stays up.
Yeah, now this Kitsune rush so hard to fight into. Such a powerful way to amp up the damage from Symmetra. You see all the heals coming in. Landon being harassed on the backline on Jaywu, but Vesol has used all his cooldowns to survive this, and here he's running out of gas. Now who's gonna hold the cart? Backline getting scared. Full charge spear. Oh, scare everybody, hide, everybody get down. Take cover. But Kitsia just continuing to stack up the meterage here. Gonna be pushing in, potentially even making it through this arch. These charged javelins are scary, and you don't even have a confident way to start this fight for VP.
No, and for Alcatia, right, you kind of play here at the choke. You're going to end up with that Terror Surge here to potentially able to use. So we'll see Ziad. He just plays such an offensive style of play, right? I mean, you see right up there, and then they fortify, backs up, and they'll wait for VP to come around the corner. If you're Alcatia, you have complete control of this game. There's no reason to kind of overextend, force the issue. That'll be that Terror Surge. Oh, yeah, like 3 players low.
Yeah, but is the damage going to fall off? Nice body block here on the Brig. She's caught alone. She needs a little bit of help. He's going to clean it up on his own. Ziad with 2. Looking for more, trying to find that 3rd. Low HP, but he doesn't care. The rest of the VP are running for the hills, and this could be a full cap. Kitsia seizing this first seed with gusto.
Is Ziad just putting in work here? I mean, that is sick body block. Terror Surge gets a few players weak. They'll be Labda ending up using the overclock here. Shockwave with his as well. But Alcatia just making a really strong push.
And Labda still here holding the backline, still pressuring the cart. Simwall is dropped. Landon has the Kitsune rush. If he thinks he can win right here, right now, maybe this Terror Surge is enough though. Big hit on 3. Landon does commit though, trying to win this one out wisely. I think Calyx is going to hold on to the sound barrier. Seems like VP are going to stabilize at the brink of defeat, but I don't think I've ever seen a comeback from this scenario. This would be historic for VP to run it back. Now you have to contend with that possibility. Hold on, some of the kills are starting to come in. Katsia with 2.
Dude.
I don't think they expected to win this fight. I think they were down to let it go, let it, you know, drift by the wayside. Calyx is just going to die on the cart, but so scrappy and continuing to run the clock down. I mean, you got to climb a mountain right now, VP.
And that's what I mean. It's kind of like a you know, garbage time trades there, but that's another like 20 or so seconds off the clock, right? And because they don't have checkpoint, you're going to go all the way back the opposite direction. You're going to get another fight really early here for Alcatia.
Yeah, and Katsia, they don't really have to do anything. How do you initiate from VP? You don't have an ulti. You don't have a way to force this engagement to start. Big damage on the Lambda, though. Is in a bit of trouble, being harassed by Jay, who's trying to get that follow-up, but however, Checkmate getting a bit torqued up. Beat is going to be committed, and maybe you're gone a little bit too deep here. Brig, shield broken, cannot bash away. TP into the backline. He's full energy on Checkmate, cutting down Bastola with the help of Ziad. 3 kills now in the feed. Katsia cleaning up. Will they be able to get that last bit of meterage? VP, they're so close to their own spawn. It's so defensible. Jwoo, desperation mode, goes to the Venture just for the stall. And that's a really rough spot to be. You've got Terra Surge for Ziad holding the cart. The Burrow already used. This is going to be a very difficult overtime to stop if Ziad can get that Terra Surge on the point. Immediate connection onto the backline. Shockwave in trouble. And this Orisa is such a huge problem. You've got to deal with him. He's looking to spin close to your own spawn. Bastola out of resources. Can't get help from the team. And Surge over the top to finish the fight. Katsia 4 alive. Ziad, though, does drop low. Still gets 3 kills in the final seconds. No way.
Bro.
Katsia 3-0 dominate Virtus Pro. Your previous 1 seed, the team that we thought would be the best potentially in EMEA, got clapped down. We thought this was going to be a close match. It was not, Matt.
No, I mean, this is just a statement game here from Alcatia. And dude, Ziad and Checkmate combined, I mean, they put so much pressure on the opponents, and you see Ziad there towards the end, just how aggressive he's playing on that Orisa. I mean, regardless of whether it's the team or the Orisa, he is just playing so aggressive, and I mean, just a real offensive threat at all times.
Yeah, but the coordination with the team is so good. Everything they do is so rehearsed. They're always at the same page, so the aggression rarely ever gets punished. They get those crucial picks time and time again. This was so much more one-sided than I expected. I really genuinely thought that VP is going to be the team to push them, whereas the team that got closest to them was in fact Twisted Minds in their opening match against them. So this is... shocker, a bit of a surprise. Should we be worried as Virtus Pro fans here?
I think a little bit. I mean, I think the bigger question for VP is how they fare against other teams, because in the end, right, like we expect this to be closer, but we always knew Katsia would be the biggest threat for VP. So in the end, even if you lose this match for VP, like there's a world where you're still the 2nd seed. You're not that worried about like this result in particular. But for the long-term future, it's a bit scary. It's a blueprint, certainly, for other teams of how to deal with VP and their incredibly, you know, good play in the poke comps.
I definitely think it raises some questions, though, right? For VP, you know, you end up going to 5 games with Quick Esports, which obviously we know Quick was able to, you know, get that win over the Ultimates. And then for VP, what, you 3-0 Gen.G, who their only, you know, game they've looked competitive in was obviously beating Frosttails, right? So... and then now you lose 3-0 here, so it's a really bizarre start for VP, and like it doesn't get much easier for them as well, right? They end up playing they play Frosttails next, but then they play Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, like you mentioned, so they take Alcatia to 5 games, right? That's been the closest game they've had so far. Otherwise, just dominating everybody.
Yeah, and on the other side, Alcatia, I mean, their schedule is certainly going to be much easier for the second half of this stage with what do they have coming up? Quick Esports, PEPS, and Gen.G.
They play Quick next. You know, not obviously this week. They play next week, but that's actually going to be, that could be an interesting game. I mean, Quick has played obviously no Ultimates and VP very close, so like potentially that's, you know, a game that could be interesting.
Good effort there, Matt.
I think Katsia is the real deal, man. I don't even know how much I want to like criticize VP after this series. I just think this Katsia squad is really hitting their stride. I think Calyx has come into this team and his impact is being felt. I'm feeling like Junkbug's fingerprints all over the way they're playing with this like aggression, but very synchronized, very controlled, and the willingness to come and clutch some of these fights down a player. Immediate. There's no question about it for Katsia. They're taking tempo every single engagement, and honestly, that's a very scary team to upset. You know, a team with like an individual player popping off and being enabled to carry can always have a lot of variance. But a team like this where everybody's hitting, everybody's contributing with the ultimates, you know, especially I think the support line, Landon and Kelly, are getting into these fights and they're difference makers. They're winning some of these flank duels.
Yeah, it's not like you can just take one piece out of the equation and then you have the upper hand against Alcatia. Absolutely not. Everyone is pulling their weight and then some, but someone who definitely stood out above the rest has once again been their tank, Ziad, and that's why he's getting himself the player of the match honors, ending that last map with the 3K, just very casual. His Orisa looks just so good, and his Diva as well. Like, it's actually insane what he gets away with.
You could have given it to either him or Checkmate, I feel like, for this series, but Ziad on whether it be the Diva or the Orisa, like, you know, it's very rarely you kind of see, like, you know, VP get outmatched in that tank department, right? Vistola has been, you know, pretty rock solid throughout his entire career in EMEA, but Ziad was fantastic throughout this and just continuing his really strong play as a tank in the region, right? Every single game, I feel like he's making a massive impact.
Yeah, and it just feels like they're leveling up with every single series they're playing. Let's take a look at our updated standings after yet another W for Alcatia, which are now finding themselves at the very top with a 4-0. But as you said, Virtus Pro most likely going to be the second one to come out, or at the very least, top
now you're
3.
wondering, though, for a team like Twisted Minds, right? Like, they're going to start to think, hey, maybe we're the number 2 team. Maybe we can put some of that challenge on. I mean, they played Katsuya very close in the opening match for those 2 teams in the stage. And so, you know, it's getting a little scary, but Katsuya, I mean, this is a crazy lead to have this early. Like, they just need to stay locked in because this is the only danger for them here is getting overconfident. I mean, plus 9-4-0, like, they could like get 3-0'd and they're still in proceed.
Yeah, and that could be really close there at the end with the points there, because now both VP and Twisted Minds have lost against Alcatia, so that kind of puts them even, right? So,
but TM grabbed some map points, so it could matter.
You think about for Alcatia, right? What's like even more impressive, right, is they have that huge map differential and they have that undefeated record, and it's against Twisted Minds, Ultimates, and VP, right? Frosttail's in there as well, but like those are 3 of the other top teams in the region, right? It's not like they kind of got 3 layups at the start and then kind of had this crazy record. So for them, they just got to stay focused from here on out.
Absolutely. Well, the season, or rather the stage, still has some weeks of play ahead of those teams, so many things can still happen. For now, we're heading into a very quick break, and when we're coming back, we're going to take a look at Gen.G and Team PEPS. You don't want to miss it.
challenges. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they falling like a miracle.
Oh man, those skins go so hard. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to dive into our second match of the day. So we're here joined by Jake and Matt, the Butter Boys, and they're gonna get us all greased up for the second series. Team PEPS going up against Gen.G. Don't question what I'm saying. Just roll with it, guys. Just roll with it.
Yep. You heard it here first.
Yeah.
We're getting greasy here. Gen.G down and
That's right.
dirty with Team PEPS.
Brother.
Yeah, they both look like some buttery fingers because they've been dropping some series. They need to get their act together.
Team PEPS, this is not like an easy win, you know. I feel like this is a scary. This is like that scary. If you were going against Kancia, you'd almost be a little bit more okay because you're like, okay, well, this is a super hard game. We might lose, but it's not the end of the world. This is that game. Like this is that game for Gen.G. Your season.
Well, let's talk about PEPS first then. Let's talk about Team PEPS here because they came out swinging in week 1. The changes they made to the roster looked good, but that was against Frosttails. Now, last week, they kind of got put in their place by Twisted Minds. They made quick work. I had a little hope there, Matt, on Circuit Royale, but that didn't last very long. You casted that series. What was your takeaway?
But they had Soon in last week, right?
True.
So if you think back to week 1, they played Cookie and Kin. They were able to get that win over Frosttails, as we're seeing some of the highlights here from now. And then Soon ended up playing last week, and they didn't really have like a Freya look. They were forced to play a lot of like Soj with Soon. And they end up also playing Twisted Minds, right? Who they're probably outmatched anyway versus TM, but then also to be down probably their, best option in terms of like hit scan DPS. I don't know how much you actually take from that game, right? I think there's probably a middle ground between their performance from the Frosttails game and that one where they probably are, where for Gen.G, this is like, I'm not sure.
Okay, I feel like we're almost bullying them, but quite frankly, okay, so week 1 for Gen.G, they had that excuse with who are you wasn't in for like the first map, and then he came in and that like yada yada yada. Well, he was in right away against VP, and VP rolled them. All the more important for them it was to look dominant in their match against Frosttails, which they did. So they ended week 2 on a high note. They won 3-0, but we are still very concerned here, Jake.
It's scary. I mean, I think who are you, especially like to see, in my opinion, this is a pretty solid Gen.G nerf, and to have this hit like for who are you, it's such a, a specialist on the Gen.G is a little bit worrisome. We're gonna have to see, especially I think Mag, how he adapts like with this meta. Like we saw in that last match, nobody played like the conventional main tank heroes, not even like a Hazard. So for Mag, it's like, ooh, it's tough, right? Like maybe you can, the map picks, you can take us to like a little bit more of a Winston or Wrecking Ball style, but didn't see that so far. And that's kind of a worrisome sign for Gen.G.
So I also think we've been hard on this team because they were pretty good last stage. They end up faltering, double first rounded in the playoffs. And then I think like, obviously you can debate it. I believe they kind of made an upgrade in terms of like, bringing in Exodial and Who Are You? And it's just been a bit of a mess early on, right? So I think that's like, it's more of I want to see what this team can actually do at full strength versus, just being completely angry.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at their schedule to maybe visualize why we are feeling a little panicky and the very big urge for Gen.G to win this match, because it's not going to get any easier from here on out. Twisted Minds coming up, Quick Esports, who have been looking very, very scary, and then finishing it off with the region #1, Alcatia. This is an uphill battle.
That's a very steep hill, like where it gets harder and harder pretty much as you go.
Yeah.
And so that's why we're talking about this game as being a must win, because it feels like if you lose to PEPS right now, it's an emotional blow for a team that like has brought together players like Who Are You, has won championships, has been around in the scene for so long. This is a guy who's expecting to be able to put up wins and to be near the top of the leaderboard, especially in the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, again, uphill battle for them. Team PEPS cannot be underestimated. Last week, though, Gen.G did look good. Mag had a really good game. We criticized Mag a lot in some jokey ways, but also some more serious ways. Last week, it looked like he was like the key to their success. Can they do it again, or can that be abused with bans and map selections? We'll find out in just a second. So, guys, please take it away.
I mean, thanks, Zoe. Mag, I think, does have some good flexibility, and Gen.G, they're going to open, though, with the Diva ban on Ilios. This protects the Winces, protects the Wrecking Ball. I think this makes a lot of sense. However, I like the responsive ban. The Ana can be like a proxy for limiting the Winston's effectiveness, especially, I think Ana Brig is such a solid support lineup on Ilios.
And one of the things we didn't talk about with that schedule there, Jake, is like, you'd feel pretty good if you're Gen.G if Quick Esports was just another team that we typically get out of a relegation type of scenario, who comes in and just plays like as bad as some of the other teams that like go on the way out. But like, they've come in and shown that they're going to be a contender here, you know, somewhat in EMEA, right? So you can't exactly say that they're a pushover and just going to kind of fall. So that definitely makes one of those bottom two spots a little bit more available, which is not what some of our teams want to hear, where it looks like with the Ana gone and the Diva gone, it'll be Hazard for both sides opening things up. And like I mentioned, no Soon in the lineup today. You have Cookie in, so this is something they didn't show last week.
I do think Cookie has impressed me as a player, so I actually do want to see him get the shot to shine here on the big stage. But Gen.G taking the mirror match, we're going to see some of these Hazard buffs come into play. Top point taken by Gen.G, but not necessarily too much of an advantage. Seems like Team PEPS are content to give this one up for the moment. See if that take on point comes in. Exodial with ultimate height here, putting on a lot of pressure, but now under assault. Where's the support on him? Okay, here it is, and maybe baiting Tread in came a little bit too deep. Needs to fall back, needs to get healed up. Gen.G, do they want to take that power play? With a shot on the Juno, FD God's 1 HP. Can't quite get finished, but that is going to be potentially a cap here for Gen.G. A nice start to the fight.
Yeah, Ken dodges on there for a second just to get a touch, but they end up losing Who Are You. So you end up getting the point, but now you lose your Tracer. This could definitely go into PEPS' favor. What is going on here?
Mag got traded into the corner, tried to chase Tread, but Tread was happy to do that. They baited him in there with the wall. Confidence in the outplay there and able to win that trade with the help of the squad. Maybe Mag overplaying his hand a little bit, maybe a little bit desperate, of course, after losing that Tracer. And Team PEPS, despite giving up the flip, they hold on overall to the position. They take the point. And now they're going to be able to set up forward. FD God should be pretty quick coming off the spawn. And Gen.G on the full resale. See how they approach this retake.
In my opinion, I think obviously the patch comes in pretty hot and fast this week, so I think teams obviously have a lot of time to adjust to it. I believe Hazard's going to end up seeing a ton of play by the end of this stage across all regions.
Agreed. I think he got the pretty nice buff, and he was already pretty solid, especially on these highly vertical maps.
Yeah, he's going to be like the default, I feel like, as time goes on. Tread takes a lot of damage already here. Bowl shot here from Exodial, but Tread able to live on through it, at least for now.
Zirian goes down though, and that's going to be, the Harbinger for Tread. No second support. FD God, extremely low, 1 HP, is going to get cleaned up. So Who Are You fighting to purchase now in this engagement? Win some of his trades. Stall from Ken is just going to recall out Freya. Probably just going to die at point. Cookie finds a parting kill onto Exodial. It's nice little something. Ken finds another. Hold on, this is getting a little worrisome. Okay, Who Are You gets the cleanup. I wonder though, PEPS, do you try to power play into this with just your 2 supports in your tank? I think they are going to go for it. Yeah, here's Tread on the point. They use the immediate Kitsune, but he's backing, like, baits that ulti. It's a nice trade.
Yeah, I mean, you force out rush, right? At least the threat there gets that rush out. And look at this, they're going to rush back in. So they feel like there's a potential window here, and they get Who Are You yet again, and they get Kaneo. It does not seem like Gen.G was ready for this at all.
Yeah, just immediate tempo there. Great late kills from the DPS of Team PEPS. It's going to get the team back in. Mag just trying to delay, but Tread is just hunting, looking for some of these cleanups. And he's going to find quite a few of them. So that was a very short-lived point hold for Gen.G. They won the fight, but the clutch gene definitely there for Team PEPS, and they're able to hold on to 4 of their powerful ultimates. Great plays. I think Kanale there, caught on the edge of the point, was just too far out of range for the TP.
And getting that Kitsune rush out, that previous fight was massive, right? Because Gen.G doesn't have the opportunity to fight in it there. The bola shot here for Cookie early on does some damage to Zox, but Who Are You takes out FD God yet again. So it seems like with Who Are You, at least it's early on, Jake, it is feast or famine. He's either getting the first pick or getting taken out early.
I mean, he's been pretty solid after that mid-fight. Yeah. And now Gen.G trying to force the retake, but Team PEPS have a lot of delay, right? So many of these heroes can kind of slip in, slip out. Team PEPS are going to give the flip for now, looking for that retake. Potentially just one more flip they need to actually win, but the downforce could be massive. Easy to dodge, I think, in this comp, but if you do find a downforce, especially on those Freyas or Junos, things could get a little bit scary. Tread holding on to this high ground, putting some pressure on it. Mag taking a big aggression. Does catch one, though. And do they have the heal? They are just able to pump heals and save the guy who got caught. Ken with the stick onto Mag. Tread finds Kanale as well. And I mean, it's just been on again, off again. Both these teams losing control instantly, but Team PEPS has just gotten the better of the scrappy engagements.
Yeah, for me, it's a secondary downpour, right? Tread ends up holding on to his downpour up on the high ground. Then once some of the abilities used by Gen.G, where they try and take some aggressive position up on the high ground, they drop down low. Tread uses the downpour, connects with a few players. There was no Suzu there at the time, so was able to get that full effect off. And now what you want to see if you're a Gen.G fan early on is Team PEPS takes round 1.
I mean, if I'm Mag, I got to be frustrated about it. He got the downpour onto the Kiriko, full duration. She must have not had cleanse for it, and they can't get the kill there. The Juno heal is just enough. I mean, if you can downpour lock a support in the open, it feels like that has to be a kill. Like, you know, like Mag did his job, and there's, I mean, either one of the supports could follow up. Kiriko, you know, Freya could probably hit that follow up, and they were just busy at the moment, but that's a painful fight to lose.
Right now, Gen.G, it feels like, you know, you'll get a good game from Who Are You, but then you get like bad games from 2 other players, right? You get a good map from Mag, but then you don't get a good game from other players, right? It just seems like they're never available on all cylinders, and they will end up going with Illari Juno backline with an Orisa and then the Sombra in the mix. So Sombra does get nerfed in this previous patch, the one that we're currently playing on. So
this is a zany comp map.
Yeah,
I'm confident using the adjective zany, but Who Are You finds the first kill onto FD God.
Got into the lab on this one for sure.
I mean, it's working so far. I mean, I think Team PEPS look at us like, what the hell do we do here? But
they're like, what? Why are they doing this?
What in the world? But I mean, hey, if it works, man. You got to be watchful for. I mean, Who Are You can make a lot of space on the flank here. Can be super annoying. Now looking like he wants to maybe mark some flankers on the walk up. Maybe there's somebody behind. Yeah, Tracer. Hack though onto Tread. Didn't get any of his skills off, taking a lot of damage in that hack duration. Going to be forcing some very defensive cooldown usage. Cleanse as well for us. Exodial finds FD God, and finally the connections you're looking for. Who Are You starting to cut it up here in the backline, creating a lot of space, a lot of value on the Sombra.
Yeah, definitely with these constant hacks really being a nuisance, right? That time on the Tread, a lot of damage comes down on the Tread. They have to use all their resources to keep him up, but then he's able to get another player there hacked and then taken out. Where I think Team PEPS is a little bit like, what? We have not game planned against this. How do we play in this one where it's a lot of like long range damage, right? With you know, having the Kanale, you know, Illari in the mix. You had a bola shot here from Exodial up on the high ground, and it's just a little bit wild here from Gen.G.
I mean, this is the Gen.G though we wanted to see, right? Like full aggression, they're taking the tempo in these fights. I feel like this strat is really allowing Who Are You to be the tip of the spear to open some of the engagements, and the rest of Gen.G has been following up. I mean, it's unconventional playing the Illari, but if you keep the aggression on another team, if you make this a question of your damage, Illari, one of the best supports out there.
Kitsune rush from the high ground here, right? So that's going to lead them over the point, see if they can find anything. This is a nice disengage from Gen.G.
Who Are You now in trouble? Not able to get that TP out in time. The reflip coming in for Team PEPS. Aggression with the help of that Kitsune rush. You don't have a response to it. Nice stick out by Ken. Finds an extra, and they should be able to clean up all these Gen.G stragglers. Mag is still healthy though, and still has some threats behind him. Do you really want to chase this Orisa? Looks like a bridge too far for Team PEPS, knowing that if they give up the flip now, it's real trouble. But they're staring down the barrel of Who Are You's EMP. This is super scary to be playing against.
EMP, Captive Sun, Orbital Ray, Bola Shot. I mean, Gen.G would have to go out of their way to probably try and lose this fight. They are set up in a fantastic spot.
Zirian needs to like cleanse dodge the EMP. I feel like that's their road to victory here. Maybe FD God can come out and save them, but it's so scary. Who are you though? Looking to get in. Finally slips the net, is through. Immediate EMP, can they burst down the Juno in the help of the order raid? Not yet. Tread though took too much damage. The threat of the EMP just too much, couldn't get the skills off. And the Captive Sun flying over the top from Kaneo allows him to clean up on the outskirts. Ken once again forcing the background. He's 1 HP, he's trying to just run for the hills, grab packs and reset. And Gen.G happy to just snowball over with the rest of Team PEPS. Should be able to get a touch from this Tracer. And there's not dominating ultimates from Gen.G, so still a winnable position for PEPS. They gotta have a clean fight.
I guess the positive here for Team PEPS is the fight goes really fast, and then they're able to get a touch here, and they end up using both support ult and EMP. So a lot of the big stuff you would have been worried about off the table.
Ken trying to do what he can. Low on resources though. Bola shot doing a lot of damage. Some of the backline spin from the Orisa. Terror Surge creating opportunity. 14 does get the retake. That's a huge pick by Cookie. Shutting down Who Are You. The save coming in from the support. They're trying to keep Cookie alive. He's the key damage dealer in this situation. It seems like they've done enough. Gen.G gonna back off. They don't really have the dynamism to fight from down number situation in this comp.
And I don't want to say it, but like Team PEPS, they're starting to actually get like within striking distance in terms of percentage on the point, and they're going to be set up pretty good here ultimate wise, Jake. They're going to pulse bomb Bola shot in that Kitsune rush, and then if they're able to win that fight, you probably end up with a beat here. So they're set up in a pretty good spot here where Gen.G, you're going to be struggling to get some of these ultimates. Tread takes a ton of damage though, so maybe this is where they can open it up.
Yeah, this is your moment to try to come in. Ken stalling the point though, buying time for Tread to get healed. Now Kitsune rush onto the point. Mag pops the Terror Surge. Not yet, just fortifying for the moment, but still has the Terror Surge, looking to threaten that backline, pushing away Zirian. And ready for this threat at any moment. Now you're overcommitted, stuck in the Surge, and Mag looks like to be dominating this fight. Was able to get that positive trade on Tread so early in the engagement, holding on to a lot of his skills. It seems like Team PEPS just got caught off guard on the retake, and Gen.G more than happy to punish, sweeping the round away with it. It's an unconventional strat, but Krusty has been cooking, and it seems to be going good.
That last fight, though, that is one that Team PEPS would probably love to have back. I feel like they could have potentially made that closer, but this comp definitely gave Team PEPS a lot of trouble here for Gen.G. I would say, Jake, as we go over to Well, can you run this again, though? Like, is this a comp that you can make work on Well?
I think that's for sure a ruined special comp. Sombra has always been good at hacking that side mega, and that's always sort of like made the character work when it might not otherwise be off meta. Iliari also just functions well in that point with all like the ability to play a defensive high ground and still be able to assist on points, still be a threat. But Well, I think it's much more like our opening map Lighthouse, where there's a lot more verticality, a lot more dynamism. I'm not surprised to see the team coming back and hovering over the hazard. I think that's probably going to be the meta here if it was, of course, on Lighthouse.
And if we go back to what we kind of saw in Lighthouse, right? Team PEPS was able to take that, so we'll see if with going back to some of these mirror comps that we saw a little bit early, if PEPS will have the advantage yet again. I'm looking at that Tracer battle, right? Who Are You versus Ken? Ken had some nice plays there on Ruins when Who Are You went over to the Sombra, but on that first point, even though in a loss, Who Are You played quite well.
Nice take at the high ground. Tread bullied away completely. That leaves Ked out on an island, forced a recall. Should be in a pretty tough spot here. Kanale finds FD God in the chaos. And so Gen.G trading well on the high ground. Tread forcing some over-aggressive moves here. Has to just fall off the play and kite out. It's going to be first flip for Gen.G. Mag looking to continue the aggression on, looking to catch and punish some of these escaping heroes. And Zirian overstays his welcome. Getting punished, getting chased back to the spawn now. Zox has to try to keep this Gen.G team alive. They got to be careful. Don't want to overextend Who Are You with a very aggressive dive in. He's going to be falling off the play now.
The PEPS was so
a nice
slick,
setup, though.
Man.
Yeah, they got crushed on the high ground trade. Getting bullied off like that, they just never had the recovery.
Yeah, we see it from like Mag's POV, but like everybody just kind of splits off in opposite directions. No way with how Gen.G playing that coordinated, you're going to be able to keep some of these players alive. As I think it's important for Team PEPS if you want to battle back into this one on here, and well, you win this next fight because you can stall this point for what feels like an eternity. That is brutal.
They're just getting pressured out of these fights. Cookie strikes back, but Zirian is so low. Who Are You? Gonna run rampant right now. Trades coming in, but Gen.G seem to be getting slightly the better of them. Up one, and Tread is too low to take this trade. Cleaned up in the end. Ken finds Exodial, injecting a bit of life into the squad, but he's caught on the wrong side of the tracks here. Getting hunted, getting chased down by Who Are You and Mag. Forces the re-out of Who Are You, though, and still relatively healthy, so Ken is dancing very well with these Gen.G players. Aggression on the Zirian, gonna force him off the angle, and I mean, it's just been very dominant in the brawl. Gen.G has consistently been getting the initiative and going first. And once again here, who are you straight into the backline, putting some pressure onto FD God, forcing him to float off the map. And Gen.G have some powerful ultimates to deploy. Here's the bullet shot, big connection onto Cookie, shuts it down. They also find that downpour onto FD God, tread off the map, taking the fast reset. Gen.G sweeping forward to a first map victory.
Yeah, they are dominating PEPS at the moment. I mean, 2 fights in a row, right? We see FD God, you know, he dies and his body just ragdolls off the side and then dies straight again in the next fight. The supports here for PEPS not even going to be able to build up towards some of these ultimates, just getting absolutely collapsed upon here by Gen.G. As this will be a huge round win and a map win here for Gen.G.
And how do you even really get this rush off? Immediate rush here, zoning the choke for Gen.G. Nice connection from the bowler shot. He's gonna press, but no one's touching C9, Matt. No way.
Oh, no.
In this comp, C9ing is really rough. Like, there's a lot of players who can touch the point.
You're Gen.G, you take it. Anyway,
you do.
get
Back
it on the board.
Chalk it on the board, baby. We do not care. It's a dub. It's a dub for Gen.G.
Yeah, if you gotta, you know, hit the lag switch, get some of these guys out of here on PEPS. Any way you can possibly do it. anyway, you get it done.
2015. He's hitting the lag switch.
Hitting the lag. it's like the Halo 2. Hit the lag switch. No, I mean, that is one where the supports just got. I mean, they were just getting. I mean, obviously, like, look, when you have FD God, you kind of have to live and die by some of the stuff that he does, right? Like, there are sometimes where he plays that aggressive and it pays off. There are sometimes that he plays that aggressive and it looks like how it does there on, well. But that at the end of the game, though, you know, him and Zerion not able to build up really towards just anything towards the end, and then PEPS just looks so out of sorts here on well.
I feel like Gen.G were just so emboldened in that third round compared to the first round, right? The way they were taking the tempo to the opponent, like, I felt like they got like one positive damage trade from long range from Exodial, and they immediately commit on it, immediately force the engagement. And I mean, they're playing well in those scenarios. Who are you? Getting a lot of pickups on the Tracer, a lot of those cleanup kills, Mag getting the better of the tank trade, bullying under the front line and taking the space away. And PEPS were on the back foot that entire third round. It was a 2-1 map, so, you know, like, you have something to feel okay about.
Yeah.
But momentum-wise, that is like a gut punch, right? To get blown out in that round the way it went, and to C9 at the end. I mean, you could write it off and say, oh, we just C9, but, like, realistically, even if they do touch, they are in a rough spot in that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2-1, but it doesn't feel like 2-1 with kind of how we saw the last 2 rounds play out. And if you're PEPS, right, like, where do we see them go here, right? They probably want to play more like rush style of comps, right? So, like, do they go to like a New Junk City, something along those lines, right? I know try and play a rush brawly type of play. Some of the maps you would say probably are out from them straight away, right? You're not going to see them go to, or at least you wouldn't think they would go to Gibraltar.
I would love to see them pick Circuit just to block Gibraltar and Dorado, because those have got to be picks in the wheelhouse for Gen.G, and so I would love to see that just kind of like blocked from the early on in the series. I think if you don't pick Escort right now and you do win any of the next maps, like, Gen.G are going to take you to one of those two, probably Gibraltar.
Hollywood and Midtown are quite brutal for them as well, right?
True. It's a good pool for Dive. It's a good pool for Winston.
Yeah, okay, so it is Circuit, so this also probably plays into what you were talking about, right? Of like, you do not want to go to Dorado, you do not want to go to Gibraltar. If you cannot play Dive, those are 2 maps you are desperately trying to avoid at all possible costs.
I think especially Gibraltar now. Gibraltar is like, I don't even know if it matters what the meta is. I feel like you're gonna play Winston on Gibraltar. Yep. Maybe you could like make the D.Va work, but historically, the king stays the king on Gibraltar. It's his home. It's his laboratory. I like that it's matching the lore on the Gibraltar meta.
Is that really? I thought his lab was like on the moon.
No, but that's where he does the Overwatch recall, bro. Hey, don't tell me I need to tell you about the Overwatch recall short. The one that,
no,
you know,
I know.
I
look, I'm a lore expert.
He's got his big tire. We'll see in the spawn. We need to get the obs on the attacker spawn in Gibraltar. See if anybody's swinging on the tire.
When I think of Winston, though, I think of the moon.
True. You want to bring back Horizon Lunar Colony? Let's run a tournament where we just play BO5 Horizon Lunar Colony.
No, we should do. We should straight have, there should be another map option that it's just like a mystery map. Not just like, it could be, you know, you can pick it like, hey, we're gonna go like behind the question box, right? We like spin a wheel and it's like, oh, it's Temple of Anubis. It's like, you know, one time Valskaya, bring it back.
Volskaya Industries, bro.
Yeah,
6 to 6, 8 to 8. Volskaya Industries.
50-minute maps. Team PEPS, so they get first ban here. It looks like they will ban May, so that'll be their ban here. Who are you? Can play a bit of May? Would I?
He's good on the May.
Yeah,
and the
would I be like
ban.
deathly worried about it? And then Gen.G goes with the. You know, so we did see some Lifeweaver last week here in EMEA on this map specifically.
I have seen it before here, yeah, where people put the Pharah and she like stands on top of the pedal and does like giga damage from like permanent height.
We saw last week, I think, even without the Pharah, but you know, I don't know if I'm worried to the
I'm not a Weaver believer.
Yeah,
I'm not a Weaver believer, guys. It's been buffed. It's been buffed, Matt.
Bro, dude, how much? Dude, the tree would have to be. It would have to be so enormous for
they should make the tree like the size of the whole map, and it just like freezes. Everyone's like stuck inside the tree model.
No, I got one even better. The tree, while the other team is inside of it, should take damage over time.
Yeah, the tree have it like a poison tree.
Yeah,
that's
that would
kind of
be
a good
way
idea.
too strong, though.
That's kind of a good idea. That, but then. No, you know, that's just a good idea. They should do that. They should do that.
Yeah.
They should make the tree, when you break it, it like falls down. And if it falls down on you, you get one shot, like a Diva mech.
Yeah, you take like the Diva mech type of damage.
Yeah, you like fell the tree and it like groans and falls over on you.
And even with all those options, Lifeweaver probably would not still be played. But we'll see though what Gen.G decides to do here. It looks like they'll be on D. So we'll get a chance at the Mag Diva here. So they'll be running that Diva with you know, none of the other tanks kind of eliminated, right? Like Diva, obviously pretty good option here, even into like Winston, right? Diva really good at, you know, dueling that Winston.
Yeah, so Gen.G are going to go with a very dynamic comp on the defense. This gives them a lot of flexibility to counterpick deeper into the round because they're on a fast-moving style. They can probably fight pretty aggressively on the first corner. Some aggressive backflips here from Tread. This emote goes crazy hard, actually. This is actually one of the hardest emotes.
It does go.
Like, look at that. Look at those hops.
Do you think you could do a standing backflip?
No way, bro. Not, dude, no. I could, maybe if I trained for like months, maybe.
I think
that's some, you gotta do committing. That's scary, bro. I don't want to fall on my butt.
I'm kind of small, so I feel like
you could probably do it. You could probably do it.
Yeah, maybe like give me a week.
All right, so Tread is gonna head over to the Ramatra. Quick pick from Exodial onto FD God. He's been a little sloppy with the positioning this series. Kind of got himself a little bit.
I was just gonna say that. I was like, FD God's been a little looser than usual here early on. As man, I feel like a few times they've been able to find him.
Exodial's been sharp though, punishing a lot of those plays. Now Tread trying to take the corner, but Gen.G happy to take this early fight, brawling with especially Brig, Canale, really getting into the mix here. Exodial taking a confident position here, but that Ilari is starting to do a lot of presence of the turret. Who are you? Quick to break that, so controlling some of this high ground, making it awkward to walk up. Tread comes and takes the point, but just is not getting any help in the brawl at this close range. Ken now trying to take the off angle, trying to change that story. Ramatra pops the Nemesis form, is gonna push back some of these defenders. But Gen.G, now they're on the re-engage, right? No fear. Immediate bullet shot does connect onto the backline. Zirian, so incredibly low, needs to get covered, needs to get saved. Maybe is getting that, but it's not quite enough. Mag is going to get desuited, so opportunity for PEPS to make the trade. This is going to be worthwhile if they're so close to their own spawn. The trade with Mag is a positive one for them, but if Tread goes down here, all is kind of lost. Ken dancing is able to win that fight, and Team PEPS going to start to make some final card progress, but man, it is so awkward and scary.
Yes, Exodial now will push up onto the card, so
he'll kill Exodial.
Get a trade there, but you still burn a decent amount of clock there for Team PEPS on that for Gen.G on that first point. So we'll see Gen.G kind of around this corner. This is also a comp, Jake, where Gen.G should be, you know, at one of their best, right? With who are you on the Gen.G, Exodial on the Freya? Like these are, you know, this is kind of like why you got some of these players to play these type of heroes.
Try to connect with the bullet shot. Looks like a miss for now. Dash in. Who are you? Commits both cooldowns. He's got nothing left. They know about this. Gen.G being hunted. FD got on the chase. Is able to clean that one up. And meanwhile, Tread taking all the space away with the Ramatra. So Team PEPS starting to get a bit of purchase now. on the map. Still only 2 minutes on the clock. Gen.G have fought so well. Exodial hanging on to that bola shot, watching for anyone to overstep the mark here. Somebody's got to touch for the moment. A connection so critical here from the bola shot. He's looking for the window. Does send it into the backline, but seems like they're going to be able to get healed up and staying alive here for now. Orbital Ray over the top, saving everybody, keeping the fight strong. Kanale doubling down with the rally. Team PEPS trying to blade. Ken is able to burst down Kanale, shutting down the rally. It's a huge kill. Does drop in the midst of the chaos, and now it's Tread standing strong on the point. Mag is resuited, coming back into this. Needs to hold on, but the pressure pretty immense here from the Team PEPS players. This is where Zirian is really starting to get value. Cookie wins the fight onto Exodial, and that may be the beginning of the end of the first point hold here. Gen.G crumbling, but still 3 minutes off the clock. Not a bad defense.
No, a fairly decent defense there from Gen.G. You never really got the benefit, though, of who are used Genji and Blade, right? They were never really able to kind of like find some targets in the backline for him and Mag to collapse on, and Mag now will go over and play Orisa. This will have Team PEPS in response have Tread on the Diva. Feels like a little bit to me, though, Jake, like this comp is definitely starting to even favor Team PEPS a little bit, right? Like we just saw in the OWCS series, you can definitely play the Diva into this look, and then I think the Kiri Lucio backline, obviously, you know, classic, pretty strong.
Yeah, tends to outpoke here too, so Gen.G really need to keep this in a question of the brawl. Big connection though on the bullet shot. That shuts down Who Are You. That was the ultimate you needed in this fight. Gen.G trying to fall off the play, trying to reset and just hold what ground they can, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be much. They're forced all the way back to the choke, happy to just stay alive. But Kanale oversteps the mark, didn't need to make that play. Getting punished, and without the Brig, the retake is going to be so much more difficult. Brig is so crucial to marking the Diva, mitigating some of her threat, diving into the back line. Who Are You needs to come huge with the blade, but FD God Zirian can be so evasive in the fight. Here's the blade now from Who Are You, takes a bit of pressure, forced into an early deflect, cannot go for a play here, just doing what damage he can. It's Exodial instead though, who finds the opening, traded into the Genjis. Exodial does have that bullet shot, looking to find a bit more in the engagement. Nice eat from Tread though, stops Exodial in his tracks. Sox holding onto the orbital ray until as deep as he can into the engagement. Stabilizing for now, but Team PEPS, I think they're happy to bait that out. That's exactly what they were looking for from these trades, and they're able to fall back, creating a nice double support.
They're gonna come back with both support ults. They're gonna come back with both support ults up the staircase here. They're gonna have their bola shot, and they're gonna have their blade. So they're in a fantastic spot here, Peps. It's gonna be the bola shot that opens things off and actually connects with Exodial. They're able to keep him up, but Ken finally finds Kanale, and this should be just with that Kitsune rush. That should be all they need to end up taking the second checkpoint.
Really nicely played from Team PEPS. Not only do they generate a big ultimate advantage, but Gen.G, knowing how rough of a situation they're in, they go for sort of a desperate, aggressive play, and they get punished for it, and Team PEPS are able to hold on to some of these key ultimates, especially the Sound Bearer is going to be a pretty big difference maker. And now this third point, I'm kind of worried for Max Orisa. I mean, this is a very vertical point. Orisa pretty much useless when it comes to verticality. We see they're going to take this wide approach, get the Orisa up to the high ground, take the fight to Team PEPS, but Cart's rolling this whole time, and this is a long rotation.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to kind of get in position here as Team PEPS looking to bounce back after map number 1 is, I mean, you see Kanale trying to find a few of his teammates.
Oh no!
Oh, I think he got, yeah, he was trying to bash away, but then he also got booped there by Tread in the Diva mech, so launches himself off the side. Things going from bad to worse for Gen.G.
Oh my god, that is so pain. The Diva boop right as he bashes just takes him a bit over the edge. That was a risky beat from FD God. Honestly, if the rally comes down there, that's like kind of a scary place to be fighting against a rally Brig near the edge of the map. Team PEPS looking to continue to double down with the aggression, but Gen.G are starting to build up that head of steam in terms of the ultimate that's going to enable them to win this fight. But Team PEPS just dominating on the high ground. They're uninterested in forcing the contest on Cart. And this is an incredibly scary position to hold the Cart from now. Like, big high ground control. Genji dashed in. Who are you? Wait. He's got nothing left. This is crazy dash in. Gets immediately punished. That's a psycho move. And even Brig rallies, falls apart. Gen.G crumbling. Mag with the Terror Surge stalling for a moment, but it's only a matter of time to clean up from Team PEPS.
And I know, I don't even think you kind of look at this and it's like, oh, you know, the Mei ban is really kind of what throws everything off for Gen.G, because Who Are You is playing Genji, which is his best hero, right? I don't even know if there's like much of an argument around it, but he didn't really do much there, Jake.
Hold on, that was a crazy play on last. I get they're in a really rough spot with the high ground being kind of dominated on them. But I feel like you have to just let the Orisa hold the car and play from under and just counter engage. Who Are You dashing to the high ground and using deflect is like, that's exactly the opening PEPS are waiting for. Like they don't really want to jump down because that's a big commitment for them. but then just who are you just opens the door for them. That's like, maybe he thought he was going to get like a secure dash kill or something. He thought somebody was low enough to just dash and kill and dash out.
I was going to say, like, what do you even accomplish there? I mean, you look, who are you? 1 and 8. Right, ends up holding on to that first blade for what felt like 2 minutes, right? Never ends up getting it off on first, uses it, doesn't even get it off on second, gets it off towards the end on second, but then never ends up building up towards another one where Ken was playing the Gen.G there for Team PEPS, looked like a rock star. I mean, that is a brutal first half there for Who Are You, where playing one of his best heroes.
I can't help but think watching this that like the Brig Juno has lost a bit of dominance in the support map and the support meta with the existence of Freya. Like in the past, something like the orbital ray was like you're almost unkillable in it, but now it feels like the bola shot has such like a nice sort of soft counter to that, or response to that. If you put the bola on Brig, it really kind of destroys some of her ability to just man up in some of these team fights. And so Team PEPS this time, they're going to bring out the Alari of their own. We'll see how Zirian does on this as a comfort pick for him. Ken on the Pharah as well. So a very pokey style being selected for the defense. Opportunity for Who Are You to break this one open, but with Kanale also on the Alari, it's sort of awkward. It's like, are you going to play super aggro? Or are we going to play super slow? Feels like you're caught in the middle where Team PEPS are definitely selecting the slow pokey style.
Yeah, you also get the bola shots pretty quick, right? So you kind of have it constantly when some of these like orbital rays or other things are up that you want to kind of use it into, where Ken gets first pick here as the poke starting to pay off for PEPS on defense. And I know, what's your thoughts on Mag playing the D.Va here into the Orisa? Just kind of like Mag in general. I know it's a player that, in EMEA we've been talking a lot about here to kick things off.
I don't mind the D.Va strategically here, but I wish Gen.G would go a lot more aggressive. I really don't like the Alari. It's super slow and defensive, and I think they need to up the tempo and enable Who Are You to get in and start cutting up the backline. Like, Juno and Alari are both really vulnerable to a Gen.G dive, but he needs assistance. He's not going to be going in there solo, and Mag needs, I guess they have the Juno speed, but it's just an awkward situation. Ken is getting a lot of value. It's really awkward. Exodial is like struggling to really get the connections and be able to take the peaks. Ken, or rather Tread, already finds Kanale on the walk up, and Gen.G just, they're walking up playing poke, and their comp is not good in the poke mirror.
And I also would say, I wouldn't necessarily say poke would be like the strength of like Mag and Who Are You, right? Like I would say like those players are definitely ones that have excelled more in dive, fast pace, high tempo type of games, right? Slowing the game down, forcing them to play like, I know, Gen.G D.Va in this type of like poke style, not exactly what you would want to see out of them. Where now they'll actually play a Pharah of their own. So only real difference here is in terms of having that D.Va in the mix.
Still, it's just on defense. I feel like you just have such a natural advantage. Like, Who Are You is going to potentially struggle to get around this corner, and Tread is so incredibly tanky. I need to have ultimate to open this up. Cookie starts with the bola shot. Not much of a connection from that. Both of the Aries looking for that captive sun connection into the backline. Seems like not much. Oh, goes for the air shot, is able to get it. Big connection by Zirion. And that's exactly what Team PEPS needed, shutting down some of this offense. Orbital Ray is committed, and Zirion was maybe overstepping the mark there a little bit. Very defensive Orbital Ray positioning here from Team PEPS, but Barrage from the Skybox, Tread assisting with that Terror Surge. And that's going to create enough advantage here for Team PEPS to start to push forward. Do they want to try to hunt these kills down? That could win you the map. It could also throw things away. Tread, you popping every cooldown, probably just needs to fall off this. Yeah, backing out for the moment. But the air shot from Zirion, he's over to the Kiriko now.
But like you mentioned though, Jake, when you watch these teams play, some big damage down on the Tread. Who Are You's always in like a disadvantageous position, right? Having to be the one that turns the corner here against Team PEPS, where Ken and Cookie can play like at the safety of cover, right, on the defensive side of things. There's not really a worry there for them.
And who's going in with Mag, right? It's kind of got to like fly in solo, but there's all these targets are so mobile. He's forced into this like tank trade against the Orisa. Here's Mag though going into the backline. This is the moment. Okay, no, backing off, back to trading with the Orisa. Like, you don't win this trade. It's up to the DPS to find something, but Exodial and Who Are You, they don't really have any advantage. I mean, the clock is just burning out. You have the self-destruct from Mag, but how do you really use it? Here he goes again, trying to pressure the backline, but just can't commit. It's too far away from the rest of his team. They're starting to poke down Tread, though, who is getting low. Where's the support from Team PEPS? Is not there in time. And so they are able to just slowly get it over the line, damaging the Orisa. Surprised by that outcome.
I think they also, I think PEPS somewhat there like basically kind of resigned to the fact that they were going to end up giving up that first checkpoint, and like, can we just have Trade in position to burn as much clock as possible, right? They get it way below 30 seconds, so they do end up buying themselves a lot of time, and they end up making changes out of it anyway, right? So maybe they can feel like, hey, let's just
oh
burn
my
as much
god,
clock
the
as
instant
possible.
double shot on Kanail? No way. And without Kanail, I mean, without one of your supports, you're really going to struggle in this fight. You have ults for Gen.G. You wanted to snowball this, but now that's all in question. Tread looking for a dive into the backline. Exodial, big catch onto Ken, though. And so that does equalize for the moment. Gen.G able to hold on. Juno dancing well there, despite not having the second support. And Exodial putting a lot of pressure on that. Forces the early Kitsune rush out of Zirian. Responsive orbital ray puts Gen.G back in the driver's seat. Kanail with 2. Got picked up on the opener last time, but here strikes back. And that's just the fight you needed from Gen.G. Winning with some cheeky pickoffs, some not the most significant ultimate commitments. And Team PEPS looking like they're in a spot where they need to hold third. I mean, the retouch is pretty difficult here, pretty scary even for Ken.
I don't know if you're going to be able to get a retouch. Oh, actually, Ken gets on, and he will get a touch. They'll also get Tread in the mix. They're going to invest their orbital right here as well, as the Captive Sun used from Kanail up on the high ground, not able to find a connection. Who are you, though, with the barrage? Does enough damage to get a DMAC.
I mean, the Illari pylon is doing the most work here. It's so hard to break that coming out when you're just trying to desperately touch point. So Team PEPS run the clock down just a little bit more. But in the end, Gen.G do get the cap. I think that fight where Kanail goes down, the fact that Team PEPS aren't able to capitalize despite having the Tracer and the Curie and the much more aggressive style overall is really big for Gen.G. And Kanail, I love the swap back to the Brig here. It's going to be pretty powerful in the Diva matchup, and immediately Gen.G come to contest this high ground, kind of challenge the walk up for PEPS, but in the end, too many players on card, they're not really able to hold the position.
Yeah, you're also in position here, though, Jake, where Team PEPS, even with how bad that second point hold went, you're still in position here to have a better time, right?
I mean, you can just win it out here.
So good, yeah.
It's typically such a hard point to cap, and here's, yeah, Zox is going to get bursted down. You got to be careful with the backline, but your supports are completely down now. Team PEPS can still turn around. Tread, full resource, is just going to hunt down this Freya, who looks to be just dead to rights here, trying to dash and juke her way out, but Tread is just too sharp in the case, with no support, no sustain. Mag is going to be even delayed here. Like, is he going to double swap with Bomb and just give it up? I guess he has to. That's rough.
Yeah, what other option do you have, right?
Yeah. Oh, he goes to Rissa. Once again, I'm worried about it, though, because it's just like the high-low is kind of a problem for you. Everyone on Team PEPS can kind of jance up and down from high ground to low ground, and Mag is going to struggle to get purchased. Who are you? Is going to go over to the Sombra, maybe give them a little bit of a better odds to make some of these catches. It also rush now out of the defense.
Yeah,
over
they're going to
the
be able
top.
to just ignore them.
Yeah, they're just getting crushed here. Walked a little bit too deep here, and you might be on Brig, but the power spike from the rush is just way too big. Mag being cleaned up late, and that fight just looked so toothless from Gen.G. It was like, what were they trying to do?
We've seen this type of come before here from Gen.G on offense with other teams in EMEA. And with the Diva on defense, you just allow Gen.G to come on in, and the supports are obviously going to be lagging behind. If the Orisa wants to use some of the cooldowns to get space, go towards the high ground, you just send the Diva and the Tracer straight on past and just annihilate the supports, right? It makes it very difficult. And then what? Like, Mag can't kind of just play this in-between position the entire time, just going to get poked down to death. So it's a really odd situation to be in. That's going to be Spear Spin already out.
Nice bait of the engage, though, by Gen.G. They fall off the play, and they're able to get back into the fight. Cookie now without the bola shot. Brig in trouble, though. Kanail pretty deep. Needs to get back to the orbital ray, but can't quite get it in time. Nice focus fire from Team PEPS. They drop a bit low on a few players. FD got with the orbital ray. Is stabilizing for the moment. Who are you finds one, but the clock is running down and coming to overtime. Mag running low on CDs after this Terror Surge. He's got nothing left. You're just waiting this one out. Somehow Zirian dies that one. Okay, that's is it somehow winnable here? So I don't think so, though. Team PEPS still in strong position, still able to fight and keeping control of the objective. Feels like no one can touch Kanail. 1 HP. Can he get one more overtime grab? No, he cannot. And Gen.G stumbling on this third point, attack and defense. The Orisa falls flat, and I'm not sure. I don't think it's good there.
No, it's not. And if Tread and Ken are able to get past Mag on the Orisa, and Mag is still looking towards the rest of PEPS, that is a win for PEPS, just generally, right? Like, it feels
like Mag is going in, and then like just PEPS don't do anything. They're just like, okay, your Orisa's in.
He goes in and
everyone else
there.
is too scared. Everyone else is too scared to come through the choke because they know PEPS is like hungry to dive them. And with the Kiriko, I feel like you're even winning the poke trade for Team PEPS. Like, even if you don't dive, I feel like you're probably still winning.
Yeah, and then you got the Sombra and just a bizarre style of play there for Gen.G that you almost could tell when they switched to it, you're like, this isn't gonna work like right away, especially what was on the other side. And I think PEPS probably felt as well, like, oh, we're good as soon as they see exactly what Gen.G is trying to play there. But PEPS bounced back there. No, after actually obviously 2-1 in the map number 1, but still felt like it was like, never felt like it was like a game where PEPS was going to be able to win, right? Where this one completely dominated by PEPS.
Yeah, I mean, it does make me a little worried for Team Gen.G, right? Like the fact that there's just some very weird comp choices, some weird gameplay. But PEPS are far from perfect in their own right? Like they've been making some mistakes. They've been getting caught off guard. I think Exodial has been a bright spot for Gen.G. And yeah, it's a pretty dominant map, man. In terms of like the kill death, that does not feel good to be Gen.G in this map. You feel like you're just on respawn sim.
And if you're Gen.G, right, you banned Diva already, and then you banned Lifeweaver, right? What do you go with here? Like, I don't feel like Exodial is like outmatched in the Freya battle.
I feel like you can't ban Freya here. Like Exodial's arguably having the best game of anybody on the server here for Gen.G.
If you're Gen.G, would you ban Lucio?
Actually, I wouldn't mind the Curie ban or the Lucio ban.
Yeah.
I think one thing is, the thing I'm noticing after watching these games is I just feel like Brig has lost a lot of stature in the meta. I think that's why Diva, it looks better because Brig is not as strong to play. I think Freya has a great matchup against Brig because you just have such overwhelming damage. You can just like break the Brig shield and then kill Brig. And those are the type of heroes that Brig historically has had the hardest time with. Is the heroes that just like do not mind breaking your shield, that are fine taking super extended engagements, and especially with like the sticky arrows with the ultimate, it feels like the whole kit. And then, I mean, good luck is Brig ever catching a Freya, like whether rally or anything, like just good luck, right? She's permanently in the skybox, floating above your head. So and maybe without Brig, the Lucio Curie, the Curie Juno have looked a lot stronger.
And if you're PEPS, you know, you've already banned Ana and then you banned May. Like, are you even worried about mags like Winston? Like at this point, like.
And on Runa Sapi, I don't know if this is, I mean, maybe
you can play a little bit of it here, but it's not like, I wouldn't say it's like, are you trying to like angle for Mag or Risa here if you're Gen.G? Like that's probably where you're trying to go. It's like Gen.G heard us. So Gen.G's ban is Lucio, so they get rid of the Lucio here off the rip. And then PEPS gets rid of the Sombra. That's actually, the Sombra has been giving them some trouble. It gave them some trouble in map number 1. It wasn't as effective in that second map, but I would mark that down more of like the spot and position they ended up using the Sombra in was like not going to work, like kind of regardless. So an interesting one here. It takes away some of the stuff that Gen.G's been trying to do with like Arisa and Sombra.
Yeah, I am curious to see what Gen.G goes with from the support perspective. They've been playing a lot of the Brig. I kind of would like to see them get away with it, but they've also had some wonky stuff, right? Like playing quite a bit of the Iliari Juno, which I was quite critical of. I don't really believe in that. It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe on like defense, you're just holding the position, it could be okay, but attacking with it felt really awkward. They lost a lot of time on that first point push, trying to make that comp work. They do finally cap, but it's like basically overtime. And this is a much more dynamic map, one where it'll be harder to play that slow style. I mean, maybe this forces Gen.G into doing what I think maybe they should have done all along, which is to like play the tempo game, meet PEPS in the chaos, in the duels. Like you think back to Ilios well, that was where Gen.G actually wiped the floor with PEPS, is like they brought the pace to them and they looked amazing in it. Mag and Who Are You clearly super comfortable with that play style. I feel like that's the answer.
Hazard Gen.G here.
Wouldn't mind to see the Hazard. I don't know how much Hazard gets played on this map because it's a little bit linear for Hazard, but
we do see it get played when teams play like Maga on the other side, or even we've seen Hazard into Diva recently on like a map like this. But yeah, I think just any faster pace here for Gen.G is going to be better for them. But also interesting that they get rid of the Lucio though, and then say they want to play fast. But I think that's more to like throw FD God off, get him out of his potential comfort zone, right? Like if you allow PEPS to play like a Lucio Kiri, like that could be something that could definitely be pretty nice for them here on this map.
And I think it's one of the best Lucio maps left in the pool. So if you're going to use a Lucio ban at some point, I think this is the time to do it. Alcatia showed in that last series how effective they can be, you know, going in, kiting out with the Lucio can be really challenging to deal with. If you're a team like Gen.G, if you want to get aggressive, getting like speed kited away on your ultimates feels really bad. And I don't know that Gen.G really is a Lucio team. I think that's kind of like the one support that we just don't see him play that much. But gonna go to the Orisa, and it's Team PEPS who's hovering the Winston. I actually wouldn't hate to see this here. But Mag, he should know the matchup well. Once again, it's the Juno Brig, though. And for me, this is what I'm starting to see as like, and really doubt, frankly, in the game. It's like, I'm starting to believe the Juno Brig is not the meta anymore. But Gen.G still going to believe in it. Maybe they can get it over the line.
It's quite interesting because early on in the year, right, we were talking about how the Kyrie and the Juno wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire in terms of support combo, but yeah, maybe with like Freya, the Brig is kind of falling a little bit behind, right? The Freya just Brig is a fairly easy target.
Compared with Soj, who like, okay, you can like stun her out of her slide with Rally. There's some like strong items in the matchup there. It's sort of the opposite for Freya, who looks quite a bit stronger. Team PEPS, though, are getting bullied off of this dominant side angle. Zirian, though, with the Kyrie, does find the opening. Look at him, he's deep in the flank. He's cutting down the back line. Absolutely fearless, bloodthirsty support here into the back line, and they're even pushing Cart while they clean up the fight. Very efficient play out of Team PEPS. They don't want to give up any exit frags. Mag would love to find one, but can't quite get the connection. And Zirian, production, opening the fight.
And like we talked about, Gen.G right now is sitting at 1-2. And after this game, they still have games against Twisted Minds, Quick Esports, who has been quite good, Alcatia as well. So very tough games coming up. They must, this feels like, obviously, I know a lot of times to play. It must be a must-win game, but yeah, who are you in Mag with a big response?
Yeah, I don't even know. They just instantly ran it down and killed both the supports with position. So it looks like kind of a big mistake for Team PEPS, just crumbling before the fight even really began. So interesting. I think mispositioning from Zirian and FD got it. I think the riskiness of these supports, though, is they are so vulnerable and so squishy. If you get on top of them with the D.Va Tracer, you're in an amazing spot without the Brig to peel your D.Va. Maybe that's the use where we might still need to see the Brig is when the D.Va does come out.
And they're going to play the Ram here. So it'll be Ram in the mix. Obviously, Ram can be very effective inside of like a Kitsune Rush. Pretty good with the Orbital Ray as well. Can potentially stun some of those flyers or just bring them down to the ground there with that Vortex. So very also difficult to like push into the Ram, right? Has the shield for some survivability. Then can go Nemesis form. So pretty easy to keep himself up.
Oh, scary big connection. Mag, though, once again, finds the backline, finds Zirian. Who are you? Spending his time just marking Ken, keeping his own backline protected. FD God has the solo heal for the moment. Gen.G don't exactly have the ultimates to full commit onto this, but who are you with the pulse bomb? Could change that. Bullet shot misses, though, hit onto the cart. Mistake from Exodial, and Team PEPS gonna give up the lead for now, but Ken overextends. Needed to stay alive, wait for the next team. His team had no intention of taking the engagement at that moment, so a bit of an off sync here from Team PEPS. And now Tread is starting to be in danger. It looks like Matt wants to hunt him down, but a little bit scary to turn that corner into the Ramatra. Famously durable tank. And who are you? Sets him on the back line. Looks like he wants to get in already onto that Juno, threatening them down. Mag isn't on the play, though, so it seems like it's going to be mostly slow. Early Orbital Ray from the defense here, and just seems like they're struggling to get anything done in the engagement. The Orbital Rays being full kited, mobility advantage for Gen.G being leveraged. FD God missiles pop, but the counter Orbital Ray, the rally comes out from Canale, and this time Team PEPS have overextended. They don't have the mobility to back off the play. They're gonna be cleaned up here, even a late death on the Brig.
Yeah, this has not worked out, this change here for Team PEPS, where now you'll end up being so far behind, right, in terms of the rally. Let's take a look at a replay here. So I believe this is when Ken ends up using
actually, and that loses the pulse bomb too. Yeah, that's understandable play. Understandable to go for the stick at that moment, but the team was ready for it. Good read from Team Gen.G, and who are you? Has just been so on it in terms of marking the Tracer. Ken's gonna go over to the Genji, so they're really gonna commit onto this heavy brawling style. Mag takes a lot of damage here, low on the armor. Opportunity for PEPS to kind of recommit and pressure into this, but he does have the self-destruct, so it could be a risky target to full commit on. Still holding the angle for now, but of course, Tread could look to get aggressive with that Annihilation as well. FD God also falls low. It seems like Gen.G slowly backing off, slowly but surely being pressured off the cart. The brawl advantage is real for Team PEPS in the close range. Ken finds Canale with the help of that damage from Ramatra and Juno. And now Tread really pressuring the front line. Pulse Bomb comes in, but Tread just ignores it. Absolutely fearless on the Ramatra.
Rally and Annihilation use here, and everybody just runs here from Gen.G. So those two big ultimates from PEPS used to just kind of get control of the map, push it back a little bit, but you absolutely get no advantage off of it. And now it looks like Gen.G are going to be able to come in and fight this at a pretty nice spot.
Brig low, Brig in trouble, but Tread is in even more trouble, gets swarmed down by Gen.G. And Team PEPS, every time they get aggressive, it feels like they're just getting picked apart from the sides. Who Are You and Mag have been this constant threat, always harassing, always looking for opportunities, and in many cases finding them. And here the Brig proves her worth, right? Like in this Diva Mirror, especially able to fall back and survive some of these engagements. The Freya's really not able to make their presence felt all that much. Ken close to the blade, could be a difference maker, but oh, he misses the dash, could be in real trouble here, gets melee down. Who Are You with the finish, pulse bomb as well. Forcing back Zirian, and now into the flank. Who Are You doesn't have the recalls, got to be a little bit cautious about this. But here's Mag taking some of the aggression. Tread needs to hold on to this mech, try to get back into the spawn. Now Freya's under assault, no recall. Who Are You? Oh, just out of the second, grabs it in the moment. FD got 1 HP, orbital ray, but got cut down. Kanale all the way up to the spawn door, and Gen.G are making massive progress this entire time. Team PEPS maybe stabilizing. I mean, this goes to their spawn, surely they're gonna win the fight. But the damage has been done.
Yeah, I mean, Exodial still with a bola shot, right? So you have Tread just trying to get this one back, just keeping it contested, but Mag right around the corner, allowing maybe players from Gen.G, right? They're going to start coming off of spawn. You have that front spawn advantage, so you're probably going to get another fight around this area of the map, right? A little bit before that first point.
Oh, Exodial.
Oh,
they don't see him. This is a tricky spot. He's looking for something, waiting for somebody to run too much in a straight line. Oh, nice by Tread, sniffs it out. Saw that play. But Gen.G are just happy to run the clock down. 4 minutes left. Yeah. They don't need to initiate. They don't need to take a fight. Team PEPS, they know they got to do something. Here's the rally, pushing straight into Mag. Got bashed and moved in, kind of in an awkward spot, but does have that self-destruct and is now playing the off angle. Mag getting a ton of pressure on this play, but still healthy, still has the armor. The rally is for nothing. Zirian got nothing. Is full back out of the engagement, and Gen.G, now it's their turn to re-up the pressure. And you're holding this angle, but Freya's just eating you up from the side here. Mag low again, but still has that self-destruct. Now Ken with the blade. This is what you need to find something. Connection onto Mag, just barely gets the kill in time to dash away. But without that second dash, won't be able to snowball for more. Cookie low is traded by Exodial. And you really need this to be the break open fight, but Who Are You denies.
Yeah, pulse bomb on Azarion here is Ken still trying to make something work here with Tread. Who Are You, though, has been a bit of a menace here, Jake, on the Tracer. He's been able to get into that back line. But if D-God still limits... Oh, what did he just bait him into that? I mean, that is filthy.
Yeah. I don't even know if Tread was doing that intentionally. Just making a spot where you never know. Maybe someone will come chase around the corner. But Ken's thanking his lucky stars there on 2 HP.
Oh,
even with that, though, it's kind of just like a stabilized situation for Team PEPS. They haven't really gotten map control the way they would want. No ultis on the field as Furler going to continue to run this clock down. And Exodial's shown a lot of willingness to continue to take risks, continue to put that pressure down. Cookie's been definitely getting the business for a lot of this map. Oh, big connection. Who Are You? Get the cleanup? No, the
nice heals.
No one's dealing with Who Are You, though. He's just free farming from this off angle, putting a lot of pressure on. And now Cookie, the supports were distracted. Who Are You was harassing them, and Mag takes that opportunity to grab Cookie, snatches him out of the sky. Mag falls back to his support. Zox commits the orbital ray, responsive to Team PEPS, and it's a +1 advantage. Zox falls, though. Kanale, the one support left in the fight, and Team PEPS brawling this one back. Pulse bomb eaten by Tread. Crucial in the fight. Kanale looking for something, but just has to bash out, has to try to get out of this, and Team PEPS finally, despite losing the opening pick onto Cookie, they somehow turn the engagement around and gives them a little bit of hope in this map, but there's still so long to push. 140 meters for Gen.G.
Now, I mean, this should be checkpoint, right, for Team PEPS, as that is a huge fight that they're able to win there through Kanale ending up using that rally. And look at this, they're going to push up. They're going to get that kill on a Who Are You, as he's been such a nuisance for their backline. And dude, with below a minute here, Jake, there's an opportunity. I mean, you're going to have this blade, nothing to work with on the other side. You're going to have bola shot here. Probably the best opportunity Team PEPS is going to have to end up taking the lead or tying it up.
Oh, 2 connections. Oh, and the finish is there. Exodial takes a risk on the flank, doesn't have the ultimate, but has the plays. Now Brig, use bash, could be vulnerable. Gen.G turned on Ken, trying to make plays. The team is on him, but with the support from Tread, they're not able to clean him up. And Team PEPS, despite the opener going against them, still though, 2 picks have been found by Gen.G in the chaos. Tread is low, maybe forced into a self-destruct defensively. Ken deciding, does he want to get pushed? Does he want to go for the cleanups? No easy decisions here.
Yeah, well, Who Are You? Who Are You and Mag are in a really odd spot, right? Mag ends up using a self-destruct here to get a mech back. And I wonder if they want to consider chasing here as players just kind of like funneling out onto the bot. Is this is starting to get really sloppy here for Gen.G, as they're just kind of funneling out of their spawn. So Who Are You with this pulse bomb, though? Maybe that's a difference, as Cookie just trying to track where potentially Exodial and Who Are You are playing from. Pulse Bomb in, doesn't connect with anything. It's going to be a rally here for Zerion.
Yeah, Zerion,
they're going to get Mag out of
Taking it to Mag, force out of Mech. That's a great first kill. Exodial tries to strike back with a bullet shot. It is right on the Cookie. Where's the follow-up? Here's Who Are You coming in. He's so low. Cookie needs the support, but can't quite get it. Exodial gets the cleanup he was looking for, and that could be just what Gen.G needed. Kanale, that rally charge ticking up. Exodial finds another in the fight. Team PEPS stumbling. It was just too much of a mountain to climb. The advantage too significant for Gen.G. The boop away denies Tread the touch, and Gen.G on the cusp of winning a series. It's a series they have to win, but it's one they're looking pretty solid in for now.
It never looks easy though, right? That one goes all the way down to the wire. I think what they're trying to do is, Exodial was actually taking in some shots there from Ken on the other side, and then also they had Cookie, right? He ends up getting hit with that bola shot. And they have the rally going, but he has to turn to go try and deal with Who Are You, who's putting pressure onto the Juno at the time, right? So you end up giving up your Freya. I don't even know if you actually end up, I think you kind of saved your Juno there, but at that time you have nobody who's strong enough in terms of HP to be able to go stand out there on the point. So a little bit too late there for Team PEPS.
Yeah, I think honestly, Zerion stepped up pretty massively in that map. A lot of these fights are opening with his picks, able to like take risks on the flank and come up big. I also think Who Are You has been a real distraction in the backline. It's been really awkward for Team PEPS to turn and respond to that. And when they do respond, sometimes overcommitting to it, Mag is quick to take those opportunities to punish. So, I think Gen.G are starting to hit their stride. Looks like a pretty good map for them, one where they're able to play more dynamically. But now map pick back in the court for Team PEPS. We'll see where they take us.
And what, New Junk City available, right? That's an option here. If you go New Junk City though, right, that leaves the ability for them to go to like a Midtown potentially, right? For that final map if we do need it. So big decisions here for PEPS, where it feels like if you went to New Junk City or Surabaya, that feels like that would be fine for PEPS regardless, right, of what happens. So maybe you go to that hybrid pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them take a hybrid and kind of slow the game down. That's where it felt Gen.G has been struggling a bit. And, makes sense when they're able to play off the dynamism from Mag and Who Are You. They're in a great spot. But we'll have to see where Team PEPS take us, if they can make the comeback in this series, or if they end up falling to Gen.G. We'll be back with all of that right after a quick break, so stick with us.
Bathroom.
everyone to OWCS EMEA Stage 2. It's Gen.G taking on Team PEPS in a must-win series for Gen.G. In a rough spot so far in the season, but this series going pretty good for them. They're up 2-1. Now they have to get through Team PEPS map pick here, King's Row. Surprising to see this map pick actually for me come out from Team PEPS. I think this is actually a pretty great map for some of the fast-paced dive that Who Are You and Mag have been leading the way on for Gen.G.
What would you rather seen them go to? Obviously, it's just Midtown and Hollywood are the other maps in the pool. I would say Hollywood is like, you think either?
I think either. I think either of them, maybe, I mean, Midtown, it's been a while since we've seen Hollywood, frankly, so maybe that's a bit of an X factor, and maybe they're a little worried about like the threat of a Winston. But Midtown, to me, seems like a good map for the way Team PEPS have been playing, like the way they succeeded. I guess Circuit is a pretty unique map. It's not just a slower map, but it's just, you know, very different in its own right from much else that we see. Tread hovering the Winston, they're thinking about it.
He's done this a few times. I'll believe it when I see it, but yeah.
Maybe a debate.
I feel like Hollywood would have been pretty bad. I think, like, especially in that second part of the map. But I do think there's an argument to be made, like Midtown, potentially, as the Ramatra ban here by Gen.G. That kind of puts us in a scenario where we're going to see this diva, right? It seems like that at times PEPS has gone to the Ramatra when the divas on the other side try and force some brawl, and now that option's not here.
It's a bit of an odd mishmash of heroes here for Gen.G. They've got the Mei kind of sniping from the high ground. So far, Tread's taking a kind of a beating on the walk-up, but if Gen.G can, or rather, if Team PEPS can make this scrappy and can kind of connect on the backline, Ana, Curie are pretty vulnerable to that kind of a dive. And here's Tread into the backline. Gen.G splits the pressure onto the flank, and no one was with Tread. He just soloed into the backline. Support was there, but Ken finds Mei in the chaos, and maybe that's what you wanted to create for Team PEPS. They're willing to throw away their tank, but they come up with a bit of a profit. However, Exodio finding that pick back takes some of the wind out of the push. Koryu gonna stay on the Mei for the respawn, so still valuing the hero in this type of a fight. And Exodio, fearless, already close to that bullet shot.
Well, I mean, they banned the Mei on Circuit, right? So you definitely got the sense that Team PEPS thought that the Mei could be a little bit of a difference maker. And look, it's like it's a Who Are You classic, right? Coming out and playing the Mei. And they also, interesting for Gen.G, playing the Ana here, right? Ana has some great sight lines and nice sleep there. Ooh, nice protection there from Tread as they're still making a play for Zox.
Okay, the play ends up paying off for FD God. The team is there to bail him out. Great read by Tread. Cookie, though, gets traded in the chaos. Who Are You? Maybe in a rough spot, needs a big save here. While delaying him for the moment, is getting back to the team, so nice positioning. And Ken is low, can't force the play. Mag staying relatively healthy. Bullet shot from Exodio, just zoning the backline away, allowing more moments of time for Gen.G to get the reset, get some HP. One tick is capped for Team PEPS, but not much to write home about. They've got to dance out of this, but everyone is low across the board on Team PEPS. Mag takes a lot of counter pressure though, so not easy for Gen.G to commit. I mean, they have a relatively passive comp. They're forced to play it slow, but so far the slow, stable play is looking good for Gen.G.
Yeah, they'll be able to answer this with a Kitsune rush of their own. It'll be both just layered over the point, so neither team exactly want to run in, try and fight inside of this. As Tread goes to the high ground, yet again gets demacked, but they do end up getting Zox. So, you know, for losing your diva, you end up getting the Ana on the other side, but that's going to be sound barrier invested here for FD God. Now, I wonder if you're going to get much out of it as you end up losing Tread here. I don't think you're going to get much of anything at all here, Jake, as that's a sound barrier you may want to have back.
The sound barrier with the DMAC Diva is a little bit risky. Bullet shot onto Mag, though, while he's out of the suit. And that's a big catch from Cookie. Shuts down Mag before he can get back into the remake, and Cookie's kind of getting this done on his lonesome. Gen.G on this greedier, slower comp. They don't really have the speed to make a retake happen. Koryu running low on resources here, fighting with the Kiriko. He's still alive for the moment, but yeah, not long for this world. Kiriko has to bail out.
The damage that Cookie puts down onto Who Are You, though, probably wins them the point there, right? Because Who Are You is moving forward, and he's probably going to do what we've seen Maze do a ton of times. He's going to jump onto the point, he's going to ice block, out of ice block, he's going to put that wall up, kind of like sit on the corner. You would have had the nano for the Mei if you would have wanted. You would have everybody back in the fight, but he takes so much damage early on from Cookie that he's not able to get that ice block onto the point. He has to use it a little bit prior, and it just kind of ruins the entire plan there. So Cookie kind of mentioned doing it all on his own. He played really strong there on offense, opening things up for PEPS.
Yeah, right now PEPS brawling pretty well. They pushed Zox off the play. Ken going with the blade, speculative, thought the Ana was going to be here. Instead going to turn onto Mag, but it's a profitable dive. Mag didn't expect that turn and got caught and punished. Gen.G got smoked out of this fight. Exolio dropped a bullet shot, but I mean, Gen.G had really no business taking that kind of an engagement. Team PEPS so strong in these chaotic close-range fights. Now Gen.G's going to be on pretty much the final fight of the point. And this is where the comp really shows cracks, right? Trying to retake a position, they don't have any mobility.
No, and for PEPS, right, you're going to have double support ult here. Probably get a better use of the sound barrier than you did last time, right? So it's going to be even harder for Gen.G to fight into. Maybe the Blizzard is a little bit of a difference here for Gen.G, but we'll see how they decide to deploy this Nano. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush to open things up. The Nano's actually going to go on Exodial.
Yeah, it turns the tempo of the fight around, so allows Exodial to take that re-peek out. The Team PEPS kiting it out. In the end, 1-for-1 trade. You're kind of happy to trade Nano with Rush, I'd say. Team PEPS, see if they want to re-up the engagement. Gen.G really have no option to initiate. They're going to pop the Rush, but yeah, that's immediately speed kited. No chance of that really catching people.
No, you don't even need to use beat.
Yeah, that's a pretty big error for Gen.G. I don't think they can ever ult first in this comp. And trying to do it there, FD God instantly makes the read. They speed off, and I mean, now it's like, who are you with the Blizzard? It's like, this almost has to be defensive. Mag coming in for a bit of harassment, but not much genuine hope of that succeeding. Who are you has held on the ice block for a long time. Beat comes down. Cookie able to find Ana in the chaos. The split position here from Gen.G, and who are you not even able to get the Blizzard off? Curie extremely low, forced off. Ken with the cleanup. A little bit of damage onto Tread, but he's got self-destruct if he even ends up needing it. And in the chaos, I mean, this Team PEPS, the comp looks so much better.
Yeah.
Gen.G getting picked apart on the defense, and they're finally going to match here, coming over to the Lucio. Who are you still holding on to the Blizzard? I mean, it doesn't look that good here on second point.
At what point do you just give it up, right? I mean, because now Team PEPS, when you have the Mei on the other side, I think Mei is good first, second point, but here you're just giving up so much high ground, right? I mean, the Diva, the Gen.G, the Freya, I mean, even the Curie and the Lucio, right, can all get some form of high ground control here. It puts a lot of pressure on the remaining players of Gen.G to be able to kind of fight for that. It'll be a Kitsune Rush here for Zerion. Yet again, you're not going to use the Blizzard just yet. Mag using his self-destruct. Now the Blizzard comes through, but you end up losing Who Are You anyway, and nothing gets done with the Blizzard.
Long-range Kisuzu there, saves Ken, allows him to get back into the fight. Now Tread pushing forward, and Gen.G caught in a rough spot, trying to make it back to the spawn. Tread has self-destruct, though. He's willing to take the fight right to the doors. Ken with the dash resets, finds a couple. Tread even backs out, saves the self-destruct for this overtime touch. Kanale has the Kitsune Rush, but that's all you're working with, and recontesting into Blade is a scary prospect here. Ken holding the door for the moment, denying the walkout. Who Are You sneaks out with a Tracer, but here's the Blade now, splitting up the backline, forcing the supports away. Tracer forced a recall early. Now the Blade comes in, hits damage onto Mag, who kites the Blade shots well. Keeps a bit of his HP up, but the beat comes down and slams the door on Gen.G. This defense falls apart. Team PEPS with the cap on their map pick, and 1:30 on the clock. It was a rough first point, but from there on out, Team PEPS ran the table.
That's what I was just going to say. After first point, it is just dominated there by PEPS, as Gen.G, I think, was just so committed to that Mei for too long. I do not think you were getting much out of it there towards the end, where I think you needed to do something to kind of contest that high ground, maybe match and play a Gen.G of your own, but does not end up coming to be there for Gen.G. They end up folding there on defense. So Team PEPS, and also some good ultimates there from Team PEPS in terms of their support usage, right? FD God got, after that one odd beat, got a few good sound barriers off, right? Just seemed to be way better, in terms of their ult synergy than Gen.G.
Yeah, those speed kites on second point, like that Kitsune Rush got just literally nothing from Kanale, like just absolutely no value. And against Lucio, I feel like that should be expected, unless your Mei is like catching somebody doesn't have a mobility skill. Speed boost is way too big of a problem for Gen.G in that style. And now they're going to be up the mobility a little bit, so they're going to have a Juno, a Curie, and potentially Mag able to get a little bit more active on this hazard, see if he can connect with Who Are You's Gen.G. Team PEPS sticking with what's worked for them so far, though. They're continuing to play the high tempo style, matching what Gen.G are bringing to bear. FD God, though, still on the Lucio. I kind of like the Lucio this meta. I do think it's got more mobility than the Brig, but still gives you those nice boops to potentially deal with the Diva and her flights in.
I mean, obviously we're really early into this patch, but like have you been bringing it up, I definitely have notice that I think the Lucio definitely a little bit more impactful than like Break in a lot of these. Even when we're seeing Rally, right? It hasn't really been just so much burst opportunity there with the Freya. It hasn't been as impactful.
Gen.G going in anyway, took a lot of damage. Ken in trouble, gets cut down by Exodial. Just free firing from this high ground. No one is looking at him, and he's punishing these defenders. Team PEPS tried to get aggressive, but that early pressure was so strong on a Tread. He lost all his armor right at the start of the trade, and you just can't let that happen. Gen.G capitalized punish. They know the aggression's gonna come. They're ready for it, and they just batted aside. Team PEPS tried to go with that signature aggression, and it just fell flat. No real connection.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy there. I mean, we see Team PEPS, right? Sometimes, I know 2-3 minutes they play like, you know, lights out. Everybody's on the same page and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't even look like the same team at times where, I mean, now an eternity here in the time bank here for Gen.G. I mean, above 5 minutes on the clock, you're going to be able to kind of move through the beginning of this choke. It looks like we're relative ease. I mean, that is and no real option there, right? He gets hit with that shot, and then he tries to back out the other side of the window, but Mag is already there waiting for him.
I mean, Exodial has been the hero for Gen.G. So many fights are opened by his Freya. I feel like Team PEPS, if they can survive this map, I think they need to ban the Freya. I mean, Exodial is getting so much value out of it. Cookie is solid too, but this is different. I mean, almost every fight, like it's Exodial opening here. Like so many fights, so many maps.
I wouldn't even say Cookie's been like bad or severely outmatched by Exodial. No. It's just, if you look at what Gen.G, I mean, I think, you know, you can make Exodial less effective. I don't know if they're getting stuff from everywhere else to make up for that.
Yeah, yeah, they're relying on Exodial to consistently deliver. Team PEPS back in the height of the mobile bomb. Pulse bomb goes wide from Who Are You and forced out to play with the recall. Cookie, here he goes though, turns things around onto Exodial. Got caught, overextended, and punished with the help of that Lucio speed. And now Team PEPS is something they've been so good in so many fights past. They get one kill and they turn it into a massacre, cleaning up so many and even pushing forward. Even Mag isn't necessarily safe. Kane is going to back out to the spawn and get that reset. But Gen.G's got to earn all that ground back. Completely stymied in terms of the map control.
So you have a minute and 37 in your time bank here for PEPS. I think if you can get this below like the 230 mark, you feel pretty good about it, right? Even if you give up that second point.
Nice
I think that's
from Tread.
Oh, that is sick there from Tread.
And the beat as well from Team PEPS, but can they outlast? Gen.G is getting healed up. They're staying inside of this orbital ray. The Kitsune rush as well. Tread zoning the play pretty hard, drops the bomb, needs to stay alive for this moment. Zirian though died in the chaos. Who Are You? Constantly the nail in the backside here, harassing them away, and FD just cannot keep up with the damage being output here. Team PEPS needs some kind of a heroic kill. Maybe Ken with the pulse bomb, but he can't get the connection just yet. Running low on the blinks, is hunted down by Mag, who finds another as well in Cookie, and FD God just delaying the inevitable here. Cart continuing to roll forward, and the fact that Gen.G were able to push through that sound barrier, take the fight 2 point while continuing to cap was great for them. Tread stalling as he can here, but such a long hold, and now without your tank feels like too much. Gen.G in a great spot, but this third point is notoriously strong for full holding, so as much as the clock is great for Gen.G right now, they still need to play well to actually get it over the line on third.
Honestly, just put a lot of pressure if you can onto Exodial. It seems like that's where Gen.G would falter if he's not really popping off, where FD God goes over to the Juno here. I like the swap off of the Lucio to the Juno here to even just give a little bit more high ground control. Also in that previous fight, you see even with the sound barrier, the orbital ray plus Kitsune rush combination is just not enough for a sound barrier to be able to kind of sustain through. As soon as that combination was used, they just had to just hightail it out of there to PEPS.
Yeah, I think switching to the Juno allows you to play a little bit slower. You're not going to be rushed to make an aggressive play, which on defense, maybe not theoretically what you want to do. Kiriko deep in the flank here, making a bit of space. But for now, Team PEPS happy to take the trade. Gen.G so far okay with it too. Another eat by Tread. He's been on Exodial all day. And another catch here comes in from FD God. You talked about it, Matt, and here it is. Team PEPS starting to put some pressure on that carry for Gen.G with the performance that we've been seeing out of Exodial. I think this is a good strategic decision. Who Are You trying to slip the net here? But relatively low on Blinks. Blinks being harassed, flanked, can't recall. Yeah, is forced to just take the reset back to the spawn. And Team PEPS, that's a great first hold, but they're gonna need a few more where that came from.
You're gonna need probably like two more to get it closer to OT there. I know we're at least kind of dwindling towards the end, and I think that's a good start, right? Like how I was talking about, if you can try and find Exodial, if he's on the high ground, right, you see he's just playing at a little bit of a distance, where if he's playing this far long range, you're kind of relying on Cookie to come up with some stuff, maybe Ken to finish him off, but otherwise, if he gets in close proximity, I mean, that is where Tread's got to go after him as well.
Rush to open, creates a bit of space. Team PEPS so far not responding with ultimates. Waiting it out for the moment. Here's their rush, much better, much later into the fight. Gen.G didn't really get any kind of advantage with that early rush. Now it's 1-for-1 trades. Cookie is low, though. Is cleaned up by the Juno. Now who are you into the backline? Getting pressure with that missile, still being annoying. And Zirian, that's a crucial trade kill back, though. Finding the headshots, getting the damage done. FD got with another, the supports, the ones, the heroes in the team's moment of need. Who are you? No cooldowns left, forced to fall back. And without the supports, the cleanup there from FD Gun and Zirian was crucial. If they don't find those kills, this is a very different scenario.
Yes, I mean, this is huge as Peps is trying to put this together as now you're basically going to finish with a better timing no matter what here.
Yeah,
if you
almost
are
guaranteed.
Peps, right? So
FD got down. Who are you? Solo kill?
Just
Crazy.
jinx it.
And Ken in trouble now. Has to recall. Has to fall back here in the fight. And low yet again. A E from Mag onto that bola shot. No connection. Tread trying to fall off, trying to just get one last stabilized fight. You don't want to stagger in this situation. Ken is low on resources. Finally gets that recall back. But Gen.G has kept that pressure on immense. Cookie is down. Zirian takes a big pressure coming out of the spawn. FD God needs to rip that ult. Here's the orbital ray now, and big connection. Zirian, assisted by Tread, diving into the backline, forcing the supports away. That means there's no support here for Who Are You. Has to full blink out, completely disengaging from the fight. And Team PEPS may have stabilized once again. Zirian is down, but should be able to get back into this. And Exodial feels like he has to deliver something here, but Tread has eaten like every Polish shot, it feels like.
Well, yeah, at least like the last two. For Peps though as well, you can play a little bit more aggro here and just kind of like throw bodies on the point, right? You have such a huge advantage in terms of defender spawn. I mean, that is a huge pick, and he's got the bola shot now.
Oh, wait, maybe I've overstepped this. Okay, has the dashes to get out. Mag's there with the counter. The pulse bomb killed by Ken. Onto Who Are You? Somehow, Team PEPS clinging onto life in this map. Did not expect to see that one in the feed, but Team PEPS find it, and now they bridge the gap. They're gonna have this Curio for the next fight. Gen.G, how do you open this? Kanale needs to charge up his own Kitsune Rush, but it feels like an overtime finish is all but preordained.
Oh, Exodial takes a big shot there. I mean, that is massive. I was going to say, if you're Team PEPS, you have to be doing a good job of ult tracking and have an understanding that they might have the rush and the orbital ray soon, that with just your rush, you need to go now, and they take advantage of that window.
Yeah, great point. Great punish by them. Going aggressive. Now, they really can just play the clock. It feels like Gen.G have some big advantages. It feels like they should be able to win this fight, but the backline being harassed brutally there. Ken nearly getting those supports down. It's slowing them down on the walk-up. Gotta come deal with Who Are You here on this point. Overtime now starts burning. Mag, though, has found one. Tread low out of the suit. He's back in the mech, though. Still with about so many ults being poured on for Gen.G. Surely they're going to get this one over the line. They're going to have that chance in the OT round. No, I think staying alive, staggering well. Like, oh, but Ken getting bursted. That's massive. It's going to be really hard to hold.
You lose Tread here as well now, right? He doesn't have a self-destruct to get back in mech. I was like, oh, you know, maybe you can consider, juggling this constantly as they will finish. Obviously, no time remaining, though. Team PEPS with 1:37 on the clock.
You think back, though, to that first point strat from Gen.G. It may have, like, cost them a lot on point 2, point 3. Here, we can check out this replay. See how Ken got this pulse bomb kill. On to Who Are You? Oh my, just absolute disrespect going for that one. And that stings. That kind of saves the game there, honestly. Like, I think Gen.G get the cap with time. I dare say if anything else happens, but he gets that stick. I don't think Who Are You's going down any other way than the pulse. So Ken, under pressure, finds it.
So I know match point for Gen.G, but in the scenario that we're in, right? Not able to win this one here, right? We'll either see, well, we're gonna see game 5, right? Whether it be a draw or via a Team PEPS win, as they'll ditch the May here on defense. You like that call here early on?
I mean, maybe with the perks, it's a little bit of a cheese strat, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're kind of going for this like cheeky run the clock down type of a hold, and I think Gen.G know we need to win a fight. You know, that type of a play. Now that Team PEPS have had a moment to analyze it, they might approach the situation differently, and it is a risky play, right? If you lose your Ana to that early dive, like, things could fall apart. And so I actually like the idea of just playing maybe a little bit more heads up and just playing to win the fight. Team PEPS are going full dive, though. I actually love this idea. Gen.G Tracer really going to be tough for Ana to survive now. It's going to be an onslaught from Team PEPS. Instant rotation with the Lucio through the flank. Tracer forced a recall early, and Zox is so far staying alive. Kanale punishing this walk. A big nade onto the backline. FD Gun Tread aren't going to be able to really get into the fight now. They are in the back line.
Yeah, you lost Zerion as well really early on, right? So no cleanse. You have all these players so far back there. Oh, man. I mean...
And that's your heal. Now Gen.G are going to look to clean up these players in the back line. Further stalling the clock out. Maybe getting close even to some ultimates. And Team PEPS, it's going to be maybe, Cookie can stay alive behind, but I don't think anyone else can. Oh my, Tread is back here too. This is getting weird, man. This is getting awkward.
I don't know if you could have scripted a weirder / worse start here for PEPS.
Although, the Diva with full perks is like really durable. Cookie forced to recall now. Who are you? Big advantage. Wants to force this 1v1. Cookie trying to escape, trying to grab some packs and be annoying in the fight. Mag, meanwhile, though, doesn't get the support in that moment of chaos. Cookie creates the space and time for Team PEPS to get into the fight. Shots on the FD God, but he's staying alive, stabilizing, and it seems like Team PEPS have just done it. The chaos from Cookie was enough. The split attention, they weren't there to support Mag on point. And the chaos pays off. Team PEPS even up the series 2-2, going to a decisive game 5.
Bro, that is... I don't think that's how they drew it up, but it's working out as basically the entire team ends up on the flank. They end up losing their Kiri, then they lose their Lucio, but then like off of health packs, the Diva Tracer end up living, and then just like a pinch kind of it kind of happens just because it has to, and it just throws Gen.G for a loop. So that is Team PEPS forcing a 5th deciding map, not be a draw, right? They take us to the distance as, dude, this is a big map for both these teams.
Yeah, you know, for Gen.G, this is like a moment where we may look back on this as like the moment of them potentially facing relegation. And I know that sounds like extreme. We're still pretty far from the end. There's a lot of teams.
You're not wrong though.
But there's really heavy hitters. Like I think if you can't beat PEPS now, you know, people have got to start at the question, when can you get the wins later on? Like, is it? I mean, quick, sure, but is that easier or harder than this match?
If you can't beat PEPS, you're not a favorite against TM, right?
No.
You're not a favorite against. You're not a favorite against Alcatia. I mean, and then I think, is there an argument about the quick esports game? I mean,
I don't know that we can say that Gen.G have showed the solidity to where we can be confident that they're out of relegation threat. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see them get those wins over Quick Esports. I'd call that a 50-50, but this is Gen.G. This is not a team that is okay being in the middle of the table, whereas a Quick Esports is, you know, they're punching up, they're trying to make plays, and if they can get some scrappy wins, we're getting excited for them. Gen.G, like, they set a standard so much higher than this in terms of their expectations coming into the season. We've got storied players like Who Are You and Mag on this squad that need to kind of deliver.
And this is a team that was good during stage 1, and we believe made upgrades throughout their roster here into stage 2. And it has not looked good thus far, right? You lose 3-0 to the Ultimates. You also lose 3-0 to VP. You beat Frostales 3-0, right? But you know, against 2 of the upper echelon teams, you don't get a map, right? You know, you beat the team out of relegation 3-0, but I mean, this is just a pretty, I know, as bad of a start as you could probably script here for Gen.G.
That being said, though, you know, as much as this has been a more hard-fought series than you would have liked, you're definitely a lot more bloodied than I think the Gen.G staff and players wanted to be at this point. In the end, if you get the win here, you buy yourself a new lease on life, right? You put PEPS in the situation where now, okay, at least you're not as worried about something like relegation. You're in a much stronger headspace going forward to challenge some of those tougher teams in weeks ahead. You can sort of build on this. However, it all comes down to New Junk City. So much pressure on these players.
Bans come through. It is obviously New Junk City, our final map here. No subs for either team. Gen.G will get rid of Kiri. That'll be their first ban. And then PEPS gets rid of Tracer. So Who Are You's been actually really good for Gen.G on the Tracer throughout this, right? He's been hit or miss on everything else. Maybe the Sombra would probably be his other best look, but you know, his Genji has not been otherworldly, I would say, today, right? So, you know, maybe this is kind of obviously to take that out of his hands, maybe try and even up the odds there. The Kiri is interesting because, like, as we've been talking about, we've seen a ton of like Lucio Kiri here on early, you know, in this second week, right? I know third week with the new patch.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how Who Are You pulls it out here. I mean, this is a storied name in the Overwatch scene, has been looked at as one of the stronger DPS players, but he's been around for a long time, and there is a new generation of talent coming up. And they're, you know, putting the test to some of these veterans and, you know, showing that, yeah, the name value, it's not worth so much anymore. This is the new era. This is the time for some of these players to stake their claim on the scene and to show that, you know, they're the ones who really deserve to be there. And I can't think of a squad that personifies that more than Team PEPS, who's bringing on a lot of new names that starting to get excited about, starting to believe that this could be a team that can upset somebody like Gen.G. And I mean, the question, is it even an upset?
Yeah, right. I mean, both of these teams are going to be, you know, I mean, pretty even. But like, so typically when we've seen like obviously this like new guard of players kind of like pass up some of the older guard, it's really because like some of the early players or you know, of Overwatch, right, not the most flexible. Where, you know, right now for Gen.G, like the heroes that Who Are You can play are heroes that like you're not really asking him to go out of his comfort zone, right? Like that I think is probably the most surprising, is like, okay, these are heroes that like should be really good for Who Are You. And we also don't know, like, right, like obviously you change your DPS line, there's communication and all the things that go into that, right? Like how they've been able to gel, or, you know, if they've had enough time to be able to gel. But I mean, they're kind of out of time at this point. I mean, you are in must-win scenario. I mean, you're staring down the barrel of like, you lose this, right? You're looking at like, hey, we have to run the table against pretty quality opponents to kind of just like sneak in to the playoffs and avoid that relegation slot.
Yeah, you really need to work for this. And we could talk about communication issues, we could talk about coordination, but in the end, if you can't bring that come to play here, you know, we all know when the season starts, we all know when the matches are. I don't think there's room for excuses here for Gen.G. It's time to put up or shut up. And where better to do it here than New Junk City, a famously brawly, individualistic map, a lot of opportunity for players to get tricky, hit from flanks. And especially this one that's relatively enclosed here for the Freya. So they're going to be in a bit of hot water in terms of how these trades go down. Team PEPS going to go with the Lucio. Gen.G sticking with the Brig for now. Who Are You also, like you mentioned, over to the Sombra. We'll see how this works out. Zirian takes an immediate spear, though, off the trade. But Team PEPS still get a bit of a tempo. Again, instantly kills Exodio? Okay.
He just dashes right through him, just insta-gives him. I mean, now you see Tread putting pressure on a Mag is, you know, with the Sombra, like you do lose some frontline pressure, right? As opposed to having the Gen.G in the mix, right? Where like Who Are You wants to get hacks, he wants to get viruses, like it's not exactly the big burst, right? Where, you know, Cookie lands an explosive shot and then Ken just dashes on through, takes him out. It's a little bit more methodical with the Sombra in the mix, which is also, dude, Jake, this is kind of wild in the scenario where like Gen.G is good in this comp. The other, and we're seeing Who Are You not play it.
Yeah, and I worry about Gen.G because this is such a scary game for Exodial and Canale. Speed boosted, an entire team double speeding on you with Gen.G is terrifying. And here comes potentially another initiation. PEPS comes out of the door. This is a little bit too much, though, overcooking it. I don't think they need to do that. But you see the threat. I mean, Gen.G full kite that. They're actually scared of the threat that Team PEPS can bring to bear, and for good reason. But the turnaround, pretty strong now. This is the moment for Gen.G. The counter engages where they're at their best. Dash from Ken. He's low. He's under pressure. Mag hunted for kills, but Exodial gets the first. And Gen.G stable for the moment, but Canale drops. Zox is incredibly low. Trade comes in from Mag. Both sides bloodied and bruised. FD got the last support up on the server, though. It's going to give Tread a bit of an advantage if they're able to get into the long fight. If FD God's able to live and stabilize for the moment, Mag is low, spinning, keeps FD God off the corner, and should be able to just trade this one out, but almost 100% cap came in here for Gen.G.
Yeah, you're going to get it in the end for Team PEPS. No, you're going to be able to kind of get it to 99, but Gen.G able to flip. Benefit here for Gen.G is you're going to have 4 ultimates here coming into this next fight. Is although you had a support advantage there for PEPS in terms of like FD God is the only one alive in the server at that moment, still not enough healing on the Lucio could be done to kind of save through the Orisa and the Freya damage, right? So kind of just gets negated there. We'll see how PEPS, dude, PEPS being so aggressive, right? Just going right past Mag, no fear in the world.
Beat dropped. Ken didn't get the beat. Incredibly low. Is going to tick out to Who Are You? A parting gift here from the Sombra. Orbital Ray as well, trying to stabilize into this backline. Gen.G very tanky here. Tread does pop that Terra Surge, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Now, Kanale comes to the point, but where's the support? Needs a little bit of help to stay alive. Is getting healed up by the Juno, but FD God gets the cleanup. Mag spinning on the point as well. Does shut down Cookie, and this is a very healthy Orisa. Truly a formidable force here holding onto the point. FD God trying to slip away. Does wall right for the moment. Ken back with the blade. In with the EMP now is Who Are You. Dashes away from the point. Orbital Ray over the top from Zirian and Tread back quick on the Doomfist. Mag low on the cooldowns. Desperate to get alive. Ken also incredibly low, but now you need to touch. Gen.G trying to get back into this. Who's got the touch? Somebody gets it for the moment. And back into the fight are both teams. Doomfist could be a bit of a liability, especially with the rally from Kanale. Ken looking for that cleanup. But Tread finds Exodio, and they're dancing, and the mobility advantage really being felt right now for PEPS.
Well, and Jake, because they have the point, right, they don't have to just jump down there and fight that rally, right? They hold control of the point. It's Gen.G who has to end up flipping it, and while that is happening, it's just Tread and the rest of Team PEPS going to the high ground, taking out those players of Gen.G, letting Kanale just sit there with the rally on the point alone, and PEPS steals the first flashpoint here. I mean, brutal scenario there for Gen.G. Gen.G, though, should be, I mean, look, the Doom is not the most effective. Yeah, you're gonna have Tread go back and change, so maybe a window of opportunity here at the start of this next point.
But the double speed from Team PEPS has been formidable. Kanale has been pretty heartily struggling so far in the game. Gen.G, though, get the benefit of first position here on the top point. Exodio dropping low for a second, though, does create a window, and here's an immediate attack onto Who Are You, force the TP out. And now, the bullet shot from Cookie, but a lot of damage coming to Tread. He needs that sound barrier. Chases in for more. They're on the top, trying to catch down this Juno. And the overwhelming team fight aggression here. Team PEPS staying tight as a unit. A lot of players are low. It's not an easy engagement from here on out. But Cookie starting to get a bit of free fire from the high ground, and they're able to contest the point just in time. Perfect play right here from Team PEPS. Losing one, but it's not costly.
And this is when we were talking a little bit about earlier about some of the maps that I thought Team PEPS would pick. I thought they would pick this map, right? But because it's the last one left in the pool, Gen.G either goes to Hero or Suravasa, and this is a really good like rush style of map, right? We've seen teams play rush even when dive is really good on this map specifically.
Whoa, full confidence here. Ken straight to the backline. Doesn't even have blade. He's just YOLOing in, and the team's right behind him. Terra Surge, though, he doesn't have any cooldowns to escape this big hit from Mag. And that's over aggressive there from Team PEPS, being crazy with it.
There's no reason for them to have to do this, right? I mean, no. They have the point control, they have high ground control, and then they also have speed advantage while having high ground.
Who are you backcapping them? Wow,
yeah, there's
so it's like an instant recap from Gen.G.
There's no like
that's
you can
that's
play
pressure. That's pressure getting to you, frankly, man.
You can play aggressive without just barreling your face into the opponent's spawn. I mean, it's doable. Like, okay, we're gonna have a blade here, orbital ray on the other side, no abilities here. 4 Ken gets hacked, and Who Are You is able to take out a D-God. So I guess you trade blade for orbital ray there, but now Who Are You is going to have an EMP, and Team PEPS may have just thrown this point.
Yeah, it seems like it's falling apart here. Spin from Tread, though, and Cookie finds another.
Okay.
So hold on. Now it's Gen.G's turn to fall flat. Who Are You punished? Couldn't get the EMP off. And Team PEPS bend, but they don't break. Now onto the cap, getting some cleanup kills. Mag just gonna be delaying himself here. Yeah, I think he just needs to go die. Okay, and the last contest is on the point.
This map right now is breaking like every rule of like team fights I feel like we've ever heard. Like
this is following the cardinal rule of a best of 5 where everybody gets crazy in the BO, like the decisive BO5, such big stakes that both these teams see this as one of the key matches of the entire season for them. That could be the difference between qualifying the EWC or not. A lot of cash on the line for that. Who Are You setting up for this EMP?
FD God's got to dodge it, right? Gonna have a beat available, taking some damage here. They want to
aggression. This could be punished. EMP, though the beat already came down, though it's protecting them from the breadth of that damage for the most part. But Exodio still pumping the damage without the cooldowns. They couldn't really leverage that beat. Zirian, though, finds one. FD God super low, slips around the corner, stabilized for the moment. Zodiel wants to get that cleanup, is able to find it. Now he's just charging forward, supports in his sights. Both of them shut down, cleaned up. And it seems like Gen.G are finally going to be able to get this cap. It was back and forth. It was the definition of scrappy. But now the map stands at 1-1. It's anybody's game here on New Junk City.
I can't lie. I hated the way that PEPS played that entire point. I mean, they had like, what, 35%? They had high ground control. They had like ultimate advantage. And they decided to just like barrel out the door, I guess, to try and catch them off guard, right? But Gen.G has no speed, Jake. Like, they could have just seen them at the choke and then played from an advantage on the high ground on how they wanted to attack. It felt like they just win fast because they can, not because they needed to.
Spin coming out now from Mag, getting the cleanup in this fight before the point is even open. But it is going to enable Gen.G to get that first cap. So expenditure of ultimates, but ultimately worthwhile. And I think you have a point, man. I mean, honestly, Team PEPS, as much as they have double speed, I think they have the better poke comp here.
Yeah.
You know, Lucio pokes more than Brig, and I think Gen.G pokes more than Sombra. A little bit, you know, not massively. But I don't think they should be in, like, they can be aggressive, but they shouldn't be as agitated as they are to make these plays. And honestly, props to Gen.G, though, for kind of holding the line on some of these. Exodial has, once again, been the one to find those punishing kills, shutting down these players. They dive in, Exodial's ready for it. He kites back. He knows they're trying to target him.
Yeah, I mean, they look. I know they want to kill Canale. They don't have to just basically give up 2 players every time and speed past the opposing team to do it. They can play a little bit slower here. Not asking them to kind of play at a turtle pace, but just play a little bit more methodical here. Is now they kind of push up. This is that
methodical push that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And now spin available for Tread. He's into the backline onto exactly that target in Canale. Has a spin to pull him in. Brash keeps him out of the fight, but in that chaos, Zox does go down with the help of Ken. And now point control here seems to be going the way of Team PEPS.
Yeah, they have the advantage when they play like that. When they just kind of like into the Brig, that's where like, who are you can get behind them, start to get hacks. That's where the Brig can, like, you know, if they can just like hold on, poke a little bit, isolate the Brig, then collapse, like they're in a much better spot. And it's not like, now obviously Exodial's played pretty well for Gen.G and been their best player, I think, throughout the series. It's not like he's, you know, lapping Cookie in terms of the Freya play, right? Like, I don't think you need to be that worried. I think they just need to kind of slow the pace down. If they go fast here, I don't know what's going on, but it looks like they're allowing them to kind of come in and make.
I mean, with Rally on the board, it's a little scary to be inting in, and I think you're right, though. They should play it slow, get some of these CDs out. Now they're taking a bit of a flank angle, but Mag's blocking it. Another aggressive beat in, but they're not really connecting, and EMP shuts down a lot of these cooldowns. Hard to deploy the ultimates. Ken is low as well. Rally from Ken, or rather from Canale, keeps Ken yet more scared to commit the blade here, and this is going to be a quick flip here for Gen.G before the fight is even decisively won, which means Team PEPS should just be completely out of this round. Now Mag comes in looking for the cleanup. I mean, they're up 5v3. No problem here. Team PEPS, another awkward, aggressive beat in. It doesn't work out.
Yes, Mag will finish off the final 2 here, make it 3. Is another just like a really early beat engage. Well, I guess here's another thing. If you're going to beat engage and get that aggressive on the backline, why not just blade at the same time, right? Like at that point, I mean, you know the EMP is on the other side, but if you're trying to use that sound barrier to get into the backline and get a kill, like, you may as well just use the blade and try and secure it. It was like, you know, they probably would have won the point if they did that. And
here's the blade fight. Big damage onto Canale. The whip shot misses though, and that's gonna mean Ken gets the connection, but the rest of the fight is crumbling. Team PEPS, it was only the blade finding the connection. The rest of the team gave up way too much to make that trade happen. Mag getting a little bit low though. Still a healthy tread here. You gotta respect this Orisa. The rest of the team swarming over the top of him, and that is gonna be enough to win the fight. And I think you're right, Matt. I think PEPS can play these fights a lot slower and still be effective, but they are feeling the pressure of the moment. And Gen.G, cool, calm, and collected, actually. I think they're responding really nicely to these plays. Yes, we might lose one player on your rush, but we're playing in strong positions. We're continuing to deal that damage. We're punishing you and making the trades. Tread with the Terror Surge, though, could be a bit of a problem if he can connect to the back lines. It's a point with a bit of high ground, though, so it could be a little awkward. Big Spear, though, pushes Exodial back.
I feel like this is a must-win fight here for Team PEPS. You need to win this fight because Gen.G is going to come back with a slew of ultimates moving forward, and you end up losing it here. You're going to get to like 80% on the point for Gen.G with you know, almost 5 ultimates. It's going to be GG, but look at that. I mean, MT God finds a boop on a... Who are you? I think he had already used the translocator there, and then he finds him like invis and boops him off the side. So, I mean, dude, this is one of the wackier games of Flashpoint we've seen.
I will say that is like the dream scenario for Team PEPS. They're not that they just win the fight, but they do it with just picks and they don't deploy ultimates. Because yes, Gen.G's coming back with the retake, but Team PEPS has a nice bank to deal with. So let's see how Who Are You went to approach this. Invis. Oh, and FD read the play. Heard that invis and punished. Who Are You is like, oh crap. But now, I mean, Team PEPS, they need to play a cool, calm, and collected, right? We talked about it. Will they make that adjustment here under utmost pressure with the series hanging in the balance?
yeah, a real good opportunity here for PEPS to get us to a 5th and final flashpoint here is who are you over the top looking for this EMP. They did a nice job of getting the beats off before those EMPs have come down. It's like, oh, you're gonna lose Ken there before the sound barrier comes through.
And the EMP ready to shut this down. Ray came down though from Zerion first. Maybe it's enough heals, but no! Gen.G just cleaving through them with the help of the EMP, the orbital ray pumping that damage. And now Team PEPS into a desperation recontest. 90%, I don't think this is possible. Ken being marked on the flank as well. They know the only way you can make this tread respawning, but way too late. And Gen.G are gonna come away with the series. The Sombra Brig ends up proving dominant. PEPS couldn't meet the pressure of the moment, and Gen.G salvaging the stage for so far. I mean, now equaling the scoreline 2-2. We talked about the doom and gloom that was, you know, foreboding if they weren't going to be able to get this one done. But Koryu was great with the Sombra. The EMPs were really nice, immaculately punishing the aggression from Team PEPS. And the rest of Gen.G also, I think, really brought it together. I was worried about Kanale in that map after the first fight, but he really brought it together and proved to be much more difficult to catch deeper into the map.
It feels like this was one of those matches, though, guys, where the teams won their respective maps in a fairly dominant fashion when they won. Not the ones they picked necessarily, but, you know, like, so they're winning a map and they do so dominantly, and then it's just a back and forth until someone actually drops the spaghetti. In this case, it's Team PEPS. I think you mentioned that during the cast there already, Jake, that it might have been the nerves getting to them. They just kind of started inting themselves at the opposition there, taking engagements where they didn't necessarily have to, because they were in an advantage kind of position. So yeah, it's a little unfortunate to see them falling like that. Have we really learned anything about either of those teams, you feel?
Exodial is the GOAT. That's what I learned. I mean, I will say in defense of Team PEPS, as much as I criticize them for the aggression, I understand why they feel like they need to, because Exodial, I mean, so many times he's just like finding opening kills. And as much as Cookie also played a fine series there on the Freya, Exodial was clearly that key difference maker. And so it feels like, okay, we can place, in theory, we should be able to play slow. But in practice, Exodial's constantly opening up picks onto us. Maybe we just need to just go, and like maybe we are losing the poke trade. I don't think it's a strategic loss of the poke trade. I think it's just because Exodial is him.
I mean, yeah, he was sick throughout the series. I mean, this is kind of where things fall apart towards the end, right? The sound barrier comes through, orbital array, and then everybody dies. They don't even need to use the rally that Kanale built up towards the end. There definitely was a window, though, for PEPS to be able to take this series. Definitely not out of it. Feels like just a few too many mistakes there at the end. And they had a difficult time dealing with the Sombra all series long.
Yeah, also, if we looked at Circuit, like, that started to make me really worried for Gen.G again, because while map 1 looked super dominant and, like, such nice aggressive engagements, map 2, they look completely disconnected. Like, that was strange.
I was pretty critical of the strats on Circuit. I think some of those comps, they needed a fresh look at those about as far as like what they're picking in the matchups they're playing. But it's a new patch, it's a new meta, so maybe a little bit less experience, something they could easily fix going forward.
Also, like, they're good enough to beat PEPS today, but we've talked about their schedule coming up. They're gonna need to be like today's gameplay would not have worked against Alcatia, right? Now, nobody's gameplay has really worked against Alcatia, but even like Twisted Minds, right? Like another step up in competition in EMEA, you're going to need to kind of hit another level, I think, here for Gen.G.
Yeah, it's just, it was a victory. It was not the convincing victory that we wanted to see from them in order for us to feel a little more comfortable given their very difficult schedule moving forward.
It's tough. I mean, you got Alcatia, you got Twisted Minds, Quickie Esports is no layup, right? No walk in the park. So it is not an easy road for Gen.G towards the end of this stage. And this is one of the teams that was like in the playoffs last stage. We thought they maybe even had a chance at Champions Clash, right? With like how open that second slot looked. You know, PEPS gets second in the previous stage, right, in terms of the regular season. But then Gen.G gets double first round. That's not going to be good enough with this team and the roster and the improvements they've made.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G, they clearly had the firepower, right? Like, we know what those players can deliver. Jake, throughout the cast, throughout all the maps, actually, you were a little critical on the backline hero choices that we saw there. Do you really feel like that is something that could end up biting them playing that Juno Brig?
I think the Juno Brig looked okay for me still in the Diva mirror, but then, the flexibility to constantly be swapping seems crucial right now in the meta. Like, that's one of those key factors, and I'm a little worried about, their backline in terms of being able to keep up on that front. I think with how well Exodial and Who Are You are playing, and I still think even Mag, like think about King's Row, like, they just weren't there to heal Mag when he was touching. Yeah. He has to touch. It's overtime. He really has to touch, and they're not ready to heal him there. So there's some synergy. Maybe that is more of a communication problem than individualistic. So I still think we can give them more time. I think as players they showed strength today, but I think they need to keep growing and developing in order for, like you said, Matt, for this to be like the top 3 team that they aspire to be.
Yeah,
absolutely. We actually have a guest joining us now for a post-game interview. Exodial should be ready to join us in a second. And here he is, Exodial. Thank you so much for joining, and congratulations on the dub today. It was a hard-fought victory. PEPS taking you all the way to map 5. How did you feel confidence-wise heading into this match against them?
So confidence-wise, so like we've been, I said this in the last interview, right? So we've been like struggling a bit, like in the previous matches. But I think we're trying to figure out like all the game style like really well. So confidence into this game was really good, right? But they put up a really good fight. So yeah, I mean I'm proud of them as well. I love PEPS, so yeah.
It's cool to see the love, between you guys. I think you in particular put up a great performance on the Freya, and I'm just kind of curious to think about your thoughts on Freya in the meta. I mean, she looks super dominant. Pretty much everybody is playing her. But how do you see her kind of changing the meta for other characters, for overall style, since she's so different kind of than a lot of these other hits can?
I mean, for me, like you cannot play any other hitscan that isn't Freya right now, right? So I'm a bit sad into that part because I don't really like playing Freya. Like I really hate it, but it is what it is. It's a meta, right?
It doesn't show.
Yeah,
it looks like you.
It really
looks
like
you love it.
No, I just love playing Cass or anything like any other hitscan, but it's just what you have to play, right? And the playstyle is just so much different from other hitscans. So yeah.
As a follow-up there, given the patch changes this very week, do you feel like that is going to have an impact on Freya pick rate? Do you feel like you might get away with? Nope. Okay, I already see a heart now. Okay.
No. Yeah, no, we're not going there. I gotta ask Zodiel. You guys saw a lot of success playing Sombra throughout the series. Who Are You playing pretty well in that role. What do you guys feel like the Sombra gives your team? Like, because he's also a great Gen.G. We see Gen.G be pretty strong, but you guys seeing more success, it feels like, with the Sombra.
I really think, I don't know like the exact, why do we play the Sombra, but it's just like, I think it's in the Freya versus Freya matchup, I mean, I think Freya against Gen.G can force the cooldowns like really easily, right? And against Sombra, it's just like more easy to force out the Freya as well with Sombra. So I think it's just coming into that. Freya into Gen.G really strong, so yeah.
Right on. Well, it was a great performance today from you and the team. You got the dub, and you have a tough schedule ahead of you. So we hope to see more of those dubs coming your way in the upcoming weeks. Exodial, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Rest up. The road to that mid-season tournament is
he's so nice. My original thought in my head, so I was going to be like, yo, how good does it feel to just dunk on your whole team? And then he's like, I love those guys. He's not good. He's not
also,
good at dunk.
That was not a dunk. That was just not a dunk.
Look,
okay?
You win and play like that. The team didn't dunk, but you did.
No, he personally did for sure. Like even the maps where they lost, I think Exodial was the bright spot on that Gen.G roster, and definitely something that they heavily have to rely on in order to get those victories. And now it is time to announce our player of the match. Or did we already do that? Did we already do that? We already did it, and I completely. Who was it?
Was it Exodial?
Was it Exodial? Yeah, I saw. Okay, I obviously knew that.
He was here.
He was with us. He was with us. That's right.
Is Exodial in the room with us now?
He's here with us right now.
Yeah, it was crispy.
He's always here. That's right. Either way, that wraps everything EMEA for today. Jake working smart, not hard, getting that 2-match day in. Instead of Mitch. Well done.
Jake only shows up on 1 or 2 match days.
I know. See, that's That's why we have him on. Like,
Yeah.
he's just smart like that. And Matt is also here, which is awesome. Now, Butter Bros will be back for more tomorrow, I believe.
Don't be
thank you
firing
both
shots at
so
my butter
much.
brother like that. So
Unbelievable.
I'm the butter brother. No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't.
My
I
butter
wouldn't,
brother.
I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. You're gonna see the two of you back tomorrow. Thank you both so much for calling the action. Now, before we get things started in the NA region, we're actually going to tune into a special stadium showdown live from DreamHack in Dallas, cast by the incredible Kenobi and Rich Rat. So stick around because you do not want to miss that.
I'm gonna need you to do better than that, guys. DreamHack Dallas! That's good, that's good. Are you excited? Yeah, well, some of you aren't, and maybe that's because you don't know what's about to happen right here on the main stage at DreamHack. Overwatch 2. Stadium Showdown. This is the first time, as far as I know, that we have ever seen this game mode on a stage on this continent. And you're gonna see it right here live on the main stage. Are you excited now? We had people playing in the PC free play competing. Other DreamHack attendees competing for their opportunity to come up on the main stage and play this brand new game mode in front of everyone here and everyone watching at home. And they're gonna be playing with some of their favorite content creators here as well. Shall we meet them? Shall we bring them out? They look kind of locked in. I don't know if they're willing to come and talk to me. Let's see. Can they hear us? SK? J3? They're setting things up. Can I get you over here? Are you busy? I can come over. I can come over there. Let me come over to you. SK on the stage. Hey, how are you doing, SK?
I'm great. Nervous.
You're nervous. Imagine how the attendees feel. This is your team. You're the team captain, right?
Yes, I will be strong.
You'll be very strong, and you're playing up against Team Rack Attack, who's playing with Emong as well. How do you feel about your competition?
Should be free.
It should be free. That is some deep cut right there. SK, what do you want to say to your team before you get into this?
You got this. They got this.
They got this? What do you think? Do they got this? Make some noise for Team SK, please. Go and take your seat. I know that you are trying to get set up right now. And we meet the other team captain as well. Playing with Emong, it's Rack Attack. Can I get you up here, please? Rack, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Feeling good.
Feeling good? Feeling strong?
Of course, always.
And now, up on the DreamHack main stage, ready to go head-to-head at the Stadium Showdown. Are you going to beat these guys?
It's always the plan to win. I mean, you don't plan to lose, so I'm ready to give what it takes.
You're ready to give what it takes? I mean, I asked SK, and they said it was 3. And you seem a lot more humble than that. Is that good, or is the confidence necessary?
I think the confidence is necessary, but as long as they can't shoot me out of the sky, then I don't know. It's going to be hard for them to deal with me.
What do you think? Are they going to be able to deal with Team Rack Attack? I think they are confused by the question. Is Team Rack Attack going to take this? That's a much bigger cheer. Anything you want to say to your team before you get into this?
I just hope we all have fun, but we're going to take the win, so it doesn't matter.
There we go. Hey, make some noise, please, for Team Rack Attack. Get yourself set up and ready. This is very important. Right here in Dallas. The first time we'll ever see this in America. Brand new game mode from Overwatch 2. Stadium, have you played it yet? It's really good, right? It's amazing. You can play it over in the PC free play as well. But right now, I want to introduce the dream team when it comes to talent in this game title. Our casters, make some noise for Rich Rad and Kenobi. Guys, your mic's on. Can you talk to me? Yes? Yeah?
Hoping so.
Oh,
no, wait, there we go. Good. Now you can hear us, right? There it is, yeah.
Guys, are you excited for this?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're stoked. Yeah. I mean, realistically, Kenobi, we've been looking forward to this for quite some time when we found out about it, and being able to be here for these couple of days, it's been fantastic to talk with the content creators, those that are now fans alongside them competing in this stadium matchup, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, this is where I was born, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
Even I didn't know that.
In my home state of Texas, coming back in, but I'm really excited to talk about Stadium with you and about this game, because I think it's a game mode that deserves a lot of praise, and how fun it is and how interesting a lot of the things can get in Stadium with the items, with the powers. Just everything about Stadium feels so good to play, and I can't wait to see what our teams are going to be able to pull out.
Yeah, and over the course of the show match, we'll really dive into a lot of the details, both from like the more basic format of just understanding the game mode in combination with what some of the builds are that we are going to get from the players. And I know that the content creators have been so heavily driven into just playing a wide variety of different heroes from all different, levels, whether it's tank, support, DPS, but we have some of ours that are playing alongside them that are really just starting to immerse themselves into Stadium as a whole. So I think it's going to be interesting to see kind of that like new talent from these individuals who have been participating here in that free-to-play zone, and then now alongside content creators who have been grinding this game.
Yeah, like a seasoned, player who's been playing Stadium. I think I've seen like Emong make on a lot of the streams, like the Diva builds. I think the Melee one you and I were talking about, which is one of my favorites. But I can't wait to see kind of what a lot of these players come up with, because if you don't really have an understanding of what Stadium is, the game does do a pretty good job of like giving you some example builds to deal with. You can have kind of these like very small items and just go down the list and trying to figure out what kind of build you want to play. But you can also just be super creative. You can pick, if you want to be a Reaper that does just melee damage from behind, a Gen.G that does melee damage from behind, you want to fly as Reinhardt, you want to be a helicopter as Orisa, you can do all of that in Stadium, and it's perfect.
As an Orisa main, I love the fact that I get my barrier back. That is one of the greatest.
And Supercharger.
And Supercharger. So like those are like me going back to the original days. But again, there's such a wide variety. And you touched on it a little bit when it comes to the smaller abilities that kind of grow and elevate over the course of the actual match itself, starting from that common to rare to epic, and how it can really start to evolve the way that these heroes are playing and the players are specifically going for those major powers as they hit them in those 1, 3, 5, and 7 maps.
Yeah, I think that the powers are going to be the most interesting, because they kind of give you like a North Star of what you're going to be doing when it comes to that build. There are I'd say about 3 or 2 that are just focused on like very specific parts of the kit. You have Reinhardts who get like bigger fire strikes, bigger shield. That's the other one that I'm seeing a lot of. You have self-destruct builds sometimes. You have a lot of these very specific builds that come from your powers, but you can also mix and match, and that's one of the things I like as well, is that the fact that there isn't, just you're not set in your ways. You can basically, whenever you want to, decide to change up your build, you can sell those items if it's not working out for you.
Absolutely. And then the other thing too is when it comes to like some of those builds that you were mentioning, there's even some discussion when it comes to some of the content creators that there could be some, 76 DPS / healing builds that we might see utilizing that biotic field. So again, even almost going outside of the realm of just the DPS sphere and taking that customization and just creativity to, the extent that allows them to play not only so differently, but contribute to the team as a whole.
Yeah, I think one of the builds that I've seen, or I was playing a stadium game, a couple of days ago, and one of the things that I saw was this build where the Soldier 76 biotic field was just huge, and you would just run around with it, and it deals damage. There's a power that makes it deal damage, and then it's called back off, and you would just run around, and then you would just sit next to people, and they would just instantly die. Like, it was fantastic. I love the creativity that a lot of these builds can get.
Well, and even just kind of talking again, we're really focusing on the 76 aspect because, again, such an original character that we have. There's even that dynamic of where you can get like a helix boost where you're jumping over massive portions of terrain, and just the accessibility to so much just speed and mobility around the map itself really can also change the outcomes here, where you're thinking, oh yeah, like Farah from like traditionally it's got elevation, but in this case we don't really have that hero just yet. But you can now kind of spin your build a little bit, because with those 4 powers, the primary ones, you have your static build that's pretty confident in building off of one ability, but then you can take maybe the floater, because again, when it comes to the early aspect of powers, you might take one that's more beneficial to the earlier rounds versus ones that are in that long run picture like you mentioned.
I think one of the other things that I like about Stadium in particular is that the fact that when I was talking about how you could like sell items, you're not really punished for changing your build in the middle, right? The powers, yes, they stay all the time, but for the items that you're buying during the rounds with your Stadium cash, if you feel like you want to go a different way with your build at any point, just sell those items, and then you can change it completely, and that kind of creates this little chess match between a lot of these teams. Do I need to buy a little bit more survivability? Do I need to buy a little bit more ability power? How do I want to kind of maneuver around my build? And I think that's something that I'm really interested to see, especially because we have that mix, like you're talking about, of very seasoned players who play Stadium and some newcomers. So I wonder if there's going to be some like mid-set coaching going on from some, from SK, from J3, from Emong, and from Rakatech.
Yeah.
If that's something we're going to.
And again, just kind of making sure that, I guarantee you they had a little bit of time up before this, because it was interesting too in how we were able to have the fans selected by the content creators teams as well, since leading up to this point, these individuals were playing yesterday all throughout the day. We had an accumulation of victors over the course of the Stadium free-to-play area, which then came together to the final few that were selected here, and almost kind of like that traditional dodgeball pick'ems kind of gameplay, where it's like they each decided who they wanted to bring onto the team. They found out the roles that they played. Surprisingly, a lot of support players, mind you. A ton of support players.
How many support players are in the audience right now?
I know. Is there a lot of support players? Yeah, raise your hand. Support players?
Raise your hand, make some noise.
You're all amazing. You keep our lives great.
Yeah.
You keep our lives going.
Okay, there's not a lot of support players in the audience, though.
I know. Unfortunately, that's because we pulled them all up here.
We pulled them all up here. But it is so interesting that there are because when I usually play, I'm like very much a support player, but I love playing like tank, and I love playing DPS in Stadium in particular because of the fact that I can go, change up my build and play some different things.
Absolutely. And then when it comes to, like, for DPS, I know I mentioned that I was an Orisa main, or that's all I play. I know there's probably somebody out here in the audience that appreciates the fact that I play only Orisa, but I will do Reaper, and I am very excited to hopefully maybe see that, where you've got that
I know what you're thinking already.
Yeah, death step in the back, where you're just going to make sure that you get that instant Death Blossom just for those few seconds, constantly all the time in the back line, hoping to get the elimination. So there's a number of different builds that I've really enjoyed outside of the tank realm, which this mode has really allowed me to feel that I can take creativity in that DPS or support role a lot more lucratively.
You know what the funny thing is for me? It's I like playing DPS because a lot of the builds I don't have to aim, right? Like I play Ash Dynamite build.
That's very true.
I play Ash Dynamite build, and then there's an item that gives me 40% explosion radius, and I'm just like, the Dynamite's going to do the damage, not me, or Bob is going to do the damage, and not me. So if you don't know how to, if you're not a great aimer, it still does benefit you. There are builds that are like for Cassidy and stuff like that. But if you're not the best at aiming, there are some builds that can help you out, especially in third person. It feels a little bit different. And
I mean, when we talk about not having to aim, Juno is like the first one that rises to the top of discussion.
I guarantee, Rich, we will see Juno today.
100%.
It is the most fun. I'm probably like, because I remember the queues for like supporter so long, and it's like everyone wants to play the Juno build.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to play the Juno build, I think, is what's happening there.
Well, it's because it does just have this, again, we've talked so heavily about it, the uniqueness when it comes to those items and abilities that really kind of enhance that user usage of them. And overall, I think when we go into this, because we've had the chance to be able to see it at least once time when they were on location for that, where they did have professional players, and now we get a little bit of the content creator, previous and or current professional players in that degree with, these that are here from just this weekend. And as I mentioned, some of them experiencing it for the first time, which is so interesting just to kind of see how their methodology is in picking those items and picking the powers and really synergizing with our content creators who do know this to such a great extent.
I think the other thing that I'm really excited about is how much Stadium is going to grow in the future. Because of the fact that we do have some new maps coming in very soon. We just had Freya come in.
On Tuesday.
It's probably going to be played today, based on what we had some insider trading before a little bit. We got the scoop for all of y'all. We pulled an Adam Schefter, figured out what these teams were going to be playing. But one of the things that I'm very interested in is about like what they're going to keep adding, because I think it's like Junkrat's coming, Sigma's coming, Zenyatta, Winton. Obviously, everyone in chat, Winton. It's going to just pop out. I can already see it. I don't even need.
Winton,
I hear someone.
Winton bubble, Winton's, the whole.
I hear someone with the Winton.
Someone's going to do it.
I heard it. Shout out whoever that was.
All right. Keeping true to the true Winston player. But, and again, as we're about to be going into that Stadium match here, and we're really allowing that, technical complication to get resolved. For
there's a lot on the line. They're going to get medals. They're going to get actual medals.
That's where I was going with it, because they are not walking away with nothing in just the title of saying, yeah, we won this. They actually get a tangible winning medal that they get to take home, both the content creators and the fans that are playing alongside them.
Yeah, that's going to be, I wish we could get one. I'm probably not as good as Stadium as like a lot of.
I'm not that good either.
I'm not that good either. it's just not for me. That's why I cast and I don't play.
Yeah, we can talk about it endlessly. Forever, but when it comes to at least the dynamics of being to their caliber of those who are playing, that's a little bit too far of a reach.
Like if I went into like a matchup as like a support against Rack, like I'd lose.
Oh, absolutely. I would be the bot in their game.
Yeah,
I would genuinely be the bot in their game. No pun intended as an Orisa, but that kind of works.
That was pretty good.
I thought I was clever with that.
It took you like 5 minutes to get to one like
what
pun.
Do you mean 5 minutes? Maybe.
We got there eventually.
We did. I mean, I'm trying to be a little light on you for now, because once we get into game, I'll probably start throwing some shenanigans
a lot
at
of them
you.
in there. But I think that, kind of talking about Stadium a little bit more, is that what I'm interested to see is kind of how the builds are going to evolve, because one of the things that is so interesting, like I talked about, is how you can sell them, but buying items and when do you decide to go for that epic item that's like worth like 10,000, 30,000 Stadium cash, like things like that is really going to be interesting to see where the rounds kind of go with the money-making aspect of it.
Well, and to build off of that even, because when you do start initially with that 3,500 currency, you can get those nice 3 commons that you can really focus into, or potentially when now you're going into that second one. I myself, even on some occasions, depending upon the power that I select and really starting to go into it, you can go into that rare quality. And if you were able to get enough eliminations and potentially even a wild bounty that you get in the beginning portion of that map, you can even sell to the point of where you can get to that epic item, which can really contribute to that next map.
Yeah, and it's like, what are those items that are going to be those ones where it's like, oh, you sell your green items, like just go for like one of those very high value items that are epics. And I think the other thing that's really cool about the items in particular is that all the heroes have specific items for themselves. They have about 2 or 3 from each category. You have weapon items for heroes, you have ability power items for heroes, and you also have survival items for heroes. So there's a lot of, again, the kind of, you can basically take anything you want with your build and build it how you would like to. And again, if you are not happy with it, just sell your stuff next time. It's totally fine. There's no penalty for that.
And again, as you're going into it, that's what's also been, I think, really nice from a tanking perspective, because I am such a tank main, where when I'm playing Orisa, if I want to go full throttle and just really try and be the aggressor on some cases, where if I feel I can take that advantage, I then can start doing that early in that first and second map, and then start to maybe changing the trajectory once I get that second power unlocked, and then can start deviating away from the build, or picking and choosing really what works most, not only for me, but as you mentioned, just having those additional items that can contribute to the overarching decisions I'm going to make throughout the match itself.
Yeah, and that's the other cool thing about it, is that there are some builds that are like scaling builds.
Yes.
We heard it from J3, where J3's like, I'm scaling in this build. I'm not going to spoil it yet for everyone who hasn't seen it, but Juno, for instance, scales super hard with the build. So there are also certain builds where it's like, you know, you get strong very early. There's some Gen.G builds that are like that, some Ashe builds that are like that, and then you just kind of you still are going to get strong, but maybe not at necessarily the rate as like some very high scaling builds that we see where it's like AP or gun gets incredibly strong the later you get in. Like if we get to those that 7th round where you're at your 7th power and you're just farming stadium cash, you're going to feel like a god.
Well, and even the more important part to that as well is when you get to that later portion, if you all of a sudden are in like a last-ditch effort moment where you're getting to that final map and you have to make a solid shift of where you can sell all of your items and you can come back making an entirely different decision.
Catch
Again,
everyone
still
off
within the parameters of the powers
Catch everyone
that
off
you
guard.
have.
Switch from AP and just go full gun.
Just go full gun or attack speed or like because again, there's even some of those which I've found most interesting when it comes to some of the DPS players where you're utilizing the chamber of ammunition as a benefit to you, increasing, you know, critical strike damage or just being able to do a lot more with it or having like the stack of damage throughput through how much ammunition or firing you're doing. So that in and of itself is also just a unique little wrinkle to the way that a DPS plays as well.
I think talking about kind of like how DPS play, it's interesting that you can kind of have some DPS that act as like brawlers a little bit. You can buy survival, like you can buy, you know, Chain Vest, which is 25 armor. You can buy, there's also an epic one like that where you can get a lot of armor in your back pocket, and then you can play like as a Gen.G, for instance, or as a Reaper. You can be incredibly tanky, but still with the powers that you have, with the other items that you have, you can still get some damage done and be quite a nuisance. Like I remember seeing a Reaper, I think, had like 400 health and was just ruining my lobby, still doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately for me, on the losing side, I was not able to deal with such a tanky Reaper.
Well, and a combination of tankiness, but we also look at some heroes like Gen.G, where when you have a little bit more emphasis on a projectile type of aspect, because of course the shurikens are projectile when you use it, but now you're going to start blending that in with using potentially the deflect and also a dragon's breath, where now you're going to be activating your dragon blade to get now that long range slash damage that can come out. Again, another additive when it comes to the projectile, inclusive of the extra shurikens that you can throw. So there's just so much that you can actually pump into the enemy from a range as a Gen.G. It's almost in somewhat thinking counterintuitive as you have a sword, but it's also another way of playing.
The funny thing about the Gen.G too is that there's a, you know, if you played ranked and you played Gen.G at all in Overwatch, you know that Zarya is your biggest counter. Guess what? There's an item that lets you deflect beam. Just put it back in the Zarya. It's not going to hurt you anymore. And that's something, again, there's a lot of those where it's like Orisa has one, I believe, as well. So there's a lot of those items that are just built for kind of like those moments in Overwatch where you're just like, oh, I have no counterplay, and now you do.
And that's something like you had touched on as well when it comes to the content creators who have like that historical type of professional level play mindset or just consistency in the upper rankings compared to others, that they can utilize that knowledge to be able to contribute to their decision making and have those types of counterplays, which I'm hoping we really get to see as these maps continue to progress for that first to 4.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we have to kind of talk about is that like there is that mercy rule potential, and there's also a comeback mechanic. You do get, if you are a little bit low on stadium cash compared to the other person, you are going to be able to get some boost. You know, you get a little bit extra stadium cash. Bounties are also something once we get into that we're going to have to talk about, which is a big deal and a big way to get back into the game, to be able to make sure that not everything is a stomp. Yes, there are potentials for stomp. You know, if you're going down, you're going down 2-0 going into the third map and you're down 10k gold, it's not going to feel the best, but there's always a way back, which I feel is great for making it get to those. Because like the goal, I feel like should be to get to that 7, and just everyone's godlike, and then it's just like an absolute fiesta, but in the best way.
I have had so many map 7s over the course of my time playing Stadium, and it is an absolute thrill. And kind of like you said, where you get to that third map, though, you get that second power, and you're starting to feel a lot stronger, especially if you do a piggyback off of the same ability, focusing on one, really strategically taking the advantage of it in your respective role, and then can really just allow yourself to kind of have that moment of like calm breathing and say, all right, I don't have to worry, we're not having a mercy, but you know what we do have is going into game, Kenobi. Woo! That's what everybody's excited about. You've all been waiting. Are you happy about it? Let's hear it from the crowd right now. We're going to get this stadium underway. Yes. Want it loud enough that they can hear it in the stream all the way at home. That's what we need.
All the way at home, away from, it's probably a long way for some of those people.
Hey,
it was like a 4-hour flight for me.
Hey, it was like 2.5 for me. It was a lot longer for you.
It was a lot.
Mine was short.
Why was yours so short?
It's because I'm closer. It's because I'm cooler.
I would drop that. It's not my strong suit. But we're going to be starting on Temple of News. This is another thing that I like, Rich, is that there are some of these maps that are the same. They're very familiar to us, and also all the game modes as well, which is really nice that you have kind of like, you have your you have your push, you have your clash, things like that. Like, it's really nice to see that those game modes are still kind of like in there. So there is that familiarity still built in.
Absolutely. As we're going to be heading, like you said, onto this one, we are just about to enter into it. That timer for assembling of heroes. Again, you get that initial amount of time to not only select the hero, but also to really evaluate those powers and those items. And it can also become much quicker if you know exactly the direction you want to go.
And you're locked in. You can't switch. No swapping anymore. All the people who are complaining about, oh, counter swapping, you're locked in forever when you pick after this 3 seconds goes down. So we'll see what these teams are going to be opting in for as we can already start.
Alrighty.
Freya, the new hero coming in, has been taking over OWCS, now it's going to take over Stadium Ridge.
And we've got now this minute and 30 seconds for the Armory before the doors open, and this is where all of those decisions are made. You talked about Freya, again, only being released just Tuesday for us to talk about as we look to see what the selection is. And one we can see already out the gate from Emong is going to look to be that Chop Chop selection. Now, that's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to, because again, there is the decision of whether or not you want to go more so on the melee carnage field of it, or you want to go more so in the shout aspect that really amplifies that.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know what Chop Chop's going to be doing, it is going to be, you get an additional charge of that carnage, so you get, but it does have a little bit of downside where there's some cooldown reduction on it, so that is something we have to look out for. Also, Tuzu, really great name, one of my favorite names, where you get 2 Suzu charges, so that's going to be on the Kiriko. And then J3, it's the build. It's the build of Legends, Rich. It's the biotic field build coming in from J3.
Well, and that was what we talked a little bit about just ever so briefly at the start of it, where you're able to take a DPS hero and utilize one ability strictly in their kit to help more for sustainability for yourself, but actually start to spread that around for those on your team to help further stabilize them through healing, and also in some cases, as we get later on in those powers, for that overhealing capability as well.
And you can see kind of with these green items that we saw at the very start, those are like your very basic ones. They're giving like 5% ability power, 5% weapon damage, lifesteal, things like that. That's really where you're going to be starting things off.
And we're going to have the doors open. This is going to be the first map of our Stadium Showdown. Let's hear it in the crowd right now. DreamHack Dallas 2025. Let them hear it all the way through the headsets as they come to this initial duel.
J3's already running. You can see that biotic field is just on the Soldier 76 at all times, so you're going to have to be looking out for that as Emong's going to go in, already uses one of those carnage charges.
And you can see Rack in the back, making sure to take that high ground angle, utilizing that architecture to prevent some of the fires, gets the shot through the side. You already have an early elimination, though, onto Ravager, and just making sure that that Cassidy is no longer on this point. You can see a little bit of a flanking opportunity potentially to work through this doorway, and you see Team Rack Attack have to just completely bail out of this.
Yeah, without Emong, there's no way they're going to be able to stabilize here, and now they're going to try and push their pace a little bit. Rack Attack seeing what they can find on this Freya, but doesn't find much, and J3 taking over the lobby right now. This should be a very easy cap, and now we're going to be going over to point C, and we have to remember, Rich, in this mode, it's just 2 wins, and you've got it.
So it is much quicker when it comes to this in comparison to what is standard. So it is moving faster. Now going to look to see Rack continuing to play the inside, has the Bolo available, might look to try and unleash that into the backside. Nice speed drain to come through to get that position forward, has a ton of damage on the back, goes for the Bolo, gets the pick, can't quite eliminate them as there's great healing in the backside.
Yeah, really well played there, and here comes J3 with the Tac Visor, already found the Kiriko out of this fight, so that's so much healing that's lost, and now is using that biotic field, just pushing forward aggressively, still living, still being healed.
And that's what we talked about so heavily, but as you see J3 move around the back, it's actually going to be Team Rack looking to try and recover into this. A rampage across the center, getting SK, that elimination onto the Cassidy, consistently bringing down the DPS as Team Rack Attack actually comes back tenfold despite the early advantage that SK's team had.
Yeah, SK had a really good rampage there. She really turned that fight completely around, and now it's going to be, I think it's going to be Team SK who are going to be on the back end. It was really Team Rack Attack who came in with a stall at the very end. Now we're going to be seeing if the Freya can get some value. Already 7K in the bank, Rich.
A lot generated so far as they move back towards this neutral middle position. Again, this is the final point that they have to obtain, so an early elimination could be catastrophic. Orbital right now coming across the center, looking to try and navigate around that pillar. Nice attempt. Death Blossom comes in, though, from the Reaper for 3. That support's down, and now have to move back in to try and take this. They are in a dominant position. Team SK with that off angle from the Reaper really just takes so much control of this point and gives them the position to take this first map.
Easy target, making it look easy right there, Rich, with that Death Blossom at the very end, and this should be a very early win for Team SK. Just some contests coming in just to try. Rack Attack doing what they can. J3 is actually down. Oh no! The updraft, unfortunately, takes him to the skies and not on the point, and it's a round 1 win for Team SK.
Rack Attack coming in, attempting to hold on for dear life to buy just enough time for their squad to get back in onto that point for contention, but just seconds too late and utilizing that updraft, which unfortunately you'd think, hey, you know, being in the high ground, getting those shots, great. This case, not so much.
Unfortunately, not going to be working out for her. And now we're going to be starting to get into the nitty-gritty of the items as we're going into our next round here, into what we'll see with the armory. You can see just kind of how the cash is distributed here a little bit. You see J3 is getting a lot because of the fact that that healing is just constantly there, constantly taking poke, getting so much value. And now we're going to be seeing some of those hero items like I talked about, like we have that Freya one where you're going to be having those Windwalker boots available to you. And now we're seeing also some of the greens being sold to get some of those items that are going to be a little bit better for your gun damage and for things like that.
And the aspect too, if you can see that several greens are being sold and then purchased of the rares, but the interesting fact is because it still is so currency based, there are rebuys of some of the greens because you've got that extra cash. You don't want to go in without getting even the small amount of benefits, whether it's that extra attack speed or extra ability, or maybe just having that life steal as well, because you don't want to just waste that currency going into that next map, because every little bit does count.
You always want to have it. Oh, and J3's got the item that I was thinking about. That's the one, that purple one there is the one that makes the radius 30% larger. So J3's going to be healing probably not only himself, but a lot of his extra team, and you can see that cash is probably just going to keep going up and up and up.
Well, because the contribution is absolutely, and that would also be a thing that I'm curious to see if that bounty is going to continue escalating, and we'll get to see that for the first time here within this second map. As already pushing onto the point. Instant deletion already from J3, finding the Kiriko out into the open. SK still looking to hold that front line and really just force back Team Rack.
Yeah, but that's so much damage or ceiling that's already lost for this team, and I think you're going to have to wait patiently. But actually, no, Emong maybe used to find J3, so that's a lot of the damage from Team SK that's not there anymore.
Now still continuing to hold and position themselves in that doorway. Looks for the Jagged Blade, doesn't quite get the land, but a nice return by SK, but SK gets slaughtered by the Carnage up front, now bashing forward, really rushing and taking control of this space and eradicating SK off this point to go again.
Really good patience coming in from Team Rack Attack there, because they lost that fight so early. It felt like with J3 getting that very good Helix rocket, but wasn't able to clean up the fight after that. Really good patience winning a 4v5, and now they have all the positioning, and this is where it's going to be thriving for Freya. She loves sitting at these corridors, throwing in these shots and these very explosive quick drop shots.
And you can see Jay already getting quickly low on health from those shots from a distance down that narrow choke point, the hallway being a dangerous place to move into. Taking an off angle though, has that biotic field now, again attached and moving in to make sure that it is healing those close and within vision. Reposition comes out, able to fall back in time, gets topped up by the healing, and it's still 50% and climbing. Elimination comes in, Emong gets the blade, pulls SK into the clutches, and is able to take down a second shortly after.
And one of the things that I'm really loving about this Cassidy pick is the hinder, right? We're seeing that the 11.2k, not necessarily the most in stadium catch, but just doing so much because J3 can't use that sprint to get out. When the hinder's there, it's so much slow, and I really love the decision making coming in from how Team Rack Attack is playing, and with 81%, this is final fight for Team SK.
And you can see a little bit of just the methodology behind the Junker Queen with our POV position, that Jagged Blade into the Carnage. Rampage now comes across that middle position, getting to, chasing down the support just out of range, and actually able to get the elimination. Will be able to dominate on this position and get it, and take now the second map, or take it a 1-to-1 map score. And the aspect of it too is you did start to see those bounties come in, but it was too late to really cash out on it.
One of the other things that we noticed, and we see this kind of between screens, is the MVP bonus. You get 1,000 extra cash if you get that MVP bonus. So J3's gotten 2 so far. That means that J3, who said before we got on stage, Rich, I'm scaling with a lot of stadium cash right now. Let him cook. And now we're going to be getting to those third powers and things like 23.9k. Look at, I mean, on the other side, you see it's a lot more even from Team Rack Attack, and they've got those bounties that you were talking about.
Yeah, first time we get to see it. Let's take a look, though, because, again, since this is map 3, this is where the second power is available. And you can see a ton of minor abilities being sold so that they can now start getting into those larger items. And, again, already talking about easy target with that Reaper, the one that got the triple when it came from the Death Blossom, that having the Death Step after a Shadow Step, using a short 1 second Death Blossom to get that damage. You're basically bobbing in and out of engagements, which I'm really curious to see if that's going to help try and exploit what we've been seeing from the DPS on the opposing side.
Ooh, and I love Emong's decision. Let's go win there with that power. I love that one. That's one of my favorite ones for the Junker Queen. When you are able to get an elimination, resets your commanding shout, so I love it. And on the other side, for SK, what we saw from her with her build is that there was going to be the build where, remember in April Fools when Junker Queen could dive.
Yes.
It's that one.
Yep, as we have it back up on screen. Yep,
I'm so excited to see that.
And again, it ties back to, like I said, where as you're playing in this, of course you can be in like first person, but having this over the shoulder, getting that wider vantage point and being able to look at the field a lot more effectively for these types of engagements, taking the advantage and also potentially closing gaps in certain areas. Even like what we would used to do back in the older time where you'd have Reinhardt's shield, you'd go into barrier to try and look around the corner. Everybody really gets that aspect.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is going to be those bounties that we talked about, because the bounty system is really what it does is that anyone who contributes to the elimination of someone who has that bounty, you get about as much money as you've contributed to it in terms of just a percentage. So everyone's going to be able to benefit once that elimination comes down. So make sure to look out for the Junker Queen and the Freya going down in this fight.
SK attempting to try and get a jagged blade across the center, doesn't quite land. Elevated position though, and you can see those pulse torpedoes coming out so rapidly in the back. Juno having such an impact with it, and a little bit of separation there. Easy target forces back Freya on Rack. So now you see this early elimination, and trades continue on this bot as it continues to now push the barricade in favor of Team Rack.
Oh, and you're seeing these Juno build with the missiles doing so much healing and also damage at the same time. The amount of just pressure that we're seeing from these Junos builds is really impactful. It's already an advantage right now for Team Rack Attack on push, and another bounty has shown up.
That would be really important. Oh my gosh, a jagged blade comes out instantly onto that front position. Now you can see SK pushing around the corner, gets the carnage. Nice shout though from Team Rack. Again, making sure there's enough fortification for the squad to withstand the incoming damage. Utilizing that sign pillar near Bob, goes in for the carnage up close, generating ever so closely to that ultimate. But a Death Blossom in the back, that's that death step. Again, doesn't have the ultimate of the Death Blossom, just get to utilize those few seconds to get the early advantage onto the support. And now Team SK is starting to take advantage here, but there's a huge double kill coming out from the Juno to make sure that they can actually turn this back and compete against it with Rack on the backside.
Oh, the Pulsar torpedoes are doing so much, Rich, especially with the ultimate that you have, the orbital ray just giving that damage boost as well. And a fight like it looked like it was going great for Team SK ends up failing, and that's checkpoint for Team Rack Attack. Still a minute and a half, but with how well Team Rack Attack are playing right now, they might try and just complete this map. The Death Blossom doesn't manage to find what it wants.
And one of the things to really take note of is as you're in the Death Blossom, you really are vulnerable. So this focus fire from Emong is so massive. The rampage down the stairs into the back room. Is there enough to follow up after it to completely capitalize on it? 55 meters approaching the tail end of this. Rack Attack and their squad are in such dominant form right now. Big Bolo in the back. Rack Attack with the triple and just continues to clean up. A hope and a prayer with the Death Blossom. Gets two on both supports, but is the spawn going to be fast enough? Now with only a few meters to go, the High Noon blocking him back. It has to be somebody touching the point fast enough with just 3 meters to go.
They're trying their best right now, but you see Rack is just unabated up on the stair, up on its high ground right now, just pushing as best as he can. The Death Blossom manages to get something done, but it's not enough. Rack Attack wins the duel.
You see J3 just sprinting in circles, has the healing. Everyone just take the healing from me, as it's just giving so much agency here for Team SK to stay on this point. 15 seconds to go. They've managed to stabilize for the moment, but Team Rack Attack are just around the outer wall and still gonna pick anyways.
Oh, Emong is so strong right now. Another Rampage available, manages to hit one. Is there a Suzu available to keep SK alive?
There was the attempt to use one earlier. The second one, Bolo on the front. That's going to be SK going down. Again, Rack just consistently showing the power that this recent hero addition from Freya is. This reposition back onto it. Maybe going to try and hold this team. Almost 400 HP. Just continuously being built up from that bionic field with the overhealing. Emong slashing him down. Ravager in the back giving some extra coupled assistance. Finally forcing them away and getting this next map, making it a 2-1 score.
2-1 here. Team Rack Attack looking very clean right now. The Freya starting to get ramped up, and this is one of the things that this hero does so well. You can get so much stadium cash, and it's such an effective thing too, because once you get those items that really make your bullet shots incredibly stronger, it's so hard to deal with.
And now as we're going to be heading into our fourth map, this is where there is still some decent currency, and you can see there are still 2 full maxed out bounties available for Team SK to clutch and really give them that boost that they're going to need to go into the next map, because again, this one does not allow you to purchase an hour power. So you have to really focus on what you gain to maybe get those extra few items, as you see in the lower section here, to bolster what they've already selected.
Yeah, I mean, we have to remember that this is a first to 4, so you do have some time. If you get these 2 bounties, that could be huge for potential for come back, and you can also see they have that 11% boost with the Stadium Cash, so there is a way back for this team, but man, it's been so hard to deal with this Freya in the air and how much pressure it's putting out. It feels like we're still watching OWCS to an extent where it is the Freya really taking control.
Well, and you can see even here when it comes to Rack that there is so much amplification for this elevated mobility, also the targeting, there's just everything really being funneled into it. And the CDR, like you mentioned, is so crucial. Just constantly getting that ability uptime over and over and over again, and really putting the opponent into an awkward position. They always have to be cognizant of where Rack's positioning is going to be and whether or not they can actually capitalize and basically cage him.
Yeah, and this is where I would be wondering, it feels like this is one of those builds where it is very scaling for J3, but this would be where maybe you do get a little bit more gun to try and put some pressure onto Freya in the air, because right now it feels like Freya and Emong on Jungle Queen are taking over this lobby right now. But we'll see exactly how they're going to be able to deal with this. We're in a very enclosed map here in Temple of Lewis.
J3 already on the point, again, having that swift movement, getting the healing out with that biotic field. But Rack Attack comes out quickly once again. And this is where, since they had such a successful round prior on that map, their currency just continued to balloon. And that's why they have these bounties and are really taking control of this.
And that's why the Freya is so valuable, because you can just end fights simply like that. You hit one great crossbow shot and it's over, especially if it's on someone like that Juno, who is a very, very important part of that Team SK composition. So it's a cap right now for Team Rack Attack. Another bounty is propped up with 900 from that Juno, and it's looking a bit dire here for Team SK.
And you can see even how, and the maneuverability that Team Rack is doing, they're basically coming from two different positions. And now Tricky gonna move into the back on this Kiriko, attempting to get that extra damage, even though it is still from the support aspect of it. Speed Reek gets some disengaged, but aggression forward. The Jagged Blade comes out. Decent amount of pressure applied. This is still Team Rack on a position to overwhelm. You do have that ultimate come across the middle once again. And now following up, those torpedoes go flying and they hit their targets.
And still, it looks, there is a chance potentially for Team SK to come back into this and try and get a stall, but it looks like it's Team Rack Attack. We're going to take a 3-1 unless something disastrous happens. Calypso is down. The Death Blossom doesn't manage to find anything, Rich, and this lonely soldier just trying to sprint with the bullet shot. Make sure can't get there in time. And it's 3-1 right now. Team Rack Attack on match point, still with a lot of big bounties in their bag.
And what do you think, DreamHack? Is Team Rack Attack already going to close us out, or is there some supporters for the other side? What about Team SK? Can we hear you for Team SK?
In control.
All right, that was loud. What about Team Rack Attack? Oh, okay, that was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. All right.
I would cheer for both.
I'm going to cheer for both of them too. We're biased. We have to.
Yeah, we get.
All right, and we're heading now into this next map. And again, it is going to be Team Rack Attack in a position of where they can close this out. And it also allows them to have another buy opportunity for their powers.
Yeah, and then one of the things that's so interesting about this is that you can, when you buy this power at the fit, this is where it starts to become really, the game is changing when you get these powers. And with the epic items that are coming in from all of these teams, you can see all those hero items. The ones that are just just the little tracer pistols, those are kind of just the generic ones, but the ones that have little silhouettes of the heroes, those ones are very important to that specific build, because you can see a lot of them, specifically the Juno one, a lot of the Pulsar missiles.
Yep.
You see missiles everywhere. This is a missile build, and you see 80%. That's kind of what I'm thinking of right now.
Well, the nice thing too, and you're mentioning about the items as well to help emphasize it, I love that they've really gone with the concept art when it comes to those items, because there are a lot at your disposal that you can really tell visually and at ease of what you're really amplifying, what it's specifically doing, whether it's going to be ability, whether it's going to be more offensive or defensive, or even just the small minimal graphics that tell you what it enhances also.
And even if you have a build like J3's, which is very biotic field healing focused, there are items that can counter and deal, so whenever you deal damage, you get healing reduction. So there are those ways to counter it, but J3 said he was going to be scaling, and it's do or die right now for Team SK.
It really is. It's the moment right now. Let's get one more time. Shout from the crowd for Team SK as they have to fight their way back in this.
Oh, J3's dead.
Already engaged again. J3 is down. Oh, just Emong finding these eliminations. The carnage just being so much damage on the front line, and that combination of the shout build as well.
Yeah, and we can already see they're going to have to wait, because J3 is so much of the team right now for Team SK, but as each goes down, it's so much damage, it's not going to be there. Hasn't even capped right now for Team Rack Attack yet. They just have someone back on there waiting patiently as, the missiles again come in so clutch here for Team Rack Attack.
I mean, one of the biggest benefits is that because Team Rack played so far forward, they didn't actually capture it as early, so they've been playing further ahead. So if now Team SK can regroup in their spawn, look to go back for a full team engagement, they might actually have the chance.
I love the little heart.
I know,
like,
right?
That's so adorable. Shout out that shout out that little thing right there, is waiting patiently, seeing what Team Rack Attack is going to be doing, holding firm. Team SK just want to have all their members before they go back and use the hyper ring, get in, see if you can pump in some damage and put some pressure down.
Already the shout out forward. Emong playing hyper aggressive, but Rack Attack hidden at the top, taking his perch. Moving forward, can't quite find an angle just yet, but down below, nice carnage and reducing that healing coming in from the ultimate. And Emong needs to be careful though. Takedown already onto easy target. They've lost the Reaper and the Kiriko. Things are looking dire at already 60%. There is one last shot to get into this, but if the staggers are going to be too spread, this might just be it.
Oh, SK tries to buy back into this one potentially with the Rampage. Manages to find one. Is there a way back?
SK now chasing down the Juno play, elevated in the air, free fire, blade goes wide, but still gets the assist from easy target. They can push into it, and now they're actually capturing it back. That Death Blossom from that step comes in as well to secure the area. Emong rotating back in, goes for the carnage, all alone. Shield is down, continuing to deplete that health value, is brought back, and now Rack Attack mid-air, a jagged blade wide again, and it's still Team SK able to come back into it.
And that's 2 big bounties, so if there is a way for Team SK to manage to get this point and continue to get this game going, they're going to have so much money in their back pocket. This might be the way that they get back into this one, Rich.
And now already 20% gain. You can see those torpedoes consistently finding Rack every time.
Great job
out onto the outside.
Rack has not been as effective in this map in particular as he was in previous ones.
And it's so necessary. Huge now. Kiriko with that Kitsune rush up top. Rack playing in the backside, attempting to go for the supports, getting the shots necessary as Emong collapses. A coordinated effort, able to shut down Team SK on this aggressive push. But a Death Blossom gets 3! Both supports are down. That might be enough to turn it back, and the healing zone comes in from J3. The synergy between the DPS is impeccable.
J3 told Easy Target beforehand it's a risky build for the Death Blossom, but there it pays off. Another triple with that Death Blossom, and 72% up and ticking. This is last fight territory for Team Rack, and they use so much in that fight.
And look at Rack off in the corner once again, finding an angle. If this elimination comes through, it could be dire. You see the shot, nice reposition though, giving assistance on the back from that Suzu. Jay up front, topping, healing, separation is some fight lines though, has to rotate through, goes for the elimination, gets the healing, walk it on to please, and now pushes back onto the main position. That elimination is the second now, but Emong comes in once again for Team Rack Attack with that carnage, the beast and tankiness that is up front. The overtime is dwindling, there's nobody really there to give them support. And J3 comes in again, consistently assisting this team over and over, and that healing has really benefited with that high risk, high reward, like you said. This isn't over yet, and those in the crowd that said Team SK, give yourself a round of applause for that one.
I mean, Rich, just look at the stadium cash that we see. Team Rack are down now.
Yes,
stadium cash because of the bounties and the boost that we had. Incredible how much they've been able to scale. The Soldier 76, you saw, it was really funny in the kill feed that the Biotic Field,
I know, right?
Someone, which is what that power is, and that build is just, J3 said it.
Yep.
Scaling. Everyone's scaling on this team, and now if you're Team Rack Attack, you're sweating a little bit. We cannot let this one go longer because now, I mean, just look at the difference that we see in the cash between the last round that we had and going into this one. So many bounties, so much stadium cash in the back pocket of all these players.
I mean, look at J3's ability power. That's that third one from the top outside of
and
the
that all scales Biotic Field.
Yes, and it's all just being like massive ability power on ability power. You can see some selling and some repositioning on ideas here, but again, as we look across the board, there's so much ability power heavy driven into this composition, and it's now starting to pay off because of that scalability. Whereas we take a look at the opposing side here, SK, there's realistically only one of the support and Emong who's focusing into that ability power because of the contribution from the Shout build that he is looking to really bring to the table.
Yeah, and you can see like kind of with these items that we're getting towards the epic ones, they all have like these different little things in them, but some of them do like specific things. Like for instance, Ravager, that little headshot icon does a lot of damage when it comes to getting critical hits. And I think it gives 20% crit damage if I'm not mistaken. So there is definitely that ability for you to continuously change your build as soon as you get stronger, right? Crits do more damage, you can deal damage to barriers, things like that. Like the world is your oyster when you're at this point and you have like 40 to 50 cash.
And the nice thing too is whether it's something extremely detailed or there are some, like we saw when it came to the selection from Emong. It is just a flat boost, 40% ability. Like very easy, very concise, and you
know the direction you're going. So that level of depth is something so interesting to watch, as you can already see Kiriko off at the angle. This is dangerous, though. If you cannot get out of there, nice reposition to fall back.
Waiting patiently against Rack Attack. Oh, he's caught, but look at Rack. Oh my, so much health is built, so much survivability.
With that overheal. And now gonna try and take that high ground position. Gets the shot. Nice Wraith form to get out of there, to not be eliminated again, so you can reset and potentially go back in with that death step.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the healing, though, that's being done just from the Juno and from the Soldier 76. Emon getting taken down low, and Calypso finally is able to find one off the back end of the Pulsars, and that's already, it looks like a fight win for Team SK. Rack Attack is getting taken down low and should be taken down by SK.
Well, and again, when we take a, talk a little bit about the survivability aspect of Team SK, it's because that Soldier is just giving so much agency, so now it's really up to Team Rack to be able to find those executions and take advantage of moments like these, maybe not directly in the build aspect, but the positional, so that it can synergize together, because now at this point, Team SK's on the run.
Yeah, Team Rack somehow found a way back into that one. I believe it was a Rampage from the Junker Queen able to win that one. Kitsune Rush is actually committed, and it looks like Team Rack Attack wants to push the pace.
Yep, Emong already having to use that shout to get out of there. It is far too aggressive, and the high ground is obtained by Team SK as they come back into this. There's the reposition, easy target with 2, gets the Death Blossom, and the follow-up from Calypso. This is just an easy, clean play entering back into it, and those torpedoes do so much on top of that Death Blossom from that step.
Yeah, and just Emong here trying. I mean, has a lot of the ability to stay alive here with the wounds. Manages to take down Calypso, but I think it's going to just be too much damage for Emong to deal with. Rampage actually committed.
But stops. Doesn't go all the way in the back, but still hits 2 primary targets. Target is down, and could look to get back into it. Carnage onto J3, who is healing for his life right now to survive through the damage and actually supersedes it. That's so massive, and that's why stacking that ability power can really change the difference here.
Oh, and a nice, really good rocket there. Is able to take down Please Res Me. Not going to get res back up in this one. No mercy. And that's going to be, I think, Team Rack Attack on the run. Is there going to be a chance for Team SK to take the lead here? It looks like they are. Bullet shot available.
Gets a nice aim shot out first. Doesn't quite overcommit, though. Nice protection, waiting for the Bionic Field to end. Pulls them in, gets the damage. They're low, and a follow-up by Emon. Taking down Please once again. And now the Death Blossom. That's a full Death Blossom, not the step one. So that will get the extra extended time. A nice counter to try and reduce the healing from that Rampage. But this is still going to be Team SK taking advantage. But Rack is not out of this yet. He is putting everything on the line here to see what he can do. Has been built up to this moment, but doesn't have enough in the tank.
It's not enough, and it looks like it's going to be a checkpoint potentially, but the respawns are closer here for Team Rack Attack if they can get back on.
There's the step. Is it going to get the Death Blossom damage? Is it enough? There's the follow-up onto it. Beautifully done to help get rid of that duplicate. Now going to move back in. J3 holding the corner, angering close. They have to keep this going. 3 seconds left before it enters into the overtime. The Rampage clips Rack hiding behind the wall. Is there enough? The Swift Step comes in to give agency to re-attack into this. J3 with the Helix lands one onto the support, and now Rack is all alone, having to do some self-healing mechanics themselves, but it's not going to be enough. Again, this dominant play by SK has just so much survivability. Rack is struggling to get through it.
Oh, and Emong dies 9% away from a Rampage. It's just stall tactics right now. I think here, Rich, there's no way for Team Rack Attack unless a miracle happens. Get back into this one. And Rich, we're going the distance here at DreamHack Dallas.
7, everyone!
To 3.
Let's hear it, Dallas DreamHack. We're going into that final map. This isn't going to be a fast one-sided game. It's going to go all the way.
It's all the way, and now we get those 4th powers that we were talking about, and things are about to go ballistic here on Hanaoka. We're kind of close towards where, we're at 10% or 10K difference in stadium catch. That's not a lot, so this could go any way, I think.
And now, as this minute and 30 seconds is so important to communicate between the team and what they want to invest in and what that last power can really be to synergize. Everything can get pulled together here from these teams, and still, you can see J3, I was waiting, I was like, everything can just be thrown right into that to continue snowballing that biotic field.
Yeah, that biotic field build is going to be good, because now you also have that ability when you're speeding to be able to get the cooldown reduction on biotic field, so he's just going to possibly have permanent biotic field when we're seeing it with how much J3's been able to get it done. We're going to be seeing, I think the interesting thing is going to be looking at the other side, because Rack Attack built a lot of survivability, it felt like, and a lot of health, and
and even some of the selling.
Yeah.
Now going all epic at this
300, 396. I mean, before Rack was at like 500 health. Now just thinking maybe I need to just go full damage to try and win this one. Maybe I don't need that survivability. If I can just get the picks first, that's really where I can benefit. So again, that's what we talked about, where it's like if you can change your build at the very end with Stadium, you're not punished for that. You can adapt and you can change how you want to be playing.
And with the full selection coming out, there's only 30 seconds left. Again, really seeing what those last few cash dollars, cash money to be spent here. And you look at the overhealing from J3.
That's wild. And then you got AP Junker Queen on the other side.
Oh yeah, there is just constant overheal and protection coming from these two in synergy. And again, that's the scaling part. We highlighted it at the start of this, so the early aspect is going to be a challenge. But we've got 8 seconds to get into this. Let's hear it, DreamHack. Last map, I want you to be so loud that they can hear it. Come on, let's go! Last 7 now!
Here we go, starting things out on Hanaoka. My eyes are just going to be on where J3 is going to be running with that biotic field. And is Rakitek going to be able to survive long enough to be able to pump out the damage that we've seen in those previous matches where they were really, really strong?
Calypso in the back, keeping vision, communicating where this rotation is going to come through. Easy Target has to find an angle, looking for the Death Blossom with that Death Step. Not overextending though. Big bounty as well across Team SK, specifically J3. And now you're going to see this off angle pulling back, hesitant, not going to the point just yet. They don't want to overcommit because this can snowball very quickly after the first elimination.
Oh, the TP Death Blossom is doing so much right now. Very early Rampage with the Suzu. Look how much health J3 has. It was almost at 1,000.
He's almost superseding the tank himself. He is the wide stance J3 coming out big on this and gets the pickup with the elimination from that biotic field. And now it starts to snowball even further. There is dominance on position for the point. Rack is starting to take it, but the kills are happening elsewhere. Team SK is going to now overwhelm and overpower with Easy Target continuing to use that reposition for the extra Death Blossom.
And there's just so much pressure. I mean, it's the Death Blossoms coming in. It's J3 running around with a biotic field, dealing damage to you. Like, how do you beat this team? It feels like with how strong J3 is with the scaling build, almost at 80k when it comes to that stadium cash, about to be capped here for Team SKE and Team Rakitek in desperate straits right here.
The area of effect is intense from this team, especially when you can coordinate it, like you mentioned, with that Death Blossom to step on top of it now, pushing through this doorway. Emon playing forward. That's a great elimination, at least to get rid of that copy of the Kiriko. Now he was active. Big Rampage now to come through. Orbital Ray going to come across the center, hoping to force back him and also get the extra damage boost. Big plays again by Team SK. They've already gotten the first point. Now have to move into the second one to see if they can dominate, and it's all on Rakitek now and their squad to come back into this and try and counter Rack.
Rack's not there, and that's the Kiriko clone that's down. J3 does manage to go down. Rack finds a huge pick. That's so much of the team of SK that's not going to be there anymore.
Pushing back onto it. Nice evasion, though. Ravager gets one. Takes out one of the DPS in the second. Finally, they get some traction. Team Rakitek is now on the prowl. They've taken this one away and denied SK. It's only realistically one remaining. SK just bobbing and weaving onto this point to buy enough time for the squad to get back into this and try and compete. But you can see everyone hyper-focusing SK to now make it a 1-to-1. And we go to the final point in map 7.
Final point, Bola shot here soon, potentially for Rack.
Bolo
doesn't manage to find anything.
No, it pulls him. But, Easy Target gets the Kiriko. Again, it's always that duplicate where you have that second one.
Oh,
so it looks like the elimination. J3 playing forward. Rakitek now diving over the top. Gets the pull. Forces them back. Nice upfront carnage to come in from SK to try and overwhelm since there is one eliminated. Team SK down 1, 4 versus 5. But then there's a pickup coming on to Ravager.
Oh, what a
they dive back
rampage.
into it. But Team Rakitek is going to come back in tenfold with Emong on the front.
Oh, and it looks like this is going to be it for Team Rakitek. I mean, Team SK don't really have anyone. It's just SK trying their best to be able to stay on this point with Easy Target.
The Wraith form.
Death Blossom potentially might be there.
We'll see if SK can survive. Solo needs assistance from the supports, but goes down. Is there just seconds too late? The Death Blossom comes late. Now, Team Rack with the bounties. They've taken this position. They forced them back, and that's going to be a return comeback. You saw this attempt by SK and J3, but unfortunately, it is going to still be Team Rack taking dominance here in this final map 7 at DreamHack Dallas 2025.
It was
for the Overwatch 2 Stadium Showdown.
It was a really valiant effort to try and come back all the way, take it to a map 7 like we saw, and they even had the lead.
Yeah.
But Rakitek came in super duper clutch with that pick on the J3. If J3 doesn't go down in that fight, I think we're shouting out Team SK as the reason they're getting the medals.
And it's again going into that map 7 where you can can just see how everything compounds on itself, just to continue making it more formidable. And even right at the end, Rack Attack's team coming out clutch and being able to just really be able to outplay and outmaneuver the abilities and just that focus of the type of build that was coming out from Team SK.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of saw kind of the beauty of Map 7 Stadium right there at the very end here. It looked like fights could go either way. It was so very close, but just those small, tiny clutch moments can make the difference, and they made the difference there. Congratulations to Team Rack.
Absolutely, and I know we're going to be tossing it over here to... We've got the leader, the captain, the legend himself. We've got Rack Attack.
GEN.G Rack Attack.
Yes, GEN.G Rack Attack. Now we're going to toss it on over to have some words with Rack Attack. Jackie, take it away.
We have our Overwatch 2 Stadium Showdown champion, Rack Attack. How are you feeling?
It feels good to win a stadium game. I mean, I've been playing it a lot recently, and it's great to play it on a stage.
Well, I am very proud to be able to give you this medal. There we go. And you get a plushie. And another little goodie. Show it to the crowd.
All right, hey, these are looking good.
Is there anything you want to say to your team really quick?
I'm really happy for all of them. I mean, they all came out like last second. Some of them maybe haven't played it much recently, but they grinded it, and we played really good. Everyone's had a nice job.
All right, and my last question for you. Anything you want to say to this gigantic crowd, to everyone watching at home?
Honestly, if you haven't tried out Stadium, I'd say try it out. It's not exactly like Overwatch, but it's got like the groundwork to it, and it's just like a step over the line, and it's been really fun for me.
All right, let's hear it for Team Rack Attack, everybody! And I'm gonna send it back to our casters.
It's so exciting to be able to see Rack take the dominant victory here. Again, they have medals for all of those that were participating for the winning team. And again, for those that didn't quite make it, again, for Team SK, honestly, it was fantastic, both sides. Map 7, we really couldn't ask for anything. We're still holding true to our magic of going all the way to the final
we always
map.
Get the Map 7, so
absolutely.
That's what we're doing. So, it's been a great time, and I think that, like Rack said, try out Stadium. It's so fun. Again, if you saw this and you'd like want to get in, it's free to play for everyone. Let's go get in there.
100%. But now we're going to pass it on over to our amazing host who was here at the start of this little segment. Elliot, take it away, my friend.
Guys, that was absolutely incredible, wasn't it? Hey, make some noise for your casters, Richrad and Kenobi. I told you they were the dream team, but even I wasn't expecting them to kill it to that level. That was amazing. I think you were the winning team here on stage. Rack Attack, Team Rack Attack, that was absolutely incredible. All of our content creators and all of our players out on the stage. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you guys for joining us. Make some noise for the crowd here at DreamHack Dallas. The first time we've seen this game mode up on the stage, the Overwatch 2 Stadium Showdown. Do you have a good time? Well, thank you so much. That's it for Overwatch 2 Stadium on the stage here, but we'll be right back after this with some more content on the main stage. Don't go anywhere.
The world, the strongest, rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Laptop.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Cuffer! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, friends. We just got to watch the Stadium Showdown live from DreamHack in Dallas, Texas. But before we move into all things NA for OWCS, I want to pick the brains of our two casters, Jack and Johnny. Team SK versus Team Rack Attack. Thoughts?
Jay was throwing.
Wait, you weren't bought into that heal build?
Oh, dude, he does it every time I play Stadium with him. He's like, okay, I'm going healing build. Don't worry, I'll be online in round 6. I'm like, bro, you're just losing the game, man. He's just running around doing nothing.
I feel like in round 3,
that's crazy.
Round 3 of every Stadium game, I play with a soldier. I'm like, okay, this is where my soldier is going to scale. And then I look at their items, and I'm just like, oh, they went healing build. I shouldn't expect any help at all from this soldier player. But hey, at least they're having fun. So, you know, props to the soldiers out there building healing.
Right. Speaking of fun, we had a lot of fun thus far in stage 2, but we're already halfway through. So let's take a look at where we're at. Still playing in the regular season, of course, with 6 weeks of play. And now just 3 ahead of us, really, as we are in week 3. Afterwards, we do have the stage playoffs and then the first of its kind for OWCS, last chance qualifiers. And I promise you that you do not want to find yourself in those. It's gonna be brutal because all those teams, of course, want to be at the mid-season championship tournament at EWC in Riyadh.
Yeah, and of course, stage 3. It's going to be the World Finals back in Stockholm. Johnny, we're going back to Stockholm.
We're going back. Yeah.
Can we go to the Oyster Restaurant again, please, Johnny? Please, we got to go there again.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
It's a fun time.
Sure.
I wouldn't be. Why would you be too excited about going to an oyster restaurant in Sweden? There's so many things to do in Sweden. Like, why is that?
Also, we're in LA. Like, there's low-key a lot of good oyster places here. So
yeah. What the hell, Joss? We've been here in LA for like 7 years, and never once have you been like, oh, Pog, oysters. Let's have them in Sweden.
Like, you've never been invited me, Johnny.
What are you talking about, bro? Dude, screw on your head, man. Come on.
Well, if you guys want to go to Stockholm and enjoy some oysters or any other local delicacy, make sure to grab your tickets for that event. It's going to be in November. Of course, if you just are a short-term planner and you just want to join us in Riyadh, you can do that too. I've been told it's very hot there, so maybe oysters are not on the table. But surely many fine local treats for us to...
Just Swedish pancakes,
podcast.
Zoe, at least we
guys were going to help me out here.
We're all Europeans, actually. But we can make it like an American pancakes versus European crepes kind of thing, you know?
Oh, crepes every day of the week. I'm sorry.
Crepes 100%.
Section of the show, but crepes.
We're just spreading the word. The good word of crepes.
The good word of crepes. That's right. This and much more is what you're going to see for the rest of the day. We have 2 great matches coming our way, so we are going to be waffling about those, giving you some time, you know, to get your mid-season tickets that you can buy right now. For now, we are looking at the standings. Nightmare on top. Alas, 'tis a different Nightmare squad from stage 1. If you're looking for that squad, that one's in place 2 right now. That's GK Esports. That's pretty much the entire Nightmare squad with one minor change. But yeah, overall, looking at this this standing, anything that really surprises you guys, or is everything as expected?
Oh, Jack. There's the one.
Well, there is one issue here. Space Station down in 5th. But, Johnny, don't worry. Their season has started. This stage, they've just started. They're 1 and 2. They've only just started. It's only up from here. Sure.
Well, they've played 3 matches out of what, 7? It's halfway through, my guy. How is it
They
just
had
started?
tough ones though. It was tough matches.
Exactly.
Right?
Liquid
it's Team
and
Liquid.
Nightmare.
They look
Come on.
good. Nightmare looking good. Let's take a look at who they have to face off against today, as they will be playing. Here is your day 1 schedule for week 3 here in NA. GK, whatever we decided to call them now, will be going up against SSG. So yeah, I guess today's match is not much easier, but a true strength of test, of course. SSG, if they can take down GK, then they are looking in a good spot for the rest of this stage at the very least. And we're gonna end it on a banger. Team Liquid going up against Nightmare. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, honestly, it's just bangers on bangers today for North America. And if Space Station lose today, it's okay, because their stage just started after this series if they lose. So don't worry, SSG fans, they'll be in top 4, surely.
I mean, I'm having the schedule open on the other side here. So honestly, yes, they have the more difficult teams in the first portion of this stage. Afterwards, they will be going up against Sakura, Extinction, and who else is on the chopping block for the Supernova. So yeah, it should be easier from here on out. But still, you know, you wanna rock up with some confidence into those matches. So let's see what they can get done and how they're gonna kick off week number 3. Starting this one with a discussion about both these teams who won their last match respectively 3-0 against their opponents. If we're looking at that GK roster though, I mean, again, basically the old Nightmare roster, right? Minus Zeru. They finished first stage 1, came third in the Champions Clash in Hangzhou, China just a few weeks ago. So naturally, expectations are really high for this squad.
They beat Chris Raccoon. I would argue that this is actually when the season starts for GK, because honestly so far they've only beaten Supernova and Sakura, and those were pretty expected wins. They haven't really had a true test as of yet, but now going into this matchup against SSG, this is kind of when we will find out how good GK really are. I have no doubts that they will be a top 4 team come the end of this stage, but you know, you got to be better than top 4 if you do want to make it to the mid-season finals, right? And so how will GK stack up against some of the better teams in the region, including SSG? That is what I'm curious to find out about.
Well, we will find out very, very soon, as that's our match, which is about to take place. SSG, of course, many familiar faces. They coming into this stage with some very minor changes. Squid being one of them, and he will be in the roster, which is something we didn't actually really expect to see so early on, as he was kind of just a sub player being added to them in case someone else can't make it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Squid like once before. Having Bliss sitting out here is kind of interesting. We'll see what the first map is. Maybe it kind of gives us hints, but this is a little odd. But Space Station, you know, they are 1 and 2, and Johnny, apparently in week 3, it's everybody's first series, or like, you know, the stage starts now, so it's all good, don't worry, SSG fans. I think it was a little bit disappointing, especially at the start of the stage, going down that early to Liquid and Nightmare. You're expecting this squad to kind of start punching up in a big way, because they did end up missing out in stage 1, and everybody thought they were going to go. Everybody thought this team was going to be the best in North America. So, I don't know. SSG, if they don't win here, then it's cause for concern.
Okay, we give them one more match before we all push the
one more
button.
match.
But Jackie, you casted them last week when they won 3-0 against Still Duck. Obviously, that's Still Duck. Yeah. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. Do you feel like they've had their you know, ducks in a row? Have they redeemed themselves from week 1? And with that thought, I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Great. Thanks, Zoe.
That's great. She drops the craziest pun of all time, and then
that's amazing.
GK are going to ban Kiriko as we go to OWCS. Hazard ban for SSG. Johnny, what do you expect coming out from GK here? We've seen, obviously, My Moan step in for the replacement for Zero, who went to Team Liquid coming into this stage. He's been doing pretty well. Good Gen.G player, good Tracer player, kind of fits in that little niche perfectly.
Yeah, benched behind Kevster on Ents. Do you remember that last season? I'm really happy for My Moan. You know, played a ton in collegiate, but haven't had that much playtime in OWCS. So now getting the opportunity to get some playtime on the starting spot here for GK, and we're really able to see the full potential of My Moan here. But yeah, a few interesting bans coming out here. Obviously, Kaffa has a fantastic hazard, so makes sense from SSG there. But, you know, going up against CJ and Squid, and the GK banned this Kiriko, that could actually put a bit of a wrench in things here, I feel like, for the backline of SSG.
Okay, talking about that, okay, we're seeing Moira, and we're seeing Lightweaver coming out. Yeah. So, like we did get buffed recently, Johnny. A little change in the patch notes.
Indeed. I mean, we've even seen a map win from GEN.G, right? So, like, we've seen it done. There's potential here.
Potential for the Weaver. It's Rack's time to come back. I'm hearing it. Through the great
Well, my guy is in Pacific right now. He's grinding it out.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. All the way to mid-season. I can see it happening. Obviously, the idea of the Life Weaver here as well is just being able to save people with that grip from the ball slam is really nice. Seeker's going to go down first. I think there's Railgun. It's just going to be a long, arduous trip for, unfortunately, for Ultraviolet. Kellen, and this very strong dive from SSG, just kind of pulling GK apart limb from limb. Point actually hasn't been capped yet, but it will be shortly as Cover and W My Moan eventually going to get chunked down.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Life Weaver does have somewhat of a niche use case in case, like you said, you want to grip people out that get hit by the Freya bolt. But, I mean, we're not even seeing Freya in this kind of scenario. SSG actually playing this pretty hard dive with the Sombra Tracer, the Wrecking Ball, and CJ is just going to lob in nades on this backline of GK, right? So I feel like SSG, they've got a lot of tempo with this kind of composition, a lot of aggression coming GK's way. The big issue will be, how do you stay alive with so many divers coming your way?
Well, Squid's already dead to a dive, that being Cuppa. Mine's available from Kellen in just a moment. These Sombras are closing in on these EMPs. Good little three-man slam there from Kellen into the mines. That's about it. I mean, slowly but surely, you're going to move your way onto the point. Tree placed in the center of the pavilion. Going to get some good coverage, Johnny. But it's up to them to actually clear this Wrecking Ball off the point, which is almost impossible, it feels like. Sugarfree does end up hitting the EMP onto Ultraviolet. Lethal also falls, and yeah, without any extra backup there, Avril has to dash away. The only kind of self-healing from the Life Weaver. But Space Station and these Wrecking Ball and Tracer and Sombra, like, getting the point flip is going to be very difficult unless GK actually get a full team wipe.
Yeah, I mean, you force some of the cooldowns of the GK backline, and then you see, like, you play the long con, and then the dive gets a lot of success. Nice pick there from Sugarfree onto my Moan. It's going to mean a lot more potential for Space Station here. And last fight territory with Anonymous to go with it.
Yeah, nice little sleep there. And a manual hack onto Kuffer, knowing that he had Primal Rage. So couldn't end up popping that one. Like you said, final fight here. Nano versus EMP Primal.
See what my Moan can cook up here with the EMP. Try to isolate a target. You know, even if it's a flanker or two, you know, you take that trade. You just need the one pick, really. Don't have to go for the biggest in the world. Here you go.
Oh,
perfect.
That felt personal against Seeker. Okay, solo EMP on the Tracer. It's good for one, like you said, Johnny. Okay. Can they actually stay alive? CJ sleep in the bubble there. The Brigitte there on the side of Space Station Gaming is going to get out alive. Squid and CJ are going to be able to wrap around to main now. Kellen needs some desperate help as GK put as much pressure as they possibly can on the point. Nano boost onto Squid, dashes forward, takes out Lethal, conks him on the head as soon as he used that overclock. And now a little nano boost on the Brigitte there, don't mind seeing that whatsoever, and it helps Squid earn the rally. A nice little rally bash there, straight onto WYMO, gets the stun. GK halfway through that fight, Johnny did manage to cap the point, and a tree has been deployed, so sustainability at an all-time high. Avril planting a whole lot of trees now, as Space Station now needs to try and clear Avril off his high ground. A good manual hack should do it, though, and a flare, that whip shot, sending him sky high. Seeker comes back, gets 2 kills. Bombs bomb on to the lab. And GK only getting 21% on the board. Space Station going to be able to take this first round.
Yeah, dominant performance from SSG to start, and this is what they do so well, right? They want to play the dive compositions. It's what we've seen from them throughout Stage 1. Hasn't entirely gone their way because they're 1 and 2 so far in Stage 1, but typically you see Kellen on the Winston. And it makes a lot of sense. They're dominant on maps like Ilios, for example. They're trying to protect ban this Winston at all times. And so it's no real big surprise to see SSG come out here and looking real clean on the dive. GK, you gotta wonder about that backline, Jaws.
Yeah.
Okay, it was funny for a round or so, but there's no way you run it back here on University.
It's funny for a round. I mean, so true. Maybe they're like, man, if Jehon can do it, so can we. Don't worry. I trust in Avril here. I really do. I trust in Jehon.
You trust in Avril?
I trust in Avril.
Yeah.
No, not Avril. Admiral.
Oh, Admiral. Oh, okay. I was like, what does Avril have to do with this? Yeah,
Avril has nothing to do with playing like... Yeah. I mean, I guess he watches a lot of Korea, so maybe that makes sense in some tangential way. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, GK, you know, maybe they've been leading a lot of brawls so far this stage as well. Obviously, Kaffa can play the Wrecking Ball and, you know, other dive heroes as well. But if you don't want to match Space Station in that kind of composition right, like, yeah, lean into the brawl. Try to cook with the BAP and the Lifeweaver. We've certainly seen a lot more BAP this stage as well, especially when Kiri does get that ban, right? So GKD are cooking here a little bit, but maybe leaning into their strength.
Admiral, I was just thinking about it too. Admiral can spy check a whole bunch with those thorns, you know. Nice little grab there, that pull onto cover. Does actually forego the point though. And Squid playing the Moira. Johnny, I'm going to be honest with you. Coming into today, I'm like, if you told me we're going to see a Moira versus a Lifeweaver in the series, I would have said you're crazy.
Dude, I casted Redix playing Moira last week, so I've seen it all. I've seen it all. I'm not too surprised.
I mean, honestly, I'm here for it. A little bit of coalescence. I like it. 4 different supports on either team. So, like, is something we don't see every day. Normally it's just a complete mirror. Nice flip, though, from GK. Closing in on the EMP pretty quickly. W Mymone holding down
oh my
this
God, Squid has died 3 times.
High ground. I mean, he's playing Moira, bro.
Yeah, but come on now.
Bro's playing Moira.
Fight? Here we go.
Oh, nice little hack there onto Ultraviolet. Yeah, the virus on top of that is too much extra bonus damage. Terror Surge, Tree. The tree's going to win, unfortunately, there. The no deforestation. Unfortunately, though, for Admiral, Seeker attaches a pulse bomb to his skull. Seeker picking up a lot of multi-kills on these tracers so far, even chasing down W Mymone. Lets him free for the time being. Space Station get the flip, save the EMP as well, but GK only invested tree, so they've still got 4 ults for next.
Yeah, 4 great ultimates to go here. Wonder if Sugar Free might be able to go aggressive here with the EMP. Try to look for any opportunity to not let GK set up with his very heavy backline, playing the Baptiste and the Lifeweaver. Let's see here. GK inching closer.
There's the EMP. Does manage to hit Admiral, only a solo. Lab comes out a little bit too late there from UV, sadly. Very aggressive EMP there from Space Station.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you want to see. You don't want to let GK set up with this composition at all. You recognize, of course, how sturdy the backline is. You have that immortality field, lethal as well. Always looking to pick out this Tracer or the Sombra. So SSG, they isolate a target or two with a nice EMP there. And GK aren't able to respond in time with the abilities to keep them alive. Now, though, you have the Coalescence. Is this finally where Squid starts cooking on the Moira? Uh-oh, never mind. I forgot everything I said. I'm sorry. My bad.
Does Squid start cooking on the Moira? Solo EMP. just dominated. Okay, well, at least they trade for CG, I suppose. Annihilation cover on the point, shouldn't need it. Seeker, by the way, on Space Station's side, it's just been dominating on the Tracer. Absolute domination so far. Connections to the pulse bombs. Just perfect. 84% though for Space Station Gaming, still running into Annihilation and a High Noon, of course, on GK's side. But will Squid use Coalescence? Or will Squid instantly die again?
Yeah. GK has a couple of nice ultimates here.
What is
utilizing the Deadeye?
Okay, what is Bro doing? What's going on? What's going on by that?
Okay, nothing makes sense anymore, Jaws. Let's just let's enjoy.
Well, the Coalescence has been used at least. Unfortunately, it just gets dominated by the High Noon. This is truly a game of Overwatch of all time. Don't worry though, there was the little seed down there from Admiral. He dropped off so people could use that for health. Seeker eventually dies to a virus as GK. They're closing in on this final fight. As honestly, at this point, Johnny, I don't know what's going on either. Calvin goes down to lethal, and now the Annihilation can just kind of rip and tear them apart. And Space Station going to be out to touch. I mean, maybe with the Brig, but looks fairly unlikely as lethal spawn camp Seeker.
This is a tough one, Jaws. You're going to get a touch barely, but how are you going to win this fight? Seeker still hasn't spawned. Only 3 people alive. You have a tree to go with it. For good measure.
That's round, I think, Johnny.
Good.
Oh, the tree. They body blocked Kellen. Still got the touch though, but it was good enough. Only a couple more to touch, but yeah, it's over. Going to the next round, round 3. EK and Space Station showing up in a interesting fashion so far, and honestly, I'm here for it.
That was a stage. That was a stage GK should win though if they're playing this brawl composition. Yeah, you got the DC, but it's between the rounds, so you know. Maybe calculated, you know, maybe just quick need a restart of the client there. Maybe something was playing out. So
Bro was like,
yeah, dude, it was
there's a bug on my screen and there's a Lifeweaver on my team. There must be a bug, bro. There's a Moira in the game. What's happening with this Moira?
This is peak though. We should really take this in, Jaws.
Facts.
They're playing Lifeweaver bad for real round after round.
They're playing life with your bat for real. It is. It is. I did bring a souvenir, by the way. I got.
We're looking at post bomb. Sorry.
What is this? What is this fight? Seeker was on the pedal platform, dueling. I say dueling. Admiral wasn't even looking at it. He pulses the platform, and WMIMO like dies to it. I mean, sure, whatever, man. We're in game, but
we'll
the
look at your
over,
souvenir after. You know, I'm really excited to see the souvenir later.
I'm freaking out right now. I'm freaking out. Space Station, is Squid gonna continue to play the Moira here? Surely, especially this point as well. It's got to be the BAP. Oh, the Brig. It's got to be.
Yeah, a bit of different circumstances going into this round. Taking a look at the stats real quick. Kaffa with the 16 limbs. That's good for your fantasy right there, Jaws.
Good damage
doing
too.
Work, doing work
trolling with his stats. That's so. That's so sad.
You got any of these players on your roster?
No. Okay. I messed up my fantasy in an unbelievable way, and then the classic, like, I play fantasy like one time, right? Make my team and completely forget about it. I did in the Overwatch League as well. I made it one time, completely forgot about it.
All right.
And then I just
me and Apply, we're addicts, so I'm on top of that. I got sugar free, so.
Apply's kind of farming, not gonna lie. He's kind of the GOAT when it comes to fantasy.
No, I got a higher score than him.
You got him beat? Wait, rude.
Anyway, Lifeweaver BAP again here, Jaws. And look, if you want to play just support backline inside the corridors, I respect it. Yeah, squid is on the Moira.
Maybe he is kind of farming stats. He did have more damage than classic Moira player moment, more damage than healing, to be fair, so pretty good. Kellen, obviously, the rest of Space Station can play a bit more of a dive focus here, but unfortunately, Kellen and Sugar Free going down first. Oh, good virus across the way. Nice.
Great virus. Yeah, they really struggle to pick apart this brawl composition, I guess you have to call it here, playing the Ramatra with the Cassidy as well. It's so sturdy, it's so many tools to pick apart, even the Ramatra, right? So hard to deal with the Ramatra because all the damage mitigated. You got a BAP just pumping in heals, the Lifeweaver grip. Space Station have to be really calculated. They need to capitalize on a fantastic biotic grenade after the immortality field is gone, which makes this a tough task to dive because you have to get through these abilities, right? It's not a straight, we're just gonna dive onto the opponent. You have to draw out some abilities and then capitalize.
Well, they're going to do that exactly, Johnny. Nano boost in the back line. Even a window deployed there from UV, thinking they can potentially win the fight. Admiral had Tree, but didn't get the chance to use it. Like you said, picking apart this comp is really tough. Like you said, Kartha, really tough to take down. And even the, the life grip from Admiral, like if Lethal is out of position, Mimon or anybody, just grip straight back to the Weaver, and you can just kind of chill on the high ground. It's a very, very tough comp to actually break.
Yeah, now especially with the tree to go here as well. I feel like GK are in a great spot here, 49%. They can play inside of here. Annihilation coming up here for Kaffa as well. I think he's pushing across maybe. Oh, bound to get some value. Big Deadeye.
Primal. Oh, Kellen only just got Primal Rage in time. Yeah, that manual hack just kind of dominating Lethal there. Now Kellen can just rip this Primal Rage straight away from the tree, so Admiral has no use for it, sadly. That tree, like, pulsating those heals, coming in pretty strong in that small corridor, but as soon as you leave that AoE, you are done for. Although Space Station Gaming still with control of the point, Postman goes wide for Seeker, and an Annihilation for Kaffa. Hasn't got too much longer left of it, and trying to now chase Seeker off of the point, but he's just going to get kind of dominated. There's no support here, and a Coalescence is kind of ripping him apart.
Yeah, that's a late stagger as well from my mode. I mean, 60% and counting. That Annihilation, like, really stalled things out for GK. Don't really love that play. Here's an aggressive EMP, actually.
4 plays hit, but where's the follow-up? Sleep onto cover to stop him from advancing, but that EMP basically got absolutely nothing. Sugar Free does end up going down. GK are going to move on to the point with their own EMP. Solar EMP on Kellen. Nano boost deployed, so should be fine to survive at least for now. Ultraviolet with a good window positioning, though, means Kellen cannot jump in to the backline. And they should be able to get this flip, although Space Station are going to at least make it difficult for them to do so. People from Space Station now look like staggering themselves onto the point. Even Squid taking the 1v1. He got flash fan hammered. That's tragic. Tragic.
Yeah, they got to 99% here, Space Station, so you now just need to win the one fight. But the fact that you invested both the EMP and you invested the Nano to Kellan to keep him alive, It's actually quite brutal for SSG now, because those are obviously huge tools to win this one fight. Maybe you can build another Nano in time here, but 65% and counting for GK. They got a tree coming up here as well. Seeker have to go pretty big here with the pulse bomb and navigate Ultraviolet's immortality field.
Seeker just kind of hounding down the Sombra right now, doing as much spy checking as humanly possible. It's the best way to help Kellen kind of survive as well after the dives, because those manual hacks could be just so disastrous. They're going to chase him all the way to spawn, potentially. No, Seeker actually pops the recall. Pulse bomb in hand, like you mentioned. Straight to the high ground, though. That pedal platform elevating Admiral. Still with the tree in the back pocket. GK in a good spot. Annihilation online as well, but Stick does land. But it lands on the wrong target. Comfort did get manual hack there, but the tree's going to come through from Admiral. And there's just so much survivability, Johnny. What can Space Nation do to stand up to this? There's almost nothing. Comfort is pretty low, but still has Annihilation in the back pocket if he really needs it. Seeker goes for the touch. But unfortunately, there's just no teammates there to sustain him on the point. And this is going to be GK taking this first map 2-1. A scrappy fight in a scrappy map. Strange backlines, but hey, I'm here for it. Kellen falls, and this dive composition against a rather intimidating backline is just not going to work out. GK 2-1 on Oasis.
I mean, that is peak, Jaws. That is peak. But he's the Lifeweaver to kick off this series. We knew we had two bangers on our hands today. Two amazing matches. And we kick it off with GK beating SSG 2-1. Playing Baptiste Lifeweaver. I never would have guessed that they would have rolled out with this kind of composition and make it work that way.
Is good against the Moira Ana.
Are we hitting up ranked after this, you and me? Bap Lifeweaver.
the Bap Lifeweaver backline. Bro, it's like blue cheese on a Ferris wheel. Maybe it stinks and people are asking why, like, this composition is happening. Like, the Ana with the Moira, like, the squid was just in, like, 99% of the time. It's like, you know, you'll be fine. You got a nade, right? You can just nade yourself to survive. You don't need me. You're just like running in, using an orb, and then getting a coalescence. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I'm going to be honest, Johnny. But maybe it's a control special.
Yeah, maybe it's a control special. SSG were genuinely struggling at times to deal with all of the tools that GK had at their disposal, right? But overall, they did a fairly good job. At the end of the day, this map kind of came down to Sugar Free's Bosch EMP, right? Because like I said, they invested both the EMP and the Nano, and they weren't able to build up those ultimates again. Had they instead got a more straight up fight and win out, they were 99% of course, SSG might have won this very first map, but they invested heavily, they saw an opportunity, but they couldn't capitalize on it.
So, coming into this series, obviously, we know it's going to be fairly close. It's a bit more of a dog fight than I kind of expected. If DK win with this backline, like, how tilted are you if you're SSG? Seriously.
I mean, yeah, you're definitely tilted, right? To the point of, like, how are we forced to deal with this? Because, like, you have to go back to the VOD dungeon, and then you gotta, you know, figure out a solution and how we're going to play around this. That being said, though, there's no, like, real mystery here, Jaws. Like, you know what you're up against. You know that you're going to deal with the Lifeweaver with the pedal platforms and the grip. You know you have to play around the immortality field. And to some extent, I mean, these players are so good in 2025 that they know kind of how already to approach these fights, and they did an all right job. I think it's more annoying the fact that Lethal, you know, is roaming on this kind of Cassidy as well. Kaffa at times, you know, pushing the tempo with the Ramatra as well and making his presence felt. Those are kind of like the variables that make it difficult for SG to set up, right? You get poked away, recall is forced early. I believe we saw recall was forced on Seeker going into that last fight, right? And then you have to play more passively because your recall is gone and you have to wait for that seed to come back, right? So it's like those small things that might haunt SSG in a matchup like this, but come on now.
I like it with a cast though as well. Like, it's kind of sick because you can have your cast on like an really like deep off angle, and then you're just playing. Normally you'd be playing on a knife's edge. If you take the deep off angle, you like want to get kills. But if you don't, you just die and you've kind of thrown. But like with the Lifeweaver, you can just get gripped back and it's like, okay, it's fine because now you're in a better position next to the BAP, next to the Lifeweaver probably. Like you're just chilling. Like it's a bit of a weird comp to play into because almost no one is kind of overextending because of the Lifeweaver. It's weird. But as we move on to Suravasa, do you expect the Lifeweavers to come out again? Because I'm thinking about the way the elevations work on this map.
Come on, bro. Street Home's map. That's where you
could work. Dude, the pedal platform on a lot of these points, I'm like, there is so much good high ground for like a cast to be on. Imagine Cass on high ground on the midpoint. Like, that is a strong spot to be in. Like, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it's good. And like the tree as well on some of these points on Suravasa.
Yeah.
It could be really difficult to deal with for sure. I'm going to be curious to see what the balance are here as well, because, you know, maybe Callan, you know, obviously want to force this dive as much as he can here. It's going to be Lucio actually coming out from SSG to kick us off there in the Sombra ban from GK.
Okay, so yeah, SSG are like, okay, no super fast comp. We're down to have a Brig. We're down to have like an Ana or Juno, whoever. Do you think GK with the Sombra ban here, was it really like a big thorn in the side in that first map though? Like, why ban Sombra here for GK?
Well, first of all, I think, you know, Sombra has been really good in this meta so far. We've seen a lot of Sombra playing in Korea especially. It's good for shutting down Freyas as well, like they talked about previously in EMEA. I believe it's like Sodial who pointed that out as well. Jump scare.
Jump scare.
But yeah, Sombra is pretty good if you want to shut down a composition like that, right? So it makes decent amount of sense if you want to sit back. I don't hate the Sombra ban here at all.
Okay, well, SSG continuing to play Squid. Okay, no more funny business though. It looks like a Juno Ana, a little bit more conventional. Or a Juno Kyria. Okay, a little speedering out, and then Squid's going to TP. On the other side of things though, GK, Cuff are now playing Hazard. Obviously it was banned in map 1.
Yeah, it's been so strong on this hero, even dating back to the last stage as well. I feel like Kaffa really made a name for himself on this hero, and now getting to play one of his signature heroes. See what he can do here. Callan is over on that Wrecking Ball, which we've seen from Callan so many times, especially here on Suravasa. You know, Jaws, I'm really looking at Seeker here. Struggled so far in stage 2 on this hero, and a lot of people expect great things from Seeker. Obviously, it's fantastic on the hit scan heroes, but haven't lived up to that potential on the Freya. It's going to be an early pick from Maimon here, but see if SSG can rack up some highlights here playing this composition, because it hasn't looked super clean so far in stage 2, Jaws.
Yeah, I don't want to bring back like super bad memories here about the SSG on Suravasa, but the Kellen Sugar-Free Wall Tracer, yeah, and Kellen and Sugar-Free were like deathless. Obviously, that's not the case now, but now they're against someone like Kuffa, who, and that has a decent into the ball as well. It's worth saying, and he's, I would say, I don't argue anybody that says the otherwise. I'd say Kuffa's the best Hazard in NA right now.
Yeah, totally, for sure. That's a reasonable argument to make, because again, one of Kuffa's signature heroes, third at Champions Clash, playing some of that hero here as well. Kellan's going to navigate on this Wrecking Ball, Joss, but I feel like it's difficult to get value against this. Like the Juno Brig lineup here, lethal, finds a pick on the Squid, and it's going to generate more and more charge. It's looking rough for SSG so far, Joss.
Yeah, I mean, that's first point. I mean, you can't get back in this, unfortunately, and CJ is going to get chased to spawn. Kuffa just dominating on the Hazard. I mean, that wasn't really that close, like, at all. GK are gonna just move on, 100-0, next point, and we've got Pulse and we've got all ults, and it's just gonna be a big ult dump. And on the flip side, Johnny, Space Station, look at Squid's ult charge right now. 45%, that's it.
That's not enough. It's not enough. Yeah, it's really low. It's been a really quick first point. Nice stick from Maimona to CJ. That's perfect to open things up here.
Oh, that's so sad from Sugar-Free. Couldn't blink onto the high ground there, so UV now 100% HP. Hearing those mines being deployed, but classic Juno fashion, she jumps and then she just shifts away and she's fine. She's chilling. Again, a very hard fight to actually get into the point. There's a downpour, connects with what?
Wow.
And Seeker goes down. A nice little anti onto cover, but there's little to no follow-up, Johnny. And, well, Callan's just doing wrecking ball things and just rolling around the point and not really doing much of anything else. There is the cap.
Yeah, GK are staying really proactive in this kind of composition. They're always looking for targets. You see Lethal pushing this direction, trying to land some rails, but then on the other hand, you had Kaffa with a pretty aggressive downpour, right? Overclock here now from Lethal, shielded by the rallying Brig as well.
Nano boost. Okay, hit the shield. Backroom still goes down with mid rally as well. Orbital Ray is going to try and stem the bleeding as CK Esports do try and push out of the point. Big trace back and forth as UV looks like... Oh, he's found CJ. CJ was below him at the time. Both supports, in fact, might get actually domed by UV. Looks like he's actually going to get out of there. Doesn't want to take the 1v1, especially against Kiriko. Might be ill-advised. And little point cap for SSG as well. Rush held on by Squid. Okay, the layout coming through. And winning that fight with GK burning basically all ults. Like, you're in a good spot right now. You want to go super early, though. Seeker needs to be consistent with these right clicks, Johnny.
Yeah, needs to be consistent with his right clicks. Squid here has to get Sooner Rush. Could be a good opportunity to drop it. Right here, of course, GK are trying to stay safe here, baiting in the man, but it's going to be Sugar Free finding the pick here. This is finally, hopefully, where Spacing can come alive with this dive. Post bomb? Oh, wow. Nice melee from Sugar Free to wrap up a nice little 2K here. It's kind of pretty brawly here.
Yeah, there was a point cap as well, like 90+%. GK going to be able to get this to 100. You got to, or 99, sorry. They'd like to get it to 100, but, you know, there's the flip.
Yeah, GK, going back to that previous fight as well, like they lost so many ults as well. I think they were a bit caught off guard by how ready Space Station were to fight, and now you find yourself in quite a difficult scenario here where SSG, we're getting close to last fight territory here. And you don't really have any ultimates here for GK. This kid Sooner Rush from Squid could be a big factor heading into this last fight.
Nice check there by Admiral, looking to the skies to make sure Cullen's not hiding around. And he was, and he got found out. There's the rally. Oh, nice pulse bomb. They ended up connecting with a shield there, and I think potentially dropped, but that downpour is massive. Seeker, CJ down, and now Cuffer could just dominate this front line. Triple kill for the Hazard.
2v2.
Struggled to survive, though, against this Wrecking Ball, and you've got to be careful. Right next to the edge, picked up the Mega Health Pack, but looks like Cullen's got other business to sort out. Does dash straight to the point on the ball. He's still got the mines available to him as well. They are at 99% too, but Cullen's going to be almost impossible to clear out, and their ability to retouch is just so great. But Space Nation still lead the point and give up the cap. Mines to get back into the fight, however. Causes Admiral to dash away, but they need support ultimates right now, GK, to keep themselves in. But unfortunately, they've already lost cover. This is almost going to tick down as well before their very eyes. Was a late last touch there from Kellen, but lethal with a final nail in the coffin for GK. And with this rally on top, it should be lights out here for Space Station.
Yeah, can they clean things up here? CJ finds a pick, but it's going to be lethal. No touch coming in from Space Station there as well. It looked real rough there for GK for a while because Seeker got hit with the Nano and then utilized the Bola shot to take down Kuffa there as well. And with Kellen stalling, you're thinking that, oh, Space Station, they could turn this man advantage into a fight win. But Lethal clutched up with the overclock like he's done so many times before, and a bit of a scuffle here for the next point on Lux here.
Really good Suzu. Wow, that was insane from Squid. Punch didn't even connect because they were invulnerable. Good stuff. Doomfist for Cuffer. We'll see if he ends up changing as Cannon's on the Winston now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Winston matching up. Okay.
Oh, back to the Hazard.
Okay.
Just trying to get
like
spawn faster. Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is what has worked for GK. And they're happy to slow things down here as well. Up 2-0 so far. SSG looking for a way back into this Surabasa, and Sugar Free has this pulse bomb. Seeker as well. Coming up on the Bola shot. It's going to be an orbital raid to kick us off here, but SSG, they have time on their side. But Kellen goes down.
Yeah, not good. Well, there's the Bola shot, connects with UV. Sugar Free with the cleanup. A nice little pulse bomb onto the shield, however. Quickly dropped there by Admiral. Sugar Free is dominating, though.
He's
My
so
goodness.
good.
4 kills. Think that maybe another one. He's going to chase my bone. I don't think he's got any more recalls left. Maybe there's one that comes up in a couple of seconds. Doesn't manage to get away, though. That nicely placed Haswell from cover, saving W.
Sugar Free so good. Just even despite the fact that SSG, they're down 1-2.
One shot.
Oh, that was insane. I was about to praise Sugar Free, by the way. Just say that he's been so good in stage 2.
Twice you've done that. That's so
that's brutal. My own.
Oh, what a nano from CJ. Knowing that Pulse Ball's going to come in and connect. Can he still kill him, though? He looks like he can. Even a nano deployed there onto Seeker, not enough to actually save CJ's own life. W. My own with just excellent movement there. Dodging out of all the CDs CJ could throw towards him, and GK end up getting the reflip. 76% though. Space Station is still in this map.
They are indeed, but no support ultimates on their side here. See if we can get 2 fights going. Admiral takes some early poke here, but he's going to stay alive. Has that rally to go with it as well. Kellen has this primal, which is going to allow Kellen to invest and go pretty deep into one of these fights. So Admiral pops the rally.
Almost got dominated there by Seeker.
Nice
whip. As well, actually. That's a lot of value from that ult too. So many people got overhealed, and you survived throughout the whole thing. You didn't randomly get post bomb or killed by the Freya. Another nice whip shot there from Kellen, stopping the dunk as Admiral so close to the edge. He's still alive somehow as well. This backline from GEN.G looking so strong. Was ended though, unfortunately, as CJ lands a nice two-piece nade. Admiral falls at 99% for GEN.G as Sugar Free trying to clutch out for Space Station, and they're going to get the flip again. There's W my mode. What? Wait. Where did that happen? Double kill for the Pokemon. W my mode off screen gets a two-piece, and Space Station left with no supports.
And they have no speed either. Squid obviously will be able to teleport back, but this is really going to set SSG back.
I think W my mode just did it. Oh. They're going to get the cap. Lethal does end up going down, but OWCS is now in session in favor of GEN.G. Is the touch going to come through? Kellen from the sky manages to get it once again, but look at this. He has to get out almost instantly. The backup is coming for GEN.G in just a moment's notice, and Kellen closing in on the nano. There it is. Launch straight in again, so now can stick on the point. Admiral ends up going down to Seeker, and my word, W my mode almost with a hero play there to close out this map for GEN.G Esports, but a final desperation touch from Space Station Gaming keeps them in it.
Wow. They must have been sweating bullets as my mode hits a 2K on the backline of SSG there, but Kellen barely gets back in time on the Winston to contest, and CJ able to build that nano. Wow. SSG have to really play at their absolute best to get some of these points out there. Kellen stuck behind this jagged wall. Are you gonna be all right, buddy?
Someone free my man.
All good, all good. It's going to be an orbital right here for GEN.G heading into this first fight here. So see if Squid with a Kitsune Rush or CJ with a nice well-timed butter grenade could set up SSG for success.
GEN.G last time around, they did lead off with an orbital rate. Orbital rate does end up coming through. Oh, nice shot from Squid. We've got one around the wall. Yeah, how about them apples? Nice little primal race there, trying to juggle the Brigitte there off the map, but that rally is going to prove quite cumbersome. Now, oh my word, W my mode almost landing another stick there, dodging out of the stick dart as well. CJ was looking him dead in the eyes, but W my mode still escapes. GEN.G Esports off the back of that orbital rate, Johnny, they did manage to cap the point, so they're already building percentage, and they can stick around as well. W my mode and Sugar Free trading blow for blow here, cross map. These traces have just been absolutely fearsome on both sides. Kellen trapped in that downpour, and GEN.G continue to hold the point, Johnny.
Yeah, they're building so much percentage here. This map is really getting away from SSG. They are coming up on a nano here, but Kellen has to make it work, has to find some value.
Oh, nano boost is in. Wall is going to stop us some of that healing coming through onto Kellen, but he should be okay with that damage resist. But cover goes down again. Sugar Free coming out with the kill. And WMO as well. It is just the Tracers right now in this map, keeping both teams in it, it feels like. Space Station get the flip. 85% for GEN.G. Cover coming back on the Winston, but Kellen is already dead. And can WMO clutch this again? He has got the recall. Recall's at 100 HP. Trying to pick up the mini, but it's actually Lethal stepping up big to the plate as GEN.G are keeping themselves in this fight despite losing cover early. And a 90%. And with Seeker and Kellen to touch, is there going to be a way they do this? Oh no, he got walled.
This ends now.
Surely someone touches. Kuffer gets the kill onto Seeker. Kuffer clutches out with a wall onto Seeker, so no touch for Space Station. As GEN.G lead this series 2-0.
Yeah, Winston continues to struggle in stage 2 across all regions, I feel like. Kellen has some nice moments there on that hero, but I mean, the story of the match has been so far has been Brawl coming out from GEN.G, and the Kaffa on that Hazard combined with the Juno Brig backline. They just live on these points for so long. These fights take so long for SSG to break down these defenses. It's a big pain, and then you have moments coming out from Maimon like this, single pulse bomb. It's a 2K as well later on in this match here, so you know. It doesn't matter that Sugar Free can rack up some highlights of his own. It's taking so long for SSG to get the picks required and set up around the sustainable composition from GEN.G.
Yeah, I mean, Sugar Free leading his teams in limbs, and which is also least deaths on the team as well. It felt like Sugar Free versus WMO this whole map, in all honesty. The very end there, Lethal obviously popped off, but it was the Tracers. That's the post-bomb kill. There's the double, Johnny. Off screen as well. WMO in a 2v1 almost clutches out the map for them, but they still end up coming up with a dub. 2-0 in the series. SSG, even with a sub here, Johnny, they look okay, but it's not the SSG we kind of expecting, really.
Well, again, I think it comes down to the dive compositions. They've really struggled so far in Stage 2. A lot of teams have found a lot of value just playing the brawl, right? And we know that SSG, they're a team that love to play the Wrecking Ball, that love to play the Winston, and most of the time it is going to work out. Now, again, you're down 2-0 against GK here, but the big picture, Jaws, they are realistically going to make top 4 still as we draw closer to the Stage 2 playoffs, where the teams do qualify for mid-season, right? So no need to panic, but at the same time, you are kind of looking for answers if you are SSG. You're looking for opportunities to build on some momentum, what compositions can work for us, what are we going to succeed at? And so far, it feels like they haven't really found whatever it is going to be to take down teams like GK or Nightmare or Liquid.
I believe in Kellen. Look.
You believe in Kellen, that's it.
I believe in Kellen. I got the
Element Mystic.
Element Mystic. He played in 2020, actually, in Korean Contender Season 2 or Stage 2 back then. Yeah, I got this from home. My parents are visiting, and they brought me some of my like old Overwatch stuff, like super old. I got this in Korea.
You are an Element Mystic fanboy.
I am. I've got their backpack and everything. Obviously, the team isn't around anymore, sadly, but I got the backpack, and yeah, I got the flag. I've got like signs and stuff as well. Dude, I was a fanboy back in the day. That team was sick. Them versus Gen.G back in the day, dude. It was some of the most entertaining, like Doomfist goats. You remember that with the Sombra and the Doom Sparkle
Doha.
Oh, Sparkle Doha. Damn, that is, dude. It's a throwback.
That was aura, by the way. Sparkle in the Element Mystic jersey. That was aura.
Dude. Oh my god. And it was versus Gen.G. It was such a time old matchup. And yeah, Kellen was a part of Element Mystic, and a lot of and he played on that roster, by the way. I just go through it, but Attack was on it, but Heeslang was on it as well as DPS. I'm just saying, I'm bringing it back. MCD was on that roster.
The hieroglyphs on stream, bro. Like,
he's reading the wall. He's seeing all the lines that are connecting throughout time. It's Heeslang goes from this
geeking out at the Overwatch Museum.
Yeah, and then boom, straight to Crazy Raccoon. But we're still in this because Kellen, Element Mystic, and it was being serious. Like, it was a feeder team back in the day, right? It was like O2 Blast, Element Mystic, Gen.G that were feeder teams into Overwatch League. Yeah, Kellen is still around. Oh, Runaway as well, of course. Yes, of course.
Hey, all right, King's Row. Thank you for bringing some historic lore to the broadcast, Joss. I always appreciate that. Good pull from you.
I love it. All the old Overwatch stuff, especially back in those days as well, where like there were prodigies, right? And I think, Tree and people like Sugarfree are counted in that like prodigy tier. And you can see why, Sugarfree still one of the GOATs in North America. But unfortunately right now, SSG are down 2-0. GK leading, Johnny, as Space Station take us to King's Row of all maps. The bans being Mercy for Space Station Gaming. So that's definitely a protection ban here. Although we've seen like a sprinkling of Mercy. And then Orisa for GK.
Yeah, that is the biggest protection ban I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, we've seen like a little bit of Mercy, like a little bit in OWCS, but nothing like too crazy.
I can't even think of Mercy play. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I think there was like one time, like because people play a lot
made a video about it, of course.
Yeah.
And but that was the one time.
They do be playing Farah sometimes, so.
Yeah, especially here, Why not?
Yeah,
sometimes it's brought up. But yeah, obviously a protection ban here, I feel like, for CJ Zana, right? Which is actually a pretty interesting development for SSG, because going into this series, they had only banned tanks when they were banning first. Like, they were only protection banning for Kellen. But in this series so far, first they've been protection banning support way more often.
All right, Seeker back on the Freya. We're seeing Avril jump over to the Life Weaver again, Johnny. So it's going to have the same effect, you reckon, as Oasis did?
Yeah, we'll have to see how SSG really break down this composition, because obviously so many defensive abilities now to mitigate some of this Freya, of course. So SSG here, they're really going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Bit of a trade coming through there, but my man should get back quickly to this fight. But it'll be interesting to see how SSG set up for this fight. The different angles they take, the high grounds they tried to clear. Obviously in the back line here is Squid.
What is going on back there? What is going on back there?
They're trying. They're cooking.
They're trading pretty well here. I will be real. Kellen on the Diva now, Johnny. Cover does another spiking CJ there with the wall.
Yeah, I mean, the D.Va is great as well for the Freya. We've seen that is one of the tanks that people opt for when it comes to mitigating some of these bolts coming through from the Freya, right? So SSG, they get a couple of picks there eventually onto GK, right? And then they're able to sustain through it, set up CJ. Kellen can utilize the defensive matrix as well to put point pressure, and it works out for SSG. Now over to the Winston.
Back on the Winston. All right, okay. Winston against Cuppa on the Ram. I got to imagine Cuppa's just going to insta-switch again. He's probably. I feel like he's going to die here and then just go Hazard. Let's have a look how they end up setting up, because Sugar Free pretty close to the CMP. I wonder if they just take it slow here.
Yeah, there's no need to rush it, really. CJ is going to build that Nano as well here.
Oh, Cuppa's like 1 HP.
Slow, yeah.
Yeah, has popped the Annihilation. Sugar Free out of there. Narrowly escaping with his life, but EMP in 5%. A couple of swaps here as well. As, oh, hello, my man, and you're down. Goodbye, sir. That's an easy kill, and even just a manual hack might do it onto Cuppa, because the Blackline is completely split. Nano boost onto Kellen, so the supports cannot walk forward. Well, they fear for their life, and there's the kill onto Kellen. Cuppa, sorry, no support available to the tank.
Yeah, it should be easy cleanup here for SSG, and that is perfectly what you need there, an easy pick onto Maimon. Gotta be really careful in these tight corridors as Sombra to not get spotted out and get picked on early. Still, EMP up here for Sugar Free, so because you find that early pick, Sugar Free is able to preserve this EMP. It's going to be a vital tool going into this fight here as well, Squid, with a Kitsune Rush. It really comes down to Maimon here to identify a situation, to use this EMP, and set up GK for a solid point to defense.
Oh, EMP hits too, and the EMP from Sugar Free is good. Looks like Maimon's EMP went a little bit wide there. I mean, it didn't really get anybody. Or if it did, the kill was almost instantly came through. And this is a really easy push here for SSG. They've got Primal still as well. A rally is going to get deployed, but Kellen, if he really needs it, can just pop this pretty easy. And, well, Geeke, they lose Admiral pretty fast. Rally got absolutely nothing. 3 minutes in the time bank as well. I mean, this is Space Station at a whole new tempo.
Yeah, they're really capitalizing on the fact that GK are investing some of these weird ultimates, right? Kappa now in the back line, just stuck here, and like, Maimon's going to find a pick onto Squid, I suppose, but this has to pay off for GK.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to kind of. There's an A to sleep. Kappa goes down, but Maimon again coming up with solo kills. Hasn't got the Transgators to escape, however, from Seeker. This really is a dogfight, is all I'm saying. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Both teams just at each other's throats. It's just like, 2 kills happen, 1 kill happened. Nice little nade onto Lethal there. Seeker does end up going down, but 5 HP, and Lethal doesn't get away from Kellen. Even an orbital ray at the very end here. Dude. They're going to try and make it work, Johnny. I mean, the manual hack onto Admiral. Someone's going to win this fight eventually. I promise you.
Well, that is all the ultimates that GK had. I mean, Maimon is coming back up on another EMP here, but I wanted to say that SSG benefited from this, but GK are finding just enough picks with these ultimates to stay in it here. And now able to... Maimon has to build this EMP, essentially.
Did I scare you?
I mean, he's 20% away. It shouldn't be too difficult. Your manual hack to Kellen is rather scary. That looks like he's going to try a different avenue. Nice little virus onto the back line. With a wall there for CJ as Squid takes down Lethal with a kunai headshots. Maimon in a good spot, but quickly dealt with once again. Squid just kind of checking people right now, getting kills or just chunking people out enough to send them reeling. Maimon down now. An advantage for Space Station. Bolus goes in, hits the shield. A little bit of damage there onto Cuffer, and that should be enough. There it is. Second point capped eventually.
Yeah, and it's SSG just kind of taking it slow and capitalizing on GK, investing a lot of big ultimates, going for some of these flanks. Obviously, Maimon getting picked again, as well as Squid finding a pick as well, led to that fight win from SSG. But so far, this is SSG able to find some momentum here on King's Row after a pretty rough series so far. See if they can continue to expose some of GK's mistakes and maybe end up this fight quickly.
EMP on Maimon. Oh, Lethal! Hits the railgun right on Sugar Free, saving Maimon's life, but still Space Station Gaming with kills. And they're going to get this point moving. There's 2 minutes to go. They've got to rush. They've got to have a Nano Primal Rage. Like, this EMP has to do work for GK Esports right now, Johnny.
Yeah, and you know that Admiral has to sound barrier as well. So if you're SSG, all eyes on Admiral.
EMP connects with 1. It's Sugar Free. Sugar Free dead, but still Space Station with the ult advantage. I mean, this sound barrier, how'd you use this here? I mean, Kellen's definitely going to just jump in with Nano.
Safely.
But
you use it safely, Joss.
Safely, okay. Okay, he's spitting with that one. Oh, there's the Nano. It's actually onto Seeker because cover was just too deep. So an early Nano might not net them any progress here. Here's the beat from Admiral, and looks like Space Station Gaming. That's the safe down barrier. It is indeed. It's going to at least put cover in a position where maybe he can do some damage. Just them getting antied, but the Primal Rage is enough for some space. A kill onto Seeker is good, and straight back to spawn for the rest of Space Station. As GK really punished them there.
Yeah, Admiral was really cooking with that one. It's really good because it earns GK this defensive positioning, doesn't allow the defense to get out of control, instead wins the fight handily, and now you can set up. You know, Lethal has this overclock, and I mean, this is one of the best hitscan players in the entire region, right? So Lethal with an overclock is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and Ultraviolet has this Kitsune Arch as well. This is GK now looking real good to hold on this defense.
Oh, you gotta run. There's no way Squid survives that, unfortunately. Nice double hit there onto Sugar Free as well. Should be a pretty clean reset though for SSG. I mean, they're so close to the spawn. Although saying that, CJ, they're in a little bit of a pickle here, Johnny, to say the very least. I don't know what's going on. That was a lot of lights, a lot of colors, and yeah, it looks like Kellen and CJ will eventually end up going down. I think there was like 6 players in that small corridor, but that is a big stagger. And Lethal being able to survive there and CJ not getting like a nade kill with the help of Kellen is kind of disastrous because they are still stuck in this spot.
Dude, look at this aggression as well from GK. They're not letting SSG set up at all. They're forcing them to use abilities early to get any positioning whatsoever, and then Ultraviolet has to get Kitsune Arch, she can drop it. CJ only with the Nano here, Jaws, in the last fight on King's Row.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to use Nano to get out of spawn, and like you said, the aggression is almost too much. Nano deployed, so CJ is good to walk forwards. This rush is not too much of a hindrance to Kellen, but he needs to be able to touch again. The retouch comes through, but the Primal Rage is encroaching for Space Station Gaming. They got 3 people on the point, but the lack of support right now is going to be devastating as Kellen goes down at 93%. An EMP for WMyMone is going to end this one, but probably doesn't even need it. WMyMone and Lethal cleaning up. And a late sound barrier from GK, again, not required. They're going to hold Space Station Gaming on that 3rd point. Johnny, a very clear win condition in their sights now. They could just round out the whole map. 3-0 from GK Esports. It feels like an inevitable.
Yeah, this could very quickly become a 3-0 for GK, and another impressive win for them in North America here as well. Taking a look at the stats quickly. Mymone.
Look at Kellen's damage, by the way. Oh,
yeah.
9.6k damage.
Only 2 deaths as well. Good for the Kellen fantasy players out there.
Good stats.
good stats. But I want to go back to GK here, Joss, because I think we saw this on Cerebos as well. Don't they look like a team that they're just so aware of how the damage players are pushing around the map? Like, they're always hunting for picks. You can see Lethal, you know, he's poking these angles, just scouting out, trying to find picks early as well. Mymone scouting on the Sombra, looking for picks as well. They're always active. They're always trying to be engaged and look for picks, and it makes it really difficult for Space Station to walk up and get ready to take part of these fights, right? This is a GK roster that is playing really well right now.
Your cupboard's flipping out. Look at him go.
I mean, that is one of the best emotes they've introduced.
It is. Yeah, I think Winston has some of the best emotes, actually, thinking about it.
Oh, the phone call? Love it.
The flip and the phone. Kellen on the phone. Who's he calling? Or Smurf on the phone, sorry, if you want to go super far back.
Oh, I love that meme.
Smurf on the phone. Who's he calling? Boston Uprising Smurf, I think that was as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Let's lead you on. Good times.
Oh, they were good times. Lee J, right. We're just revving it. Okay,
we gotta focus on the game.
We're geeking out again. Lee J gone face. Only the old heads remember that one. It was like 3 years ago. All right, Sugar Free. Okay, back into this game though. Let's stop geeking out a little bit. And Esports, on the other hand, Johnny, losing 2 players right off the bat with Sugar Free, classically dominating on the Tracer. Really nice hack as well. Like, look, if you're gonna pressure out somebody, you gotta pressure out Sugar Free.
Yeah, such a nuisance in this backline. Capable of finding picks very easily. Forces Susu there from Ultraviolet and just giving him a hard time. But Kellen goes down early.
Kellen?
Oh, that's essentially the first point just gone for SSG.
Kellen was like past the choke. Okay, not really where he wanted to be, I'd imagine. Not sure what took over his keyboard there. All right, Sugar Free's also going to go down. And yeah, like you said, that is just first point. Kellen dying that early is awful. As Space Station Gaming, they're going to forego this first point. Not even a chance to recontest. They're getting staggered too if they're not careful.
Yeah, they're falling so far back now. Should be safe here. Can I retreat?
Yeah, it's good.
If we can't find you, stay alive. Give your support some ultimate charge there. But Maimon, you can see the outline there as well. Maimon on the Sombra is already hunting in the backline. Because while SSG are regrouping, GK, they're already looking for opportunities. Uh-oh. Well, okay.
He's down though. Look at the distraction that Maimon is pulling off right now. 2 players from Space Station just trying to chase down the Sombra, and then they get a pick in the front line. Like, Seeker's dead. This payload's freely moving through this choke point, Johnny, and Geeky didn't need to use knock.
If you're Sugar Free, it feels like there's people everywhere. There's a Winston on your side, people are pushing the payload, and Maimon is behind you.
And now you have to fight into a rush. I mean, Kellen gets Nano at least and chases Stan Admiral, but CJ gets traded. Kellen's got the primal rage, same with Cuffer, so looks like both monkeys gonna get pretty mad at this point. Ultraviolet gonna get chased, forced to use that swift step away, steals the health back away as well, but again, like you said, it feels like everybody from Geek Esports, just everywhere all at once. Luckily though, Kellen picking up the kill onto Letha will put a halt to Geek Esports' push even after that rush.
Yeah, stabilizing nicely here as well. Only investing a few ultimates, you still have the Kitsune Rush to go. But at the same time, you're looking at a GK squad now with an overclock, a sound barrier. They should very much be able to navigate this Kitsune Rush from Squid. So poking out, trying to find some of these flankers.
Squid's 1 HP. Hey, surprised to survive there. Uh-oh, no sleep, no nade. That Auna is basically dead. Kills from Ultraviolet there as well across the map on this point, and it's kind of all falling apart right now for Space Station. Just that early advantage too, just having that railgun online. Like, Seeker has been bullied, I think, during this map. He's not really had a moment to kind of set up. Not like Seeker is a slow player by any means, but the Soldier needs a little bit of time to just build up rails and consistently pressure people out with them, or if not, get killed.
Well, yeah, we consider Seeker to be one of the premier hitscan players in North America, right? So you'd expect Seeker to make his presence felt. Now over to the Soldier, of course, and building close to this overclock. Love the push from Lethal, by the way, just sliding away from the Kitsune Rush, but it's going to be Maimon poking at an EMP again.
Hit too.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the
Kellen ends up getting hit with the EMP, and that's it. That is going to be the cap. Johnny, this is Joker, bro. Like, 4 minutes, they don't even need to push it to last point. They've got rush. If Seeker, if he needs to come alive, he needs to come alive now. 93% on the railgun. He needs to hit an overclock, and he needs to find kills so they can stabilize with support ults.
But I wouldn't be too surprised if GK, they are fully aware of this, and they have the Kitsune Rush. Kappa goes down here, so that is going to set them back here a little bit. But if I'm GK, I'm not letting Seeker just overclock for free, right? Like, we're getting on top of that dude, and we're making it difficult for Seeker to land some of these shots, depending on when he pops it, of course. Kellan has this primal rage to make some room for his team, but here we go. We're already putting pressure on the Seeker.
Oh, Seeker almost goes down instantly. A rush onto the high ground. Pretty aggressive play there from Geek as Cuffer and Maimon just clean up. Sugar Free, though, the hero for Space Station Gaming, finds 2 already. But it's a bit, again, Space Station, they're looking at every single angle possible. They're just everywhere. Geek Esports on this high ground just pressuring out Sugar Free as much as they humanly can. I mean, Kellen should be okay on this high ground with Squid. They've got the primal rage with 3 minutes to go. They're in good stead, and they've managed to weather the storm. They've got support ults coming up. I won't call it too early, Johnny, but it could be a hold, but it's still going to be a tough one. This W Maimon EMP, it might just be what EK need to end it all.
And this is where the fear factor comes in if you're a street, right? Because you feel like you need to invest ultimates to get this hold going.
Oh, nice hack onto CJ. CJ has sound barrier right now, but is hacked. Beat does end up connecting, but didn't hit Sugar Free, so a 4-man sound barrier for Space Station Gaming. Seeker used it to gain some space, but the EMP is big. Kevin goes down, primal rage deleted. Hasn't got it, can't use it anymore. Can come back from spawn, sure, but an EMP from W Maimon was absolutely on point for Geek Esports. That golden box of victory looking inevitable. The team kill lands, and Geek Esports will take down Space Station Gaming 3-0.
Wow, what beautiful play from GK. the entire series, especially on the end there, Jaws. Knowing that the enemy Lucio has the sound barrier, you go for a hack, you try to aggressively primer as well to force out that sound barrier. It just feels like GK are just playing on a different level right now. The way they're maneuvering around this map, they're finding picks, they're isolating targets, playing really good right now. And despite the fact that Zero transferred over to Liquid, this is a GK that is proving that they can still contend with some of the best teams in the world.
So, SSG fans. Are we hitting the panic button now? Is it the time? I feel like it's time. Is it time?
It feels like it. After a 3-0 like that. Okay, Johnny, go on. Give us the hopium.
And cope, mix it together.
They'll still make top 4, right? There's no way they lose to like Supernova and Sakura, right? Right?
He says.
I'm not going crazy, right?
He says.
Come on now. GK are tough, but SG should be better than those teams.
You're expecting GK to be at the top of the leaderboard and at the top of this stage, right? And I think this proves it in one way. I think their record, especially looking back at the team when they were Nightmare in China, they look sick. Beat Crazy Raccoon. They were a fan favorite after that series as well. Everybody was going absolutely ballistic for them. Even losing Zera, like you mentioned at the very end, it still feels like the essence of Nightmare is still there. They look good. Kuffer overextending a couple of times on the Winston, but his hazard play and the way they play the brawl is just so clean.
You make that sound as if that's something new, though. Like Kuffer has done that since his very existence within Overwatch, right? So you win some, you lose some.
And then W My Moan, although he's not like a straight one-to-one replacement of Zera, these hero plays on these maps and landing these like, okay, it's a solo EMP, it's not a big 5-man EMP, but it doesn't matter because the EMP value he's getting is just perfect. That final fight is a perfect example of that. Solo EMP in Callum when he has Primal Rage, killing the Winston so they can't hold on to that final point.
So if you're looking at the performance though from SSG, is there anything in particular you can point out where you feel like this is what they need to work on heading into the next series? Or do you think this was just more a matter of GK playing really, really, really great Overwatch?
I mean, first of all, I feel like, they have mentioned that ping has been an issue for this team because, some people have been in Korea for a little bit here. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is right now. But the other thing is, like, Seeker needs to come online for this team, right? We saw how Lethal was having an impact throughout that series. And at times, of course, you're being protected by a Juno Brig backline, right? You got a pretty brawly tank with Kaffa playing ahead of you. So Lethal has the room to operate. But on a map like that, for example, when Seeker is playing the Sojourn, you need your player to pop off and win you some of those fights with the overclock. It's just the fact that GK was making it so difficult for Seeker under some of those fights. There were sometimes where we swapped over to Seeker's POV playing the Sojourn, and there's always like a Winston in his face, there's a Sombra trying to hack them, and it makes it so difficult to play this Sojourn hero, but Seeker has to pop off for this team, and Callum can't be inting on the Winston like he did a couple of times on Kingsrow as well.
You know who popped off for GK? W Maimon, and he's going to join us for a quick chat now after they just got that dub and they made it look easy. So first things first, of course, congratulations. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. You are the newest member of the squad, slotting right in, and it's looking clean. How has it been like for you to come into a pre-existing kind of roster, even though you obviously are playing under a new org now?
A bit of good, a little bit hard. It's obviously coming into a new team, especially after they've done so good. I think there is a bit of pressure, but obviously a lot of my teammates are from collegiate, so I know them pretty well, so that helps a lot, and they are just very good players. So it's not been super easy, but I think it's a really good place for me to improve, and I think today I showed a pretty good performance, so I'm really happy I'm looking forward to the future.
Yeah, honestly, you're the Welsh legend. I mean, I'm happy to be casting you again. It's been a decent career span for you. It's been really interesting. You obviously have made a ton of appearances on Team UK as well for World Cup, which is really cool. But what is the biggest struggle for you, I'd say, stepping into this team? Could you elaborate on that? What has been the biggest hurdle you've had to overcome?
I suppose I think the way they think about the game is different. I think, especially ever since they got Gultek, who's a really smart coach. I think the philosophy of the game is different, and like adjusting to that while also like playing my game, not overthinking. That's been a little bit hard, but I think I'm nailing it down. Slowly. So.
Yeah, can you share some of the maybe like initiative? You're taking some of these fights, you're looking for hack targets and there's people following up on that as well. What is like the communication for you, especially like during that King's Row, for example? We see you as well, you're always in the enemy backline and you're looking for targets and there's people following up on that as well. What is the kind of like play style that your coach is promoting in this kind of environment? Like what are they looking for you to do at all times?
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly me and Kuffa in the front line who are like looking to harass their backline, like make it really hard for their backline to walk, especially when they're on like the slower comps that they were playing today with like a lot of armor. Kind of opens up a lot for me to get on the armor and make it really hard for them to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, you popped off today. Your Tracer looked phenomenal, and that's one of the many reasons why you earned yourself the Player of the Match honors as well. So congratulations on that. We can't wait to see more of you and this squad. So once again, thank you so much for joining us, and have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Have a good rest of your day as well. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from W. Maimon. I always wanted to actually interview him and ask about the name. It's been one of those names where I was like, what is it? No, I didn't. I just missed the one opportunity I had. Oh, gotta bring him back for the next interview.
Give him more, surely.
I would say name lore is quite cool in Overwatch.
Yeah, because the first time I saw it is though. The first time I read his name, I read it as W My Money.
W My Money?
Yeah.
Wait, that's a good
say.
Hey,
That's
a good old name.
That's what I thought it means, and I did say that I think once on broadcast, and everyone just looked at me like, "What? What?"
Speaking of, by the way, Jack, quickly.
Yeah.
I think you need to rename. I think you need to lean in more to like the Jaws kind of thing. You need to rename to like Shark Boy or something.
Shark Boy, bro. Shark Boy Lava Girl, bro. He's 2000s posting.
It's a great brand for you, like a shark.
Shark
yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
why not just Jaws? Jaws is cool, bro.
Shark Boy and Johnny 69 on broadcast. It's gonna be so good.
Johnny 69.
Can we just have a Twitch poll or something?
Yeah, let's just rename everyone. I think.
Next week,
that's definitely what we should focus on our resources on, Johnny. Great shout.
Yeah.
For now, let's just have them put up the standings for us, shall we? To see where we stand. GK is at the top of the leaderboard, continuing their winning ways, even though they do so with a different org. Now, Nightmare, though, the new Nightmare, the imposter Nightmare, the other Nightmare, they are also doing very well still on that top. Now, Space Station Gaming, they got the worst out of the way, okay? The next 3 weeks should look a lot easier.
It's still winnable.
So it starts now, that's right.
Now. Look, they've already they've played against GK, Nightmare, Liquid. It's all done.
They got it all out of the way.
They're chilling.
But if they
GK
lose the next one, we really need to
lost.
panic, though. Just saying.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
For now,
Johnny's like, surely not.
They're playing Supernova. Yeah, that should be a 3-0.
It should be a 3-0, he said,
yeah.
rosy-cheeked. You look very rosy-cheeked. What's going on? Are you okay?
It's hot in here, and I'm wearing some overshirt too. On
It's a nice jacket. I give you that. Maybe we'll give you time to switch it up, though, and cool down a little bit as we're heading into a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to have Team Liquid facing off against Nightmare. You don't want to miss it.
bridges. No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battle me, they falling like a
Here comes a new challenger.
Welcome, Zoe here, joined by Sharkboy and Johnny69, and we're about to jump into the last match of the day. It's going to be Liquid going up against Nightmare. I do feel like the rebrand is working for the two of you. Just saying, throwing it out there.
I don't think I need a rebrand with it, so I'm confused.
Well, I think if you suggest someone else have one, you might as well also just take one, you know.
And this is the best you
They're
can do.
free. Rebrands for everything.
Johnny69's pretty sick, bro.
I just felt like it's vibing with Sharkboy. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a brainstorming session. This is a safe place. You know, all ideas are welcome. All opinions matter.
Put your names for us in the chat.
That's
Actually,
right.
don't do that.
Let us know, chat.
Maybe they're going to be mean. No, wait, no.
100% will be very mean. So we can just move along. How about that? They forget all about this conversation in about a minute or something like that. So let's chat about the teams, shall we? As I said, Liquid will be going up against Nightmare. Team Liquid, very dominant showing from them last week versus Extinction. Again, I was like Extinction, but still. It might not be the match to take a lot away from. However, Johnny, they played Reinhardt. And in fact, it did try to. No. In fact,
For
it did
one
try
flashpoint
to.
round, yep.
Shut your mouth, Johnny. He did say this is a legit strat. They're not trolling. He generally believes that they just didn't execute it right on New Junk City. And I want to believe. I'm buying into his narrative. He might be trolling. I don't care. I want to believe.
Yeah, and some people believe in ghosts, so it's good to believe in something sometimes.
Yeah.
Are you calling Ryan a ghost? I mean, come on, man.
Well, it's certainly
He's
a
not
shell of
that
his former
dead,
self.
surely. Yeah, maybe.
All these new heroes, Urisas, Ramatra. Well, if you want to know my thoughts on the topic, you might as well go browse Derpy's Twitter feed because I echo that sentiment.
Well, I guess the point is that Team Liquid looks very good on Brawl.
They do.
There we go.
They do.
How about that?
This is why you're the GOAT host, Zoe. But yes, it's going to be a really interesting matchup actually, because maybe we could find ourselves in a scenario where both teams are just like, yeah, we'll play Brawl. Nightmare, they'll bring out, Painkiller to play some Brawl tanks because that's what they've excelled at. And then Liquid are like, okay, well, cool. And as I say that, Rhino's in the roster who plays Dive Tank. So maybe that will come later in the series, but it's looking like Dive for now.
Don't worry, Control is not a real game mode anyway, so nothing matters.
Yes, it is. Don't listen to Joel's lies.
No.
I'm buying into that. I'm running with that narrative too. But yeah, obviously Nightmare currently undefeated. You saw it. They're sitting on a 3-0. They played against Sakura, SSG, and Supernova. So I dare say they have not truly been tested just yet.
SSG.
I repeat what I just said. Based on what we've seen from SSG, they have certainly not been tested.
Well, yeah, sure.
They were slightly tested, but yeah, I don't think Space Station are in their final form, it feels like. I think Nightmare are just a good team. And the Brawl, and especially when Painkiller comes in to play the Malga, it's kind of annoying. Like, it's really annoying, in fact, because Kevin's Wrecking Ball just got completely shut down. That reverse sweep on Surabasa in that series was just, oh, man. It was one of the craziest turnarounds I think we've ever seen on a Flashpoint map. However, Team Liquid, dude, they're just a different beast. This team is either rank 1 or rank 2 behind GEN.G. It's hard to pick between the two right now.
And it's great to see such a, well-respected org do well here as well, now that they joined the OWCS circuit. Let's see what they can get done against Nightmare in their first match today. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you very much. So yes, okay here, Johnny. We've got a Gigabanger coming up. Rhino's in, and like you said, that probably means it's going to be a little bit of dive. However, Team Liquid go ahead and ban Winston on Ilios. We get a Kiriko ban for Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, it's noteworthy because you're banning Winston on Ilios. You know, it's one of Winston's best maps here. For Liquid, I don't think they care too much about that hero, which is obviously why they banned it. But the point I'm trying to make is that they can obviously play Wrecking Ball. Infected is a fantastic Wrecking Ball player, has spent the previous 2 stages. In stage 1, they leaned a lot on Infected's Wrecking Ball. So curious to see how Nightmare kind of navigate this hero ban coming out from Liquid here. And see how they stack up against Liquid, who are going to be incredibly comfortable playing this style.
Rhino Wrecking Ball as well. Potential here on well as our first stage. What do you expect, especially for Team Liquid, Johnny? What were your expectations actually coming into this stage for the team? Obviously, picking up Zera is an insane trade, like an unbelievable one. But they have Knife on the bench as well.
Yeah, they do have Knife on the bench, who saw some playtime last week, came in and played the Sombra, and they said in that interview that Knife is kind of like our go-to player when it comes to more of the flex heroes, right? Like whenever you're looking for the weird picks. So we got a bit of a pause going here. But when you're going to see the Sombra or like Symmetra, stuff like that, you can expect to see Knife in the mix, right? But Zero is so potent when it comes to the Tracer and the Gen.G. Yeah. I guess my feelings going into this stage for Liquid was that, okay, well, Zero can be a fantastic Tracer, can be a great Gen.G player for you, but it's the rest of the team that have to find some kind of play style that really works for them, because you can't always lean on Infected playing the Wrecking Ball, and they seem to really have embraced the dive. Vegas looked really good on the Lucio so far this stage as well, whereas in stage 1, I'm thinking about Vega in stage 1 Lucio, and I'm just coming up with like Ajaxes in my head. Like I just see the Ajaxes in front of my head, right? But I feel like Vega so far has been solid on the Lucio so far. They've been playing a lot of Brawl with Infected, and it has worked out great for them. So now you got the Wrecking Ball you can bring out on maps like Ilios here, but you can also lean on the Ramatra, for example, later on as this series kind of progress. And you bring in Zero to a team like this, is going to contribute a lot of firepower, but it's the rest of the team excelling as well when it comes to the right compositions.
I mean, their DPS line is unbelievably flexible. And then same with Infected. And it's what's making them one of the best teams in NA. I think them and Geeky right now, we'll have to wait for that series, of course, but like, they are number 1 and number 2 in my mind at the very least. What expectations for this series you have for Nightmare though? Do you think they can really punch up to Team Liquid, or like where in your head is the power rankings kind of laying out? Are they like number 4? Are they number 3? Like, what do you think?
They're definitely top 4. I mean, Nightmare, especially because they beat SSG, right? And that was really impressive. We talked earlier about how they brought it back on Saravasa and reverse swept SSG on Saravasa. But this is a team that has looked really strong, and I think you have to give the damage players their flowers. Rocket, I feel like for over a year now, essentially since the demise of the Overwatch League throughout OWCS, Rocket has been a constant on the Tracer, right? And always racks up all the highlights. Chronic as well. On a new hero like Freya, Chronic has made his impact felt. So we didn't mention Trio earlier, but I think there's a lot of really interesting individual matchups in this series. You got Rocket taking on Zero in the Tracer duel, but Chronic taking on Tree in the Freya duel here as well. And either of those players could have a big impact for their respective teams.
Lucamino, I will say, probably feeling a little bit more vulnerable, not having a Brigitte there next to him. Running the Lucio, very different kind of style of play. You want to go a little bit quicker if you're Nightmare. Point has been unlocked, and once again, it's all about the Freya duels. Just Tree versus Chronic, who gets the first pick. Tree picking a very aggressive angle though, Johnny. I will say, Lep overstepping a little bit. A nice little boot kill onto Tree, however. Zera kills Lucamino. And with Rhino and Infected kind of going against the Wrecking Balls against each other, like, I fear for Rhino here. I think Infected has proved himself on the Wrecking Ball over and over again. So this might be a little bit of a tall order for himself, but the backline for Team Liquid actually ends up going down. Nice anti there from Lucamino. Starts that off. So Nightmare, they're going to get first gap.
Yeah, impressive first fight from Nightmare here as well. Lep getting involved. Obviously, have to play really careful on the Lucio, because you can easily get picked off, chased down by something like a Tracer. You get hit by one Freya bolt and it's essentially over for you, right? But Lep so far made his impact felt on the Lucio. That's going to be a dive target for Liquid moving forward, but for now looking quite clean.
Oh, there's one. One ball hits, Infected follows up. Nano on the Freya is just so scary. Good stick, though, from Rocket. Chunk Tree down low enough as well to get the kill. Nice little play so far from Rocket. Nano Boost actually onto the Tracer. Straight to the backline for Rocket, I feel. Oh, nice little kill onto Vega. It's just so devastating. Rocket's Tracer is just sublime. RuPaul does manage to get out of the way of Rocket, who was on a little bit of a tear there. But Nightmare's still controlling the point. And getting these Wrecking Ball comps off of the point, Johnny, is next to impossible.
Yeah, there's so much stall potential, not only with the Tracer, but also the Wrecking Ball, like you said. And Rhino has the mines. They're putting so much pressure on Liquid here as well. Struggling to walk up at the moment. This is Nightmare looking real good so far. See if Chronic can continue the momentum with a nice bolt here as well.
Well, nice deployed by Infected. They're going to split the team right now, but I hear a bowler shot coming through from Chronic on the other side of the map. Sarah forced to hit that recall now with a pulse bomb. I mean, look, Nightmare, they're not really giving Team Liquid like fair fights. They're just kind of playing with them right now. Like, they're not also kind of pressuring them to the point where, okay, we need to get kills. Eventually, a kill from Tree comes in. Leb hits a two-man sound barrier. Doesn't quite manage to save Chronic there, but Nightmare's still in a good spot. 80% in building. Pulse bomb in the hand is Zera. Like, they need something explosive to happen. A decent nade onto Lucamino, eventually killed. But this is just stall fest right now for Nightmare.
Yeah, but crucially, Liquid lived throughout that engagement. Lep invested a sound barrier, Rocket as well, throwing out the pulse bomb, but Vega with the rally was able to protect the rest of his team and keep Liquid alive. And that allows them to stay alive for this round here as well. 96% for Nightmare. Lucamino's gonna come up on a nano boost here. But surviving that very invest-heavy engagement from Nightmare, at least it gives them a chance. Zero now with a pulse bomb as well. Can he come up clutch for his team here and hit a nice pulse bomb with no Kiriko on the battlefield?
Lucamino a little bit hesitant there to kind of walk up the straight. Afraid of the Wrecking Ball jumping on you, of course. Right now, Team Liquid happy to kind of hold cage. Nano deployed onto Chronic though. Zera now looking for a target for the pulse bomb. Probably doesn't want to go for the tree. Mr. Tree. Slowly but surely, they're making their way onto the point, and Nanoboo's now applied onto Tree, however, and that's one dead Freya. RuPaul does end up getting taken down, though. Leb going incredibly aggressive with these slams. Like, look, as soon as Rhino gets slams in there, Leb's right by him to get the kills. And I mean, Infected can stall out the point for quite a while here on the Wrecking Ball with mines, but there isn't really the heals that he really requires to make this a long point stall. Nightmare do end up getting 99% as the mines come in for Rhino. A couple of them cleared out by a slam from Infected, but quickly dealt with, as now it is go time for Liquid to try and get back into this. They're going to get a couple of touches using the mines for cover, but a good anti-nade again from Lucamino. A bowler shot from either side. In fact, in the sky, Johnny. I mean, Chronic and Tree just taking the 1v1, a bit more of an honorable one, but it is Nightmare just taking that map. And despite the percentage banks, Johnny, it felt way more one-sided. Felt like Nightmare was just in control.
Yeah, we gotta give a lot of credit to Lep, I feel like, on the Lucio. Of course, it was noteworthy at the start of the round because Brigana, it's sort of consistent on Ilios, really stable lineup, protects Diana, allows someone like RuPaul to get so much value, right? But yeah, like you said.
2k damage to 1.4k healing. 1 death for Lep, 0 deaths for Rocket. Looking good, looking really clean. We kind of expect that from Rocket. We know he's going to do well in a meta where Tracer is almost perma-played.
Is it the Lep game? That's what people in basketball. It's a basketball playoffs right now. It's like, oh, is this a Lep game? Lep's gonna pop off on the Lucio and be the difference maker. I'm ready. Off to a good start on Ilios draws.
I mean, hey, he's good with it on the Lucio, so we'll see if that can continue. Looks like Vega's going to do the same thing here, Johnny. Jump over Lucio of his own. But I will say, these comps are so silly sometimes with the Wrecking Ball, because Wrecking Ball is like, okay, we set up, we slam, we go in, Tracer, Lucio can kind of follow up, or it's the Freya's getting kills. Like, the Freya's like two-tapping someone, or the ball is just like constantly cycling slam. Lucamino does go down to a double shot there. From Tree, so there's 1 kill, and that will unlock the point, of course, and give it over to Liquid, but they're very pick orientated. It's not like a traditional like dive, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a pick meta, right? When you're seeing Freya on the battlefield, you're playing around the picks. You recognize what the strength of Freya is as a hero. It's securing picks. It's a lot of burst damage. Another beautiful double. I mean, Tree is arguably the best Freya player in the entire region, right? And that has been a huge boon for Liquid. Another bolt there on Telep as well. That's clean. Clean as you like. And so, Tree coming up with, you know, a couple of amazing picks here at the start of this round.
He got him again?
Yeah. Oh my god, this guy is nuts.
Tree. Okay. Yeah, Tree's in the building. It's worth noting as well, Johnny. The perks, we're always going to see these two perks as well. The free dash when you updraft, and also seeing critical health enemies, it just feels so broken with the Freya.
Yeah, it's so good because then you can isolate these players. Dude, if that bolt hit right there,
I would have lost my mind.
I would have gone crazy.
Okay, Rocket, you got to shut down. You got to shut down the backline at some point. RuPaul stuck. Good stuff. All right, okay. Consistency is key for Nightmare here, and Rocket, the king of consistency. That to be said, Liquid still with control of the point. Tree taking the door in the skies against a nano boost on Chronic. I mean, you know, even the best Freya player in the world right there is probably not going to win that one, just from the sheer amount of damage Chronic is outputting right now. And a good little slam to kill Vega. Nightmare eventually flip, but with 85 on the board, Liquid in a good standing.
But it goes back to what you pointed out in the previous round, Jaws, right? That especially in these ball compositions, you're able to stall these points out for so long, right? So the fact that Tree got a couple of early picks for Liquid, essentially got into Liquid 85%. Ooh. Oh my god, these Freyas are disgusting. But this is going to be an uphill battle for Nightmare. Yes, we're getting a couple of nice frags right here, but you lose one fight, and the round is over.
Pick meta is a little wild. I think it's weird because, like, remember back in the day, it was like, okay, Widow is like perma-played on this map. Widow's just, it's just so ridiculous, or at least used to be, right? With like no fall-off damage at all, and Widow was just the queen of this map. But now it is Freya. Like, being able to two-tap someone from across the map like that, where the enemy Freya also wants to be on high ground, sometimes out of LOS of a support to get instantly healed up, it's very scary to even approach the choke. Approach these like the mega health pack room, right?
Yeah, and I mean, back in the day, you could at least, you know, navigate and set up some kind of dive. It's arguably even harder against these Freyas who are just navigating the skies, right? Both sound barriers invested here. So Liquid, you know, they are kind of investing here and there, right? This is a crucial sound barrier, pretty much the last of the round coming through for Liquid.
Chronic's in trouble. Down. Same with Tree. Tree did end up getting slammed there, and a good anti-nade from RuPaul. I looked like it was, yeah, on the side. So holding this mega health back. Nano boost deployed as well. So RuPaul survives. Unfortunately for him, though, Rhino and Rocket on his case. But Nightmare's still with control, Johnny. 85% in building. This pick meta, yeah, really turning into just one long brawl on this point. And both Wrecking Balls, I mean, they're going at each other, but Rhino's super low. So he's going to have to give up a little bit of space here as Team Liquid put pressure on them.
Yeah, there's only 3 members right now for Liquid. They're trying to stall this out, but obviously have to touch. Infected losing a lot of health. And with a Moira Lucio composition, the healing is just not there for Liquid.
Nice nano boost there on to Chronic, but Chronic needs to come up with some big kills here. Rocket's found his one, but where is Chronic's? Ends up going down to Vega as Liquid get the point flip. Mines for Infected. It's looking like a round 3 here as Rocket ends up going down, just hounded down by Zera. And yeah, good luck. Rhino, unfortunately, there is no chance for you anymore. Mines into the slam. The Lucio sits sky high. And the Bolus hitting a single mine and clearing that one out. So we're going to a round 3 Lighthouse now, up next.
All right, that got scary. That got real scary, I thought, though, because, you know, we were kind of coasting, just like, yeah, Liquid, you know, they're pretty much ahead in this round right here, looking like they're going to close it out. But then Nightmare came back and forced a final fight. Chronic, Rocket coming up huge for their respective teams here as well.
On death.
Woo. You know what stands out to me here is the damage from the Freyas. Because usually you look at this hero, and I think we've seen so far, you know, especially if you've been obsessing about fantasy, they are, like we talked about, very pick-oriented. Yeah, you can rack up some eliminations here and there, but the fact they're getting so much damage out on these wrecking balls here as well, they're making a big impact on how this map is being played out.
A lot of solo kills as well, like straight up, not like limbs, but like actual straight up solo kills. It's just, it feels so easy for the Freya to do that. Bit of a different comp here from Nightmare. Chronic jumping over to Sombra, and the BAP for Lucamino, Johnny.
Yeah, again, this is a hero we've seen when the Kiriko gets banned. We've seen BAP being brought out by Liquid as well earlier on in this stage. See Liquid here, how they navigate around this Freya composition. It's going to be Lucamino finding the first pick here for Nightmare. And that should help them earn the first cap here. And they'll start building percentage.
Nice tracking from Lucamino there. Yeah, the BAP also against these comps, if Infected slamming into you, Zera's trying to follow up, Tree's trying to also follow up on that kill, can be pretty easy to get away. You have a lamp if you really need it. The regenerative burst, the shift, is just so effective at healing you when you are under 50%, and you have exo boots. So the BAP very survivable compared to someone like an Arna if you want to run Lucio.
Here we go. Yeah, Infected is trying to get involved here, and Chronic finds a pick on the tree. You know, this is quite difficult for Liquid to deal with, because you look at Nightmare's composition playing the Tracer Sombra, right? And usually be like, oh, they're gonna play all-out dive here. They're going to be really aggressive. Right. But they're almost like drawing Liquid in. They're saying like, hey, you have to step up to reach our Baptiste or get to our Lucio. And that is when the Freya hack is going to come in. That is when Rocket is going to have a lot of impact on this Tracer. Pulse bomb in here now, misses the stick. But still, Nightmare loses control, actually, of the point, Jack.
Yeah, okay, that was on a knife's edge there. Very close to kind of holding on, but Nightmare do end up losing control, like you said. And Zera holding this fort down. Pulse bomb. Again, getting a stick target here for Zera that actually finds like Omega amazing value is going to be quite tough. Yeah, looks like Lucamino using that high ground control to his full advantage, although chased away that lamp. Yeah, it didn't survive long. That window on low ground, it's nice for a little bit of damage, but Zera and the rest of Team Liquid just jumping on Lucamino. Exo boots, unfortunately, not really that useful when you're in a small corridor.
Yeah, and this is where it gets difficult for Nightmare now. Playing this kind of composition, you have no positioning whatsoever, and Liquid can just kind of pick their spots when they want to engage. Zero just holding the angle. See if anyone sneaks around there. But this is going to be Liquid now. Tree with the bola shot. Can again pick his spot where he wants to utilize this. Sombra hack comes in.
That's a lot of damage.
They're gonna get that kill. That's big.
Yeah, Chronic and Rhino just focusing down Tree there after the manual hack. But they need to find more kills. Rocky goes down in a trade, so Pulse Bomb connects onto Rhino. Probably scuttled away to Jacuzzi. Doesn't look like it though, actually. Zera chased. Same with Infected. The Pokemon value, it feels like you're only really looking to stick the Wrecking Ball when he goes too aggressive, and then just chasing him out. Just making sure the Wrecking Ball's uptime is kept to a minimum.
Yeah, you can be quite liberal with usage. Throw it out with a dream. Just like, yeah, I see the vision here. Let me give it a good old go.
Uh-oh, EMP. Might just be a free EMP on the point, honestly. As soon as Team Liquid want to step onto it, the two-man EMP is going to connect, but there are no kills. Where are they? Mine's on the point. A good from Rhino, but he's left on the outside of the map for Nightmare, picking up 2 kills. Okay, EMP from Nightmare. It hit people, sure, but it was all Lucio. 95% for Team Liquid as Nightmare are in control.
That was a beautiful fight by Nightmare as well, because they invest the mines and they put so much pressure onto the point, right, that someone has to contest for Liquid. And so no one really cares about Lucamino. Like, you can free farm on the high ground because we recognize we have to contest the point, right? So Nightmare doing a great job recognizing that they can force Liquid off the point and succeed with the composition that way. And now they're going to set up for a pretty good last fight here. Left past the sound barrier. Tree looking for a good bola shot angle.
Good tag from Tree there. You see a manual hack was going to come through. Tree healed up. Sound barrier came in from left, but Vega's dead. A bowler shot does connect with the Lucio, and Tree doesn't manage to get away. The updraft didn't get in the window. An easy kill for Rocket. As Nightmare now are going to put themselves on the point. Just try now. Manual hack Infected over and over again. There's a nano boost available from RuPaul, but someone needs to go for the retouch. Zera is there, has got a recall and a post bomb, but someone needs to get on there again. Eventually, the nano is deployed, but look at Lucamino just free firing into the front line right now. I mean, a manual hack comes through, the lamp comes out to save his life, and Rocket just farms and just sweeps up the rest. Team Liquid, they're going to go down. A pulse bomb from Zera goes wide, and Nightmare close out the map 2-1 to lead the series.
It's beautiful play from Nightmare there to earn themselves the map win against Liquid. Playing the Lucio kind of compositions to a T, right? Lucamino as well there on the Baptiste, finds a pick onto Infected, protecting himself from the dive with the Immortality Field. Really impressive showing from Nightmare here against arguably the top dog in North America. I would have predicted Team Liquid going into this series, but that's a fantastic start for Nightmare to show that they're here to play.
Okay, control a little bit fraudulent, perhaps. A little bit fraudulent.
Stop it.
Look, I don't want to take anything away from Nightmare, especially, like you said, playing the Lucio and Lucamino on the BAP on that final round. I really like that. It's a lot harder to kind of tag down the BAP, get the BAP out of the fight where he's unusable as a Wrecking Ball and a Tracer. It's a much easier target if you're jumping on an Ana. She has very, very long cooldowns, although quite powerful, right? The nade and the sleep dart, of course. But the survivability Lucamino has is just crazy. And then they're just saying, okay, we just have Lucamino survive, and he can do alone, and he can dish out damage when he can, right? He's weaving shots in and out. And then we have Lep going super aggro with Rhino and Chronic and Rocket just following up with kills, and we saw it there. 29 deaths for Nightmare, 38 for Team Liquid. We're expecting this to go the distance, Johnny. Where do you think Team Liquid take this map now? We've already had a Winston ban come through. Do you think it's going to be something like a Rush style? We've seen Painkiller do amazing work on the Mauga so far this stage.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting and perhaps kind of show Team Liquid's hand what their preparation was like going into this matchup, because like we talked about going into this series, both teams have been really proficient when it comes to the brawl kind of compositions. Painkiller on the Son of Nightmare has played everything from Ramatra, Mauga, Orisa. But then on the other side, Liquid here as well with the map pick. You know, they've arguably been at their strongest when Infected plays heroes like Ramatra, for example. And even when RuPaul is on heroes like Baptiste, like we just saw Lucamino on, right? So,
right.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know where Liquid will take them, and it's going to be New Junk City, which is really, really interesting, actually, because you're not bringing out the Reinhardt, are you? Please. But
he said it was a strat. Good. He said it was a strat.
He said it was a strat. I said it was a strat.
Johnny, why are you saying
and also,
you don't want to see Ryan?
Said he wouldn't give up on it as well. So Infected said that they would, you know, think about it and they'll figure out the problems and they'll come back with the Reinhardt composition stronger. But yeah, I can't wait to see the bans for this map as well, to see how Liquid kind of want to shape this map pick into their favor, right? Are we going to see Knife in the lineup, depending on what compositions we're seeing from Liquid? If we're going to see Sombra in the mix, I expect Knife to get subbed in, because honestly, Zero, you know, like I talked about, he's the Gen.G Tracer player for this team, but all the other heroes, they favored Knife.
Okay, yeah. Knife in, Zera taking a back seat real quick. So with Knife and Tree in, Johnny, like you said, Tracer, Gen.G kind of out of here. Does that lead you now to go, hey, a little bit of Ryan, like, hey, a little bit of Rush, like play traditional Rush?
Yeah, sure.
The Sim's pretty good.
I mean,
EMEA, well, they're loving their Sim as well. EMEA Classic loving the Sim, but like Sim against these like Orisa comps, it goes kind of crazy. Nightmare also getting a sub. I'm just getting word in. So yeah, Painkiller in. No real surprise there at all. If they're gonna play Brawl, they're gonna play Mauga or Ram, like anything Brawl style. Painkiller's in, makes the most sense. And we're going New Junk City, which is the brawliest map of all time. So
exactly. The problem with the Reinhardt comp is the cat's out of the bag.
True.
Surely, this team could have. The enemy team, Nightmare right now, they can go to YouTube.com and pull up the VOD and be like, oh, they played New Junk City last week. What composition did they play? And they'll quickly find out that there was a Ryan on the battlefield on the side of Team Liquid, right? So that is true. Out of the bag. There's no way you roll up with it once, because you can already game plan around that. If you face Ryan in the spur of the moment, sure, there's a bit of a surprise factor there that actually benefits the Reinhardt composition. But there's no way you bring it out twice here. The Soldier in the span is going to come out from Team Liquid, which, is fantastic against so many of these Brawl heroes, if you're playing the Maugat, for example. So really interesting to see Sojourn getting banned here, if that perhaps tells a bit of a story about what Brawl tank you're going to lean into. But Nightmare as well with the Juno ban, they're saying we don't want to play with the Brig Juno backline. Instead, we're perhaps looking towards something like a Lucio Kiri.
Lucio Kiri, just go fast. Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? I mean, pretty okay with playing Lucio in his comfort zone. Like, they're chilling. So with this Sojourn ban, yeah, what do you think that actually tells us from the Team Liquid side?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's really interesting because it also kind of pseudo protects ban the Sombra ban if you want Knife to play Sombra, for example.
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, Sojourn is like the go-to hero if you want to deal with a Mauga, for example, right? And Infected's played Mauga before. Primarily, we've seen it to deal with some of the Winston compositions, right? Because Mauga can be a bit of a pest. You know, the Mauga gets on the objective, and the Winston composition has a real hard time to purchase time because time quickly runs out when there's so much point pressure from a Mauga, right? But you know, Team Liquid, they've also favored some of their Ramada compositions, like I've said, right? So
yeah,
maybe not bring out the Mauga in this one. We'll have to see though.
All right, is Infected gonna give us a gift on Overwatch's birthday? Overwatch is 9 years old today, by the way. Potentially older than some of you in the chat, which is crazy to think about.
What?
I don't know. There might be.
You think there are like 8-year-olds tuning into the stream?
Yeah, they're probably popping off, Johnny. They're like, well, Tree's my new favorite player. You don't
if
know.
You're 8 years old. Type 1 in the chat.
Type 1, yeah. Do it right now. Prove me wrong or prove me right. All right, Infected. Come on now. You gotta give us the Rhine. Knife rocking the new Hadouken emote on the Hanzo. Love to see it.
Hadouken ultimate as well.
Yeah, looks cool, man.
I love it. I love this bundle. I'm chilling out. I love the Street Fighter bundle.
All right, let's go.
My favorites.
Well, Orisa is another one of your favorites, Johnny, I'm pretty sure. I've definitely heard great things from you about Orisa. Painkiller and Infected, rocking out with the Orisa. Okay, and Knife, like you predicted, Johnny, he's going to come in, especially on a map like this, is going to be for Sombra.
Yeah, so we'll see what Knife is going to scout out here on the Sombra. Perhaps eyeing Chronic onto that Freya as well. You utilize the updraft, a couple of dashes, and the Sombra's there to capitalize. But it's going to be Tree going down first, actually. Liquid pushing the aggression, but Rocket capitalizes on Team Liquid, moving a bit too far forward.
Yeah, bro got deleted. Yeah, Knife couldn't even set up. That was a very quick push, as expected. They want to play fast with Lep on the Lucio, and that's the free cap.
Free cap for Nightmare here. Chronic. He's been so good on the Freya so far this stage, and one of the main reasons why Nightmare has looked so good, right? We've seen in all regions, Jaws, that these teams are scrambling for great Freya performances out of their team, right? Some teams have struggled, but Chronic definitely one of the Freyas that have stood out so far and made a huge impression in stage 2.
Oh, virus the wall. Whoops, Daisy. All good. A firewall, if you will. All right, quick translocate away from Knife there. Can't really stay around too long to put pressure on the point. You are going to lose to Rocket's Gen.G. Even forces out the Swift Step there. Lucamino picking up the kill onto RuPaul after, well, no more CDs could be used. Bit of a shutout right now. Team Liquid struggling to set up. Like you mentioned, Knife wants to get these manual hacks onto people like Chronic, or even onto like a support, right? Onto Lev, onto Lucamino, so they can't use CDs, but it's just not working out at all for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of a timing, right, for Nightmare, that if you're able to poke away Knife, you see that they translocate away from the fight. Still a relatively short cooldown, but it is going to give you some info that you can push the momentum further. Oh, Tree looking for the
second
double
hit.
tap.
Oh, not quite. One tap from Chronic and a couple of Akunais there from Lucamino will do it. And Johnny, that's just the first point. Rather anticlimactic one, I gotta say as well. That's just a clean 100-0 for Nightmare.
Yeah, Liquid not able to find their footing at all. Knife with a bit of a AKM EMP here.
Okay, come on, man. Okay. It's not that bad.
Okay, well, you know, I was just making a point. All right?
He's like, what reference? What law reference can I bring up?
The 8-year-olds are like, what? Liquid, though, they have a big ult bank because they didn't use any ultimates on the previous point, Jack.
They didn't. That's so true. Knife is dead again. Does Johnny hate Knife? Oh, a double hit from Chronic too. Rocket will steal the kill away from him.
I love Knife, buddy.
Yeah, Knife's a bit of a beast.
I felt so bad when he left Crazy Raccoon before Stockholm. He was just like, yeah, I'm not going to get playtime for this team.
Yeah, I felt bad. But honestly, coming from like, dude, do you remember, dude, we're just like 2020 posting, 2021 posting, but...
okay, can we just say there's 10 ultimates, by the way?
There's 10. There are 10 ults, that is so true. Knife playing on the Vegas Eternal is what I was going to say, but there you go. You can look that up if you don't know the lore. All right, rushes on the point here for both sides. Sound barrier as well. Blade pulled from Rocket. Doesn't end up getting manually hacked there as a Terror Surge brings him in. Both Orisas almost taking off to the skies, but his Painkiller with a kill onto Tree. Deforestation still a massive problem in the Overwatch universe. Vega also falls as a big ult done from both sides. Tree with the only ult left in the bank and not even alive to actually use it, as Nightmare with handy control over this map, despite, you know, Team Liquid picking this one. This has been a shutout for Nightmare so far, as we are looking at the final fight before this point.
Yeah, really finding their groove here with the Brawl composition, and already up 1-0 in the series after taking down Liquid on Ilios. This has really swayed, kind of like my opinion about these teams. Nightmare looking really strong here on the verge of capping their second flashpoint on New Junk City.
Surely the bowlers will do something. Surely. Oh, the overtime does get re-triggered again. Painkiller going pretty low. In fact, using all cooldowns as well. He's got to be rather careful, though. Still comes up with the kill onto Knife. All right, Tree at least settles the score there. Both Genji's dead. A bowl is still in hand as he's sent to the ground. Pretty low, and Lep just follows up with a kill. Lep has just been such a superstar, honestly, on the Lucio so far this series. A lot of impact kills, chasing after people that are super low. And Johnny, this is yet another point going the way of Nightmare. A 200-0 so far on New Junk City. Surely Liquid have got something more in their tank, Johnny. Surely.
Yeah, it's really scary because there was that 10 ultimate fight happening and Liquid threw their ults in, and they lost that fight. And so then you come back to that final fight on the second round. And Tree hasn't even used his first ultimate, I believe, this entire map, right? I don't think I think this is still his first ultimate. He hasn't used it. So Team Liquid, they invested bigly in that previous fight, and they can't get anything for it, and now back against the wall. They have to reverse sweep here on Cervasa.
Oh, there it is. Oh, what a shot too. Connects with Lep directly on his face. A good kill, but quickly traded. Chronic once again, kind of bringing down Tree. Just taking over the game on the Freya. Oh, the 180 onto the Gen.G. He can't quite finish off the kill, sadly, as RuPaul and Vega will do the dirty work for Team Liquid. Finally, a semblance of control, but hang on a second. Okay, he's overcooking. Rocket overcooked there, but maybe the intimidation was enough. Lep comes in with a kill on the Lucio, and yeah, the Blade. We won't talk about that one. Yeah, well, he was just switching, Johnny.
What
see, he's Tracer. No, he was Tracer. No, he's Tracer, Johnny. He switched. He switched. He swithed, Johnny.
Of course.
Yeah, you didn't see?
A swap ultimate.
Swap ult. Yeah.
I see.
Perfectly planned.
A lot of ults here. A lot of ults here. 4 ultimates here, Jack. This could be a great start to how they come back from New Junk City here.
Yeah, 4 ults. See if Lep can get pressured out. It looks like they're actually just going to use the rush. Okay, decent value trade there in terms of ult. Win a fight like this with an ult and then back up. You've got Blade, you've got Beat, and you're 50%, so you could really stall this point out. So, not too bad. Although Nightmare don't invest anything, so not the biggest loss for them.
Yeah. We didn't quite see there because we hung around in the Gen.G camp for too long, but I think they just suspected that Painkiller used all of his abilities, like used like the Fortify, Javelin Spin, and then they just pushed the momentum there and run him over, right? And that's an easy fight win. 80% now for Team Liquid. Been very economical with their ults this round, and now a great opportunity to close this one out.
God, Tree's damage is just immense. Nice little sound barrier, though. Beat Blade combo for Team Liquid. Painkiller tried to make it a little bit even. Used that ult in the middle of the entire team, but he's just isolated now on the point. Had to go for the touch. Nightmare do get flip here at 92% for Team Liquid. And Lucamino and Chronic are just kind of taking over the game on the high ground. The DPS and the main source of damage for Team Liquid was on the point, trying to contest. A beautiful connection with the spear for Infected, as the flip ends up coming in. Tree, unfortunately, succumbing to his own bolts there by the looks of it. But overtime will trigger as Lep now tries to get another touch, but he isn't long for this world as Infected dominates him on the Orisa.
Lucamino has a Kitsune Rush here. Surely they wouldn't. Oh, they are.
Oh, they're pulling it, Johnny. They want to win this fight. Team Liquid are 99%. They want to just get this fight and get the win on this map. Rocket ends up going down. Knife traded there as Chronic goes sky high, hits the skybox, dodges out of the way there of Trees. Take aim once again. But these Orisas, so tough to take down on these points. It really requires once more Tree or Chronic to get a good pop-off kill. A double hit again onto Tree as Chronic brings him down. Chronic, honestly, in this, like, head-to-head, has just been on fire for Nightmare, and they've got ults to spare as they get another flip around. 40% of building as Team Liquid, they're reset once more with a rush to their name.
4 versus 5 scenario, and no doubt in their mind, they dropped the Kitsune Rush and earned themselves another opportunity to close out this map. And now Chronic has been huge for his team. on this Freya. Bowler shot in hand. Can he once again come out clutch for his team and close out the entire map?
He'll land a big bowler shot here. Bowler shot pulse. Like a mini grab. Doable. Rocket with a pulse bomb. Now looking behind, trying to force the CDs right now off Roofball, but Roofball, strong mental there. Doesn't want to give anything away for free. Here comes OT though for Nightmare. And Rocket is just going to be trying to harass as many people as possible. Oh, deflected pulse bomb. Oh, it didn't end up actually nailing a kill as Chronic takes down Tree again. Again and again and again. This guy just with a vendetta against Tree, it feels like. As Nightmare, they're going to push them all the way. It's infected. He's trying to spin, Johnny. He's trying to win, but it's just not on the cards for Liquid. They're evaporating on New Junk City as Nightmare take the map and match points.
Wow, what a showing from Nightmare, up 2-0 against Team Liquid here. I honestly did not expect the series to go this way for Nightmare, but here they are, brilliant individual performances from the entire roster. Chronic really making a name for himself here on the Freya. I feel like, you know, across these few stages at OWCS dating back to last year, we've spoken a decent amount about Chronic, but the way Chronic has looked on this Freya so far, he's arguably playing some of the best Overwatch of his career.
17-4 for Chronic at the end of that. Tree 9-10. Not hitting the positive there. Kills to deaths.
Wow.
Dude was taking him out every single fight. Like run the tape back. Run it back. Every single fight. This guy is killing Tree over and over and over again. Chronic, I wouldn't even say this is a life game. I think Chronic is just improving at a rate that potentially people didn't expect. I think Chronic right now is trying to stand up to some of the best DPS players we've had in the region, and even like through Overwatch League's history and also OWCS's. I think he's stepping up in a big way, and we're seeing improvement from the guy week to week, and Freya just feels like his hero. Feels so natural for him.
Yeah, it's a real interesting little asterisk in his career, right? Because we've seen this time and time again throughout Overwatch history, right? That a new hero releases that is played in a slightly different manner, and it can have a huge impact on some people's career, right? Dating back to EMEA earlier today, right? Exodial, for example, a premier hitscan player in EMEA said, you know, I'm not really feeling the Freya. Like, Freya's not really my type of hero. Obviously, I have to play Freya because it's the strongest hero for me in this moment. But you're looking at a player like Chronic, who has been really good on hitscan heroes in the past, but has really found the groove on Freya, where some other hitscan players have struggled, for example. So perhaps a big turning point for Chronic as well individually, and his kind of arc here in Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, look at his stage 1 performance and like what team he was on. He was on Rad, like King, Chronic, PZ, Painkiller, like that team. They weren't the top dogs. They weren't in top 4. They were almost in that relegation spot. And now he's stepped up in an unbelievable way for Nightmare alongside Painkiller. Like, this guy is a beast. And last year, Johnny played on Citrus Nation. If you look at his just Liquipedia, it's like, well, he's been middle to bottom, 7th, 8th, like 5th, 6th in like Masters, in OWCS, you know, across the last couple of years. And now he's on Nightmare with Painkiller, taking down one of the best teams we have in NA right now in Team Liquid, and a Team Liquid as well that picked up Zera and infected RuPaul. Like, RuPaul's a champion. Like, this team was built for success, and they're now 2-0 up against them. An incredible career trajectory for, well, both Painkiller and Chronic right now. Hey, if they keep this up, this could be a 3-0, like, straight up. We're going to Runasapi next.
For sure.
Liquid's pick. Are we banning Freya now if we're Liquid?
Yeah, are we banning Liquid? So Zero's coming back in, actually. So moving away from the Sombra, which is also a little bit interesting because Knife saw playtime on Runasapi last week, actually.
Right.
They were favoring the Sombra, right? But deciding that, nope, don't want to go with the Sombra anymore. That's what at least Zero being something is telling me, right? Yeah, this is going to be really interesting here for Liquid. I'm interested to see what ban, because obviously they can ban Freya if they want to, but also Nightmare. Do they still want to move away from this Juno Brig kind of composition? The Juno ban came out in New Junk City. Are you going to ban Brig?
Yeah. I mean, you'd be happy with that. Like, hey, just play Lep on the Lucio again. Just go super quick. Like, I don't know. It feels like right now they are just winning the battle within them against their own demons, but also the demons in the server too in Team Liquid. Like, they are fighting a battle on two fronts and they're winning both fronts. I think with the way the team is playing, individually, they are just they're just beating the individuals on Team Liquid in the head-to-heads. Like, Chronic is beating Tree. Like, the back line is just... they are outplaying like RuPaul Vega, which is no mean feat. RuPaul, one of the best flex supports in North America, and arguably was the best, especially if you look at the last year of the Overwatch League, right? UV's up in that kind of bracket as well. Like, man, this is scary stuff for Team Liquid right now. A Hazard ban for TL, and Nightmare going with a Gen.G ban.
Yeah, this is also interesting. Nightmare, they haven't played a ton of Hazard. I think they brought it out once on Gibraltar, but that was essentially it, right? Could also be some kind of a, protect ban if you really want to force Infector over to the Orisa as well, right? Nightmare, they go ahead and ban Gen.G out of this mix as well, which essentially is going to put Zero onto the Tracer as well, right? Because, Renasapi, fantastic map for Gen.G players in the past. We know Zero's a great Gen.G player here as well. But now forced to play the Tracer in this matchup. This is a real tough matchup for Liquid. Like, I thought they were the top dog of the region, Jaws. I thought they were the #1 team if we were going to make power rankings going into this matchup. But down 0-2 against Nightmare, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned to be learned from Team Liquid here against a team like Nightmare, who obviously have some kind of aura about them. Nightmare somehow they just find squads that just dominate.
Aura,
it's crazy.
It is insane. It's crazy. No matter the players. I mean, look at the last season. Like,
how
did
they
stage.
do it?
Like, I don't know, man. It's crazy. It's really crazy. As soon as you play under Nightmare, apparently you get some sort of secret buff. I'm not sure. Of course, we know both these teams are top 4 teams. We know that for sure. We expected, or at least I expected, and I think a lot of the audience would say as well, like, this game is going to be close, but probably Liquid favored. But now, with a 2-0, and especially how New Junk City went, which was pretty one-sided, like 200% to 0 on the first 2 points, and then the last point was very back and forth, went to 99 on both sides before Nightmare took it. And now the momentum is completely in their favor, and it feels like Nightmare, they're just going to run over Team Liquid. We'll see what Painkiller wants to run
for a little bit.
Going to play Orisa, it looks like.
I need to code for the Liquid fans out there, all right? They got picked a couple of times on New Junk City.
Okay.
And Nightmare essentially won the round. They didn't even invest a single ultimate at the round, okay? And then there was that big 10 ultimate fight on the second point. And then Team Liquid, they didn't build any more ultimates for the rest of the round, right? So there was no huge, oh my god, huge individual plays.
Apart from Chronic, Dome and Tree.
Came down to Chronic popped off, well deserved in round 3 there. But if you're Liquid, I wouldn't say they were handedly outplayed tactically in this very matchup, right? It came down to a few awkward moments on New Junk City. That's my cope for you, Jaws. That's my cope for the Liquid fans out there.
I like it. I like that a lot. We'll see if Chronic can still just dish out the dirt towards Tree. Look, this backline from Nightmare, again, continuing this aggressive style. They've not gone Brig, Johnny. Lucamino is on Kiri and left on Juno now.
Yeah, we see this quite a bit, actually. I think Lucamino especially is a player that had favored this Kiriko, even dating back to last year, right? In some of these more awkward compositions. Certainly viable. We've seen Juno Kiri, we've seen Juno Ana a lot more in stage 2, right?
Oh, they're so low. Oh, there's Chronic with first blood. Tree dead again. God, we got to get some head-to-head stats or something for Chronic kills on Tree and vice versa. Jeez, Chronic, man.
Do you remember last year as well? Stage 1 of 2024, when Rocket played on that Timeless team.
With Chopper.
Yeah, with Chopper, and made a huge name for himself in stage 1. We saw the Tracer play from Rocket, and we're like, oh, this guy's next up. Kind of got, surpassed, I don't know if that's the right word, by someone like Zero, right? Because Zero made a huge name for himself in the second round.
Wait, how did he land that pulse? Mid-air?
He's coming for revenge. Okay. He's coming for revenge, Jaws.
He's pissed, maybe? Okay, Tree dead. Johnny, I hate to break it and chat, I'm sorry as well, man, but I think the momentum's in Nightmare favor here. I just feel it. The aura is radiating. Okay, here's the replay. So, okay. It wasn't as crazy as I thought. I thought he hit the mid-air, but still back-breaking for Team Liquid.
Production shouldn't have showed that one, so we could have been led astray.
We could have just been pogging. I'm still pogging, bro. This guy's a little freaky with it on the tracer.
So good.
Oh, don't. Okay, you got to check him at some point, but I'd be too scared. Okay, Orbital Ray being laid down. I mean, good luck if you're infected here. Use Harvest cooldowns already. Terrorsurge is going to bring them in. Lep in a little bit of trouble, but the Terrorsurge does connect with RuPaul. Easy bolus shot there for Chronic. Nets him the kill. RuPaul sent straight back to spawn after using his own Ray. I mean, sure, you've dealt with Painkiller already, but you got to deal with Rocket and Chronic. They're still alive. They're still kicking, Johnny. And they're kicking you 10 feet under now as well. 75 meters and counting. Checkpoint in their backpack. Mate, they're ready to send this one home. I'm expecting full cap.
Yeah, there was a double support ultimate coming out from Liquid there. RuPaul with a very defensive orbital ray, forced to use it as well. But Painkiller had all the space on the Orisa to come through with a great Terra Surge. Bola shot then follows up on RuPaul, and Nightmare with another impressive fight win when Liquid invested a lot of ultimates. Nightmare, not a ton of ultimates on the board for them here, but that's another great fight win from them in this brawl matchup.
All right, Zera's going to have to try and make a hero play here. He's got a pulse, but I mean, every single time. We spoke about last series about how like one team is just kind of everywhere all at once, right, Geeky? But I mean, Rocket is exactly that. Dude is just in the backline constantly. A good stick, a good kill onto Sarah. And Johnny, the payload didn't like even reset into mid. This is 100 plus meters to less than 7 for Nightmare. They've got a rush, they've got bolus. Like Zera and Tree, they need to now have the life gain.
Avril theory. 100 meters crossed for Nightmare already. This is such a deep hole for Liquid to dig themselves out of. You dig yourself out of a hole? Anyway,
I mean,
Nightmare.
you can, technically.
Yeah, you can technically. Where are you going? Liquid here. Such a tough spot to be in. And Vega goes down.
Vega goes down.
It's a beast.
Oh, he hit him in the air too. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's Zero too. Get his ass. Oh, Pulse Bomb's not going to stop me, buddy. Chronic with an unbelievable set of plays. Tags Vega for across the map. Takes down Tree in the skies. Hits Sarah. Someone check this man's PC. There's just no way. 125 meters and counting. Liquid, Johnny. Yeah. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Look at what they follow up on the.
I got nothing.
It's over.
It's over. Cap.
Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. It's done. Lep dead. Oh, I'm sorry. Vega, did you want to stay in this fight? He TP's away, but he goes down. Finally, someone shut down the Titan in Chronic. Of course, it had to be RuPaul, but Johnny, it's over. It's more than over.
Sarah's recall force. Tree is in the fight. It's going to clear out Painkiller. They're all but dead, Jaws.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a performance.
Just an unbelievable set of plays. And 142 meters to 6. We're 4 minutes to go. This is surpassed Avril theorem at this point. Like, what can you say?
This will be the greatest push comeback in the history of Overwatch Esports.
Yeah,
Let's
it will.
put it that way. Good luck.
Genuinely. And we've had some insane comebacks as well. I think in the last stage. Oh, Tree's dead again. Chronic gets another kill. What can they do? Orbital Ray is decent, but RuPaul's just going to get chased down. Chronic finds the tag. It's over, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they invested Orbital Ray, and it's looking like they're still losing the fight. Which is not what you need for Liquid to get back into this one. Goodbye, Sarah. This is Nightmare now. They're coasting for 3.5 minutes. They can coast. They can chill. They just need to win. You know, they just need to play it safe. They don't need to invest, you know, take big risks with their ultimates. They can make it difficult for Liquid and just coast for the rest of this map, Jaws.
Chronic is 21-1. Lucamino has not died.
God.
Rocket is 25-0. Lucamino's 12-0 with 16 assists. What do you do, Johnny? Tell me.
You gotta deal with this guy.
You gotta deal with this guy? Get this guy right here. You see this guy? Mod?
Get this guy. Get this guy right there.
Okay, well, Vega's down. There's another kill for Rocket. Make that 26-0. Zera with a pulse bomb can potentially force something out here as Lucamino goes pretty low. Terrorsurge does net them a kill, Johnny, but Rocket is still farming. Same with Chronic. Tree gets his revenge eventually, but 2 minutes have disappeared since last time we talked about it.
It's just too expensive, man.
And it's too expensive. Ults are being invested when they just can't be, but they're getting pushed right to their spawn doors every single fight.
Yeah, realistically, you need someone to come up with a big play. Zero here with the pulse bomb, but again, like, you know, like, who are you pulse bombing here? Lucamino has the Suzu available as well to deal with it, right? And you don't have any other big ultimates because you were forced to use them on the fight prior. Liquid need a miracle, honestly.
Oh wow, Rocky forced the recall there. He knows exactly where Zero is too. Vega in the backline is going to get chunked out by Rocket. Suzu Swift Step as well. They know the Kiriko's pretty vulnerable at this point, but they're just getting beaten back, Johnny. Orbital Ray. It's, yeah, with an Orbital Ray and Infected dead, again, they're just pushing to spawn. Liquid do need, what, 2 to 3 fights to even get the bot moving at this point? Like, it's a little rough, to say the least. Okay, yep, take the bot. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, there's a...
Rocket found another pulse bomb.
Another pulse bomb kill, yeah. I mean, Zero's got a pulse as well. I'm waiting for a 30-player kill streak. Rocket is 31-0.
No, it's my PSP.
Just end it.
There we go.
Just end it. Okay, there we go.
Goodbye.
It's ended. It's done.
Pleasure doing
Nightmare
this
with a
with you.
3-0 on one of the most dominating performances we've seen to round out that series. Just an absolute blowout. 31-0 for Rocket, 26-2 for Chronic.
Wow.
Stats speaks for themselves. Just ridiculous from Nightmare. And I think everybody's power rankings getting a little bit shook up now.
Wow. Going into today, did you have Nightmare 3-0ing Team Liquid and GK 3-0ing SSG? What a day, Zoe.
What a day indeed. And this wasn't even like Liquid playing bad per se. It was just Nightmare being so very dominant. All the players, not just on the same page, but also they were vibing, okay? I think vibes are good. Oh, yeah. You might be onto something when you're talking about that Nightmare aura. It just somehow possesses players who join the org. And now Nightmare finding themselves at the very top of the standings in this region, 4-0. And quite frankly, the next few matches should be easy for them. The last true test for them will be in week 6 when they're going up against GK.
Yeah,
Perfect stage, right. Potentially. I mean, for both GK and Nightmare right now, I think there is perfect stage potential, like we saw VP do last one. Like, if they continue this, yeah, not to curse it, but like there is a real possibility if they continue this form as well. Like, okay, yeah, Nightmare, the old version, which is GK, they beat Crazy Raccoon. They are punching up. And Johnny, you were saying, like, looking at this series coming into it, you're expecting Liquid to come out with a win. You're expecting a very good series and a pretty close one, maybe 3-2, 3-1 going Liquid's way. But this wasn't like that whatsoever. This was Liquid just getting shut down over and over again after that second map. It was over. It felt like it was over.
Like I said on Ilios, like, I thought Tree was the best Freya in the entire region.
Yeah.
That has obviously been corrected now. Chronic with a dominant performance, like, just shut Tree down. Tree was nowhere to be seen. And, you know, don't want to be disrespectful towards Tree, but that is what you can do on a hero like Freya, where if you have the individual skill required, you can just take over the lobby. And we saw Chronic time and time again just hit double bolts, hit a single bolt, and then Rocket follows up on the Tracer as well. That was an just immaculate showing from Nightmare. That was so dominant.
I did love that we praised Chronic so much, talking about his career trajectory and like just what an insane player he is on that Freya. And then Rocket is like, I'm part of the duo too. What's
wait
this?
a second.
And then he like pops up on that last map on that Tracer. So like overall, just so much firepower in that team, on that squad. So it's going to be difficult knowing that both of these players can play different things as well, so you can't just like ban one out and then mess with them. So far, Nightmare looking like one of the teams to beat. And we do have Chronic joining us now for a few words after that victory. It's going to be voice only. Chronic, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. My Sion skills are on point. Great to hear from you, Chronic. Let's just talk about your team in general. I mean, no one expected heading into this stage that it's going to be Nightmare, like the new Nightmare squad, taking basically the lunch money off of SSG and Liquid, the teams that we expected to be at the very top of the region. What is it? Is it the meta right now? Is it the Nightmare aura buff? Is it your morning routine? What makes your team so strong right now?
I think us as players, I think we mend together like really well as a team. And then obviously the meta, Freya is just my character. I don't know. It's just
she literally made for you, actually.
Yeah.
We saw it.
Yep.
I did want to ask, like, what are the vibes like after that second map? Because it was the 3-0, and you stomped them out on the first 2 points. Like, there was classic Freya gameplay where it's like, okay, the Freyas are getting picked, so like the fights are like super extended, but it was like 100-0, then a 200-0, and it got 99-99 at the very end. But you were like doming Tree. Like, you must have been kind of elated because people are saying Tree's like the best Freya in NA right now, and you kind of, well, just kicked him out the door and shot it in his face.
Yeah, I think Tree is insane at Freya. I think him and I are like at the standings of the best Freyas in NA, but obviously I think I showed that might be going to me.
Do you enjoy playing Freya? Because we talked to Exodial earlier today, and he's like, yeah, I mean, I'm doing well, but like I really don't like playing her. You seem to enjoy it.
I love Freya. It's like my favorite character added to Overwatch. She's so fun.
All right, Chronic, quick question for you. I'm not gonna make it too complicated. I need your sensitivity and DPI settings, bro. What are they?
1600 2.25. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Bam.
That's
there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
For all the 8-year-olds in chat. Sorry, you won't get that reference, Chronic. But there you go in chat. There you go. That's the settings for you.
That's for all the 80-year-olds in chat. Thank you so much.
Aspiring Freya players. That's how Chronic does it.
Chronic, thank you so much for sharing some insight and for putting up a clinic on the server. With that, you also earned yourself the Player of the Match honor. So congratulations to you. And of course,
insane performance.
Yeah. Once again, congrats to the team. We continue seeing you guys just pop off like that. It's been an absolute joy. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, great to hear from Chronic, our Player of the Match, putting up a show on that Freya, and actually great to hear that he also enjoys playing her. It certainly shows in the gameplay as he's just fragging out.
Oh yeah.
Now, this cements this team at the top of the standings in this region, which, you know, after we've seen Nightmare like changing their complete roster, like I don't think we would have necessarily seen them leading the region.
No. Are you kidding me? I did not have this on my cards because I was such like, just a normal Andy, and I was like, oh, Team Liquid, SSG, number 1, number 2, they're gonna be the best partner teams in the region, blah, blah. And then Nightmare and GK find themselves here now 4-0 and 3-0, having beaten some of those teams, and guess what? They're playing each other in week 6, okay? So we could be looking at a scenario where both those squads are undefeated going into the last week of stage 2, so
it's gonna be good.
Absolute cinema.
I love that we're ending every stage with an absolute banger, and this one will be no exception for sure. Let's not get ahead of ourselves though. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow, as we still have some weeks of play to go. With this schedule, we're rounding out week number 3. Which of these matches gets you excited? Which one will keep you up at night, Jack?
Oh, the TUTM is going to be pretty fun, I think. I always do love casting Sakura. I think they've been a very fun team to kind of spectate as well, so that should be a good one. But TUTM is going to be a banger.
I can't wait for Deal Dogs. What is PDK gonna cook?
Yeah, well, dude is cooking all the time.
What is he cooking?
We will be eating. Will we like what we served? Maybe, maybe not. We'll find out very soon. For now, though, we're of course done with the day. It was a quick one, but stick around because we will be rating today's featured co-streamer, Alexa. So make sure to stick around, send some love to Alexa, and we hope that we're gonna see you all again tomorrow. However, before we go, I also want to point everyone towards the OWCS official X account, where you can submit your suggestion for a brand new duo name. That's right, we're doing Arkans again. The current frontrunner, and it's going to be tough to beat, I feel, comes from the user Old Newspaper. Swedish Fish.
Swedish Fish?
That's
Wait,
so smart.
wait. They're cooking.
That's so good.
I'm taking it back. That's
Swedish
fire, bro.
Fish.
See?
Insert the
See?
fire, the fire writing.
Our
gif
community,
right there.
man, they don't disappoint. They're good.
yeah.
They're good. So keep it coming, friends. We have a good rest of your Saturday for now, though. We hope to see you again all tomorrow. Same place, same time to wrap up our week number 3 of Stage 2 regular season play. Bye-bye.
I've got that point. Ori low. Ori one. Look at this. Really. Give me your back toss. Ori.
I see your pennies. Yeah. Get you one under. Get you really one under. Get you that. I can break. Freya one. Ori in. No trade. Real one. Yeah, Juno one. Juno really one stagger top right.
I'm trying to chasing it.